You are not a ninja from our Uchiha clan, right? Shisui asked suddenly. Kenichi Amamiya raised his eyebrows when he heard it, but he didn't say anything. It was also his expectation that Shisui would find something wrong. After all, Shisui is not an idiot, and it is normal for him to notice some abnormalities. Moreover, he has not faced him with his true face, so it is not surprising that he will arouse his suspicion. Why do you think so? Kenichi Amamiya didn't answer, but asked instead. He wanted to see what Shisui thought. Shisui's attitude was still very important. Otherwise, if Shisui took those Uchiha ninjas and left the village to go elsewhere on their own, it would be troublesome for him to find these guys. Because I checked the genealogy of our Uchiha clan. Except for the missing ninjas, the fate of other Uchiha are clearly mentioned in it. And among the missing ninjas, there is no one similar to you. Shisui replied very straightforward. Amamiya nodded. It seemed that he was negligent. He really didn't expect that the Uchiha clan would have such a thing as a family tree. What's even more outrageous is that it contains the fate of those Uchiha, whether they are dead or not. Disappearances are written down. Then I would like to ask, how is Uchiha Madara recorded in the family tree? Amamiya Kenichi asked with a smile. Shisui was stunned for a moment, and then his expression became strange. He looked at Amamiya Kenichi with a strange look, as if he wanted to see through Amamiya Kenichi completely. Dead. Shisui still answered Amamiya Kenichi's question. Amamiya Kenichi understood, but there was no problem with Shisui's answer. After all, Nagato had the Samsara Eye, and Uchiha Madara was indeed dead and now in the Pure Land. It's just that Uchiha Madara is very strong, and it will be very troublesome if he comes out rashly, so Amamiya Kenichi has never thought about the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. You won't say that you are Uchiha Madara, right? Shisui looked at Amamiya Kenichi. If the guy in front of him was really stupid enough to say that he was Uchiha Madara, then he would have to consider whether to cooperate with him. Not a right choice anymore. Of course not, Uchiha Madara is very strong. Amamiya Kenichi immediately shook his head. What kind of international joke was he making? He didn't dare to say that he was Uchiha Madara. What if Shisui becomes suspicious at that time and lets him open a Mangekyo Sharingan to show him? That's very troublesome. Okay, don't explore my identity. You just need to know that I have no ill intentions towards Uchiha, and I sincerely intend to find a way out for Uchiha. If you don't believe it, you don't have to cooperate with me. Amamiya Kenichi he looked at Shisui and waved his hand. He could see that Uchiha Shisui still had many questions that he wanted to ask, but Amamiya Kenichi didn't have that much time to communicate with him. Although it is not that he cannot understand Shisui's thoughts, after all, it involves the family and more than 170 clan members, and Shisui cannot be too careful. If you are unwilling to reveal your identity, then our cooperation can end here. Shisui was very serious. If it was just him, he wouldn't care, but now that so many people believe in him, he naturally has to deal with it. Responsible. What's more, the clan leader also entrusted Itaki and Suzuki to him. Although this made him a little confused, after all, in his opinion, the clan leader should have a better choice. Why did he make such a big bet? Instead of counting on his own side to give Itaki and Suzuki a more stable future, it is better to count on the clan leader himself. Although Uchiha Shisui can't understand something, since the clan leader has entrusted it, he must be responsible to the end. Amamiya Kenichi was silent for a moment, and then he tore off the disguise of the facial masking technique on his face, revealing his true appearance. Shisui is serious. If he is not given an explanation, this cooperation will naturally not go on. But since the other party has guessed that there may be problems with his identity, but is still willing to cooperate, then at least it proves that he has this intentional. Amamiya Kenichi. Uchiha Shisui naturally recognized Amamiya Kenichi's face, and he was a little surprised. But this seems to explain why the other party could clearly tell the roots and Konoha's views on the Uchiha clan when they met last time. He probably learned it from Orochimaru, right? But why can the pair of 3 Megatama Sharingan be actively switched on and off? This made Uchiha Shisui a little puzzled. You're not going to take us out for experiments, are you? Shisui's eyes became dangerous, and he remembered that this guy took away several tribesmen last time. Combined with the reputation of Amamiya Kenichi and Orochimaru in Konoha, what Amamiya Kenichi would do becomes problematic. It was true before, but you are not. Amamiya Kenichi was very frank. He had indeed taken out those Uchiha for experiments, but he did not intend to do anything else casually. After all, Amamiya Kenichi has found some ideas now. He only needs to collect a large amount of DNA data for comparison and find the DNA genetic information about the Sharingan in the Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Shisui's mood was a little complicated. He even didn't know what to say for a moment. Amamiya Kenichi is so sincere? After the Uchiha clan leaves, they only need to be responsible for performing some tasks to make money. They will not be assigned to the experimental operating table. Amamiya Kenichi added. He really doesn't have the idea of pulling the Uchiha clan to the operating table at the moment. If he really has this idea, he can continue to disguise his identity, or directly abduct people from Konoha. It is not impossible to push Danzo to complete the plan for the night of genocide as soon as possible. After all, Amamiya Kenichi knows Danzo's thoughts very well, and judging from the current situation, it will not be too late for Danzo to take action. Are you sure? Shisui asked with a frown. Amamiya Kenichi found it a little funny. You're not so naive as to think that other people's words must be right? No wonder you were tricked by that guy Danzo. All I can say is that I gave you a new choice. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. Amamiya Kenichi almost laughed. In the adult world, what guarantees do we need? To ensure this kind of thing, it will only work for some people, and it must be a group of people who are loyal. If he could reassure Shisui by saying okay, I promise not, and I swear not, then this peace of mind would be too cheap. Uchiha Shisui let out a long sigh. He really felt that there was a guarantee just now, and maybe he would feel a little more at ease. But he didn't expect this guy's mouth to be so. But thinking about it carefully, this made him feel more at ease. After all, the other party didn't say anything to reassure him. The cooperation continued like this. Although Amamiya Kenichi looked at Shisui, he always felt that he had a feeling of wind and water, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. However, Amamiya Kenichi was not too lots of ideas. 170 for 2 people. Ordinary hot air balloons are more troublesome, so it is more convenient to build an airship. A larger airship is enough to take these 172 people away. But Shisui is still a child after all, and it's normal to be childish. Amamiya Kenichi took a deep breath, and then rubbed his face. There is a high probability that this current cooperation can continue, and today's showdown can be regarded as avoiding some troubles in the future to a certain extent. It's good to be able to solve the problem early before it breaks out. I calculated that the time is less than a week, and it's already the agreed time. It's too late to go back to TNZ country now. Amamiya Kenichi frowned and thought for a moment, and then realized that he wanted to go back to TNZ country now. If you are in China, time will be a little tight. But it's okay not to go back. Amamiya Kenichi planned to make preparations to pick up the Uchiha ninjas brought by Uchiha Shisui this time. After all, although Shisui seemed to have the intention to cooperate, it would be very troublesome if he suddenly changed his mind. What's more, I had to go back to get the airship, so Amamiya Kenichi still got a hot air balloon. After flying in a hidden place, he used wind escape to quickly return to Tien country. As soon as he returned to the vicinity of the laboratory, Amamiya Kenichi saw smoke rising from below. Amamiya Kenichi twitched the corner of his mouth. This is really interesting. Is this guy Scorpion going to explode again? When Kenichi Amamiya fell, he saw parts on the ground and the scorpion that had successfully blown up the surrounding land into mountains. Scorpion, I think so, do you want to change the direction of your research? Amamiya Kenichi couldn't help but complain. The ground was leveled, but in just a few days when he was away, it was blown into hills more than 10 meters high. Actually, I feel like I'm about to succeed. Xia wiped the ashes on his face, then pulled Amamiya Kenichi excitedly and said. Amamiya Kenichi looked around. It was quite successful indeed. The parts that were originally scattered on the ground are now concentrated in this valley. Being able to blow up such a big hole really makes Amamiya Kenichi admire Scorpion's perseverance. Look, I made this. Xia carefully took out a small thing from his body. Amamiya Kenichi took a curious look, and Xia took out a small thing. It looked like something a super mini Kyuubi figure. So your success is that you successfully made a nine-tails figure? But then, Amamiya Kenichi heard a strange sound. Amamiya Kenichi lowered his head and glanced. The figure began to move, and it took a few steps stiffly on the ground. Amamiya Kenichi was very impressed. It was obviously a figure with hands, feet, and 9 tails, but he suddenly felt like Parkinson's déjà vu. You didn't use a puppet string. But then Kenichi Amamiya noticed that there were no puppet strings on this small 9 tails figurine. This gadget moved by itself. Well, I discovered during my research that the 9 tails chakra seems to be able to give metal a weak spirituality, but currently it can only simply crawl and cannot perform any other actions. Scorpion cautiously said, picked up this little Kyuubi. It looks like a very ordinary metal object, but the strange thing is that this little thing can move, although as Scorpion said, this little thing can only crawl with that kind of ghostly movement. Although Amamiya Kenichi felt that it looked like he was leaving. But a small light green 9 tails still looks quite weird. Why don't you make a slightly larger one and put more Kyuubi chakra in it? Amamiya Kenichi looked at Xia and asked. He remembered that Xia should have bought a lot of Kyuubi chakra with him. Carrot, right? Because I don't know how this metal is made. Xia sighed helplessly, and then explained it to Amamiya Kenichi. After the explanation, Amamiya Kenichi finally understood why Xia couldn't reproduce it. A bigger one. During an explosion, Scorpion accidentally discovered some very hard and special colored metal on his metal parts. Then he scraped off the metal and pinched a small mini 9 tails out. Originally, the story would have ended here, but when Scorpion was using Kyuubi's chakra, he accidentally instilled a small amount of Kyuubi's chakra into this little Kyuubi. Then the thing started to move. But Xia just couldn't reproduce the process of making this metal. He tried many explosions, but he couldn't find this light green metal. This should be an alloy, that is, 2 or more metals reacted and fused under the explosion, or fused with something else, thus causing this phenomenon. Amamiya Kenichi knew of more. But that's about it. There are many types of alloys. He didn't know what it was in the alloy that showed this special color. Even Amamiya Kenichi couldn't be sure whether the metal of this color was due to the melting of the metal during the explosion, caused by other things. What do you think about Kenichi? Xia looked at Amamiya Kenichi with some expectation. He almost blew up a deep well here, but he couldn't find a way to reproduce it. This. Amamiya Kenichi shook his head. He had heard of atomic emission spectrometry, which could analyze the components in metals. Once the components were found, it would be possible to conduct a reproducible experiment. But there is still the same problem, Amamiya Kenichi knows it, but the ninja world cannot do replicas. After all, the ninja world does not have the necessary scientific instruments, and the technology tree of this world will still lag far behind. Just wait for me to think about it. I can't think of a suitable solution for the time being. Amamiya Kenichi decided to look through the information. There are many books stored in the teacher's library, and there may be related books. Scorpion wasn't very anxious, after all, he had vented his anxiety through explosions before. By the way, Kenichi, speaking of which, has the leader contacted you? Suddenly Xia asked. Amamiya Kenichi was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then shook his head. He had not received any thoughts from pain during this period. Waves convey thoughts. Seeing Amamiya Kenichi shaking his head, Zai frowned and thought about something. Then you may have to be more careful. Although I don't know why, I found that a newcomer in the organization seems to care about you. Scorpion reminded Kenichi Amamiya. Oh? Newcomer? Who is it? Amamiya Kenichi smiled. Is there still such a thing these days? Could it be that some of the new girl members who joined the Akatsuki organization admired me? It's a newcomer wearing a Uzumaki mask. His code name is 3. He seems to be very interested in you. When the leader pulled me in before, he seemed to have some relationship with him. After hearing Xie's words, Yu Gongxian thought of someone. There are not many people wearing masks in the Akatsuki organization, and the most famous one is that A-Fei. Okay, I see. I guess the newcomers want to worship me as a senior. Kenichi Amamiya smiled heartily, and then waved his hands. When he returned to the teacher's laboratory, Amamiya Kenichi's expression calmed down. A-Fei was very interested in him. I'm afraid Obito is very interested in him. After all, isn't A-Fei's identity the same as Obito? However, considering that at this stage Obito is disguised as ABI, his whole person can be described as funny, Amamiya Kenichi feels that it is quite good to seize this opportunity to leave Obito's dark history. But what does it mean that Obito is interested in me? Amamiya Kenichi looked at the brightly lit laboratory, but his mind was elsewhere. This guy Obito can be called a boss-level figure in front of him. The Kamui Sharingan is very powerful and practical, and can even enter Kaguya Otsutsuki's space. It is unreasonable. But such a character is very interested in him now, which makes Amamiya Kenichi have some doubts about Obito's motives. Did this guy notice something was wrong with Kakashi's eyes? Amamiya Kenichi fell into deep thought. He actually doesn't have much to do with Obito, and although Amamiya Kenichi has shown some strength now, Amamiya Kenichi feels that these things should not make Obito focus on him. The Eye of the Moon plan has not been affected by him yet, because the possibility of him attracting Obito's attention due to his own reasons is very low, so the most likely possibility is Kakashi. Only Kakashi's Sharingan could make Obito care so much. It seems that the eye still needs to be kept well. Amamiya Kenichi touched his waist, where there was the Mangeki Sharingan dug out of Kakashi's eye. Kenichi Amamiya hasn't researched this thing much during this period of time, and he has no intention of replacing it. After all, Kamui is good, but now Kamui has an owner. Before getting Obito's eye, Kenichi Amamiya doesn't plan to use Kamui for the time being. Yet, I almost forgot about what I said I was going to do. Amamiya Kenichi thought of something serious, that is, he had previously thought about putting one in the Kamui space after making the thermobaric bomb. In the past, Amamiya Kenichi had been reluctant to let go because he was very busy and had no money, but now he has a chance to let it go. The only problem is the thermobaric explosive now. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the thermobaric explosive in his hand, then swallowed and silently walked out of the teacher's laboratory. Hey! At this time, Orochimaru also opened the door of the laboratory. She felt someone coming in, but she didn't expect the disciple Amamiya Kenichi to go out again. But after seeing what Amamiya Kenichi was holding, Orochimaru's face turned dark. It wasn't until Amamiya Kenichi left that Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. This disciple is good at everything, but he is always doing some dangerous experiments. Do you want to tell him so that he can study something else? Orochimaru sighed. With this disciple around, he is always worried that he will die in the next moment. Blow up the laboratory to the sky. Just like his previous laboratory. Amamiya Kenichi didn't know that he had been included in the list of dangerous elements by his teacher. He was now doing research in his explosion-proof laboratory. There is no problem with the infusion of Senjutsu Fire Attribute Chakra, but what about the Thunder Attribute? Amamiya Kenichi was a little confused, but after taking note of the particle density and approximate distribution of the thermobaric explosive in his hand, Amamiya Gongxianyi tried it again and instilled the thunder attribute into it. As expected, it exploded. The violent explosion caused Amamiya Ken to be stuck to the wall. The strong wind pressure allowed him to experience the joy of anti-gravity on the wall. This power has improved a lot. Amamiya Kenichi was a little excited. This time, the power of the explosives has been increased by an unknown amount. Of course, it may be because of the explosion-proof room. After all, the explosion-proof room is a closed building, and the power of the thermobaric explosives will be slightly improved here. However, Kenichi Amamiya did not expect that. After all, the explosive is not very big, it is 3 times larger than the regular explosives he experimented with, because he directly brought 3 experimental explosives there. So this method can only incorporate a kind of magical chakra. Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his waist. The power of this explosion was very strong, but fortunately he used some defense when he came in. It's a ninjutsu, so there's no damage. In other words, the change in the particle density of the explosive can allow the fire attribute chakra to be integrated into it. Kenichi Amamiya looked at the bombed-out laboratory and fell into deep thought. The infusion of thunder attribute chakra caused the explosion of explosives, but he was still not sure whether he could only instill fire attribute chakra, or whether he could instill a single chakra and nothing else. So what if I compress the chakra-infused explosives again? Is it possible to compress until the distance between the particles is the same as before? Amamiya Kenichi became interested, and he planned to continue to try research it. But before he started researching, he thought of an issue that he had ignored before, that is, would his identity be directly exposed after the thermobaric explosives were thrown into the divine space? After all, only you can master this special attack. It shouldn't be a big problem to make some disguise or something, and I can draw a rin O'Hara rin and stick it on the puppet and throw it in. Kenichi Amamiya discovered the blind spot. At that time, Obito will definitely be curious about why there is a Nohara rin puppet, and when he goes over to take a look, the big thing next to it explodes. That picture must be beautiful. Amamiya Kenichi thought of a story he had read before. It was said that a certain general was walking at night and saw a fallen tree in front of him. He went over to check and found that there were words on it, but he couldn't see clearly. He raised a torch to see clearly, and then he came out. No more. I hope this trick will work for Obito. After all, the old guy doesn't seem to be interested in anyone else except Nohara rin. Kenichi Amamiya rubbed his hands. He felt that his idea was very good. And the possibility of achieving it is also very high. Obito has no special pursuits. From the beginning to the end of the anime, Obito's only dream is to create a world where Nohara rin exists, and he even does not hesitate to kill his teacher. So it can be seen that Nohara rin's position in Obito's heart is that it is not surprising that she is an absolute goddess. Under this premise, even if Obito saw an extra doll appearing in his Kamui space, his first reaction was not to rush out, but to be stunned for a while. He only needed to be stunned for a moment, and that would be enough for the thermobaric bomb next to him to explode, which would definitely give Obito a huge surprise. But if Obito is really particularly vigilant, it would be best to add a sound-producing device to the doll, and then imitate Nohara rin's voice and shout heartbreakingly like Obito, "Save me" or something, which can also increase the success rate. As soon as Amamiya Ken thought of this, he decided to go to Xie and ask him to do him a favor. When it comes to making dolls, then Scorpion is naturally the most powerful, and he can also make more realistic dolls, which is very good. So Kenichi Amamiya hurried to Scorpion's side and found Scorpion, who was assembling the robot. "Hey? You mean, you want to be a puppet that is almost the same as a real person?" Xia showed a strange expression after listening to Amamiya Kenichi's words. "Well, she's a woman. I don't have a picture, but I can draw one for you, and the age is probably..." Amamiya Kenichi simply explained that Scorpios who make puppets and other things are all professionals, so ask him for confirmation. That's right. This is fine, but do you want me to add some functions to you? This isn't for combat, right? Xia wiped the sweat from his face and then asked. Scorpio still attached great importance to the request of Amamiya Kenichi, his friend, so naturally he planned to make a doll with all his heart and soul, so that his friend would be satisfied with it. Ah! What function? But this doll is indeed not used for combat. Kenichi Amamiya was a little confused. What functions can be added to his doll? It's completely meaningless, he doesn't need any functions. This puppet Kenichi Amamiya doesn't need to fight, it just needs to be able to make sounds. The only problem is that we have to find a way to attach a tape recorder or something to it. I don't know if Scorpion can do it. Then how do you choose the tightness? Should it be more realistic or less realistic? Xia looked at Amamiya Kenichi seriously and asked. Amamiya Kenichi slowly typed out a question mark. No, please tell me clearly first, what is this tightness? Then if you want a softer peach, I can use good materials for you, which will definitely allow you to experience the same touch as a real person. Xia continued. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Xia blankly. Good guy, really a good guy, I didn't expect you, Xia, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, could do this? No, I really just want an ordinary doll. Just give me a recording function and an automatic playback function. Amamiya Kenichi said in a dumbfounded voice. If he continued to talk like this, he felt like he was about to become a doll. A hungry ghost in lust. What is tightness? I can no longer look directly at the word realistic, okay. Okay, that's easy, just give me a rough picture. Xia also realized that he had made a mistake, smiled a little awkwardly, and then said something to Yu Gongxian. As soon as Ken Amamiya heard this, he drew a sketch for Scorpion. The above is the approximate figure of Nohara Rin. After all, what good figure can a girl of this age have? But then Amamiya Kenichi thought of his past experience of almost overturning his car when he was in a nightclub, and he silently took back his words. It should be said that Nohara Rin was the only one who didn't have a good figure, and so on. The forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds, so it is not strange to have some strange figures. Kenichi Amamiya is still understandable. As for Nohara Rin's face, thanks to the grandmothers who posted videos of Obito and Nohara Rin's pure love every day, Amamiya Kenichi simply remembered it better than Tsunade. Of course, the most memorable thing about Tsunade is definitely not her face, but it's that flamboyant pectoralis major. Can this be done? Amamiya Kenichi looked at Xia and asked. Xia thought for a moment after hearing this, and then stretched out a finger. It will only take one day. I promise to give you a doll that is almost like a real person. You can't tell it unless you look carefully. Xia is very confident and does not need to add any combat functions. What use can such a doll be used for? But he didn't intend to ask, after all, it was a friend's matter. Great, I'll trouble you, Scorpion. Kenichi Amamiya patted Scorpion's shoulder excitedly. Now that the task is completed, he only needs to concentrate on making a thermobaric bomb, and then he will be with the puppet when the time comes. Throw them together into the divine space and that's it. As for whether the Kamui space will be damaged, Amamiya Kenichi is not worried at all. After all, the Kamui space is a magical space that can swallow the ashes of common victims without being damaged. If it is blown up by a thermobaric bomb, then I can only say that Shinwei space is still too inferior. Obito, if you don't do good things, if you insist on coming to my place to cause trouble, then I can only give you a big gift in advance. Kenichi Amamiya looked at the materials on hand and sneered. Originally, I really didn't want to deal with Obito immediately. After all, Black will never die, and the Eye of the Moon plan will always continue to be implemented. If Obito is gone, someone with water and fire may come out. What's more, Uchiha Madara, the biggest supporter of force, is still in the Pure Land. Heize will find out that something is wrong, and it will be troublesome to force Uchihamadara to resurrect Uchihamadara with the natural technique of reincarnation. So at first Amamiya Kenichi really didn't think about dealing with Obito, but now that Obito has become interested in him, it's not strange for Amamiya Kenichi to strike first. Amamiya Kenichi had prepared the voltage stabilizing explosive many times, so he got it done quickly this time. However, how to compress it was a problem, and after trying it, Amamiya Kenichi found that it seemed that as long as just wet it with water and compress it firmly. Looking at the small thermobaric explosive in his hand, Kenichi Amamiya tried to integrate the chakra of the fire attribute of immortal magic into it, but the explosive did not change in any way. Successful. I didn't expect that it would be so simple to combine chakra with explosives. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the ball of explosives in his hand with a complicated expression. He really didn't expect that it would be so simple to integrate the fire attribute chakra into it. It can only be said that it was dark under some lights. But the next thing is the main event. Kenichi Amamiya tried to compress the explosive in his hand again. He still used the same method, but soon he keenly discovered that the particles inside became more active. No. Do you want to try water-type chakra? Amamiya Kenichi had a flash of inspiration. He mobilized water-type chakra in his hands, and with the penetration of water-type chakra, the explosive became stable again. Got up. Amamiya Kenichi did not let down his guard. He first set himself a few defensive ninjutsu, and then continued to experiment. After the compression was successful, Amamiya Kenichi harvested a thermobaric explosive containing the properties of water and fire. Try the thunder attribute. Amamiya Kenichi tried to instill the thunder attribute into it, and then a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and flames rose into the sky, welding Amamiya Kenichi to the wall again. His Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his waist. The power of the explosion was weakened a little this time. At least the pain was not as strong as before. So, although the addition of water attribute chakra can allow the explosive to be compressed for a second time, it will weaken the power of the explosive. Amamiya Kenichi was in a dilemma. Compression with water is feasible, but water attribute the addition of chakra weakens the power of the explosives. Although it can be compressed twice, the water attribute chakra contained in it has become a troublesome problem. What if I use fire attribute chakra to heat and evaporate while compressing? Amamiya Kenichi thought of a possibility, and he tried it. Then Amamiya Kenichi was welded to the wall for the second time. No, the fusion of water-type chakra and fire-type chakra directly caused the explosive to explode, and in an instant, the high temperature caused blisters on Amamiya Kenichi's arms. To some extent, the power of the blast center has been improved a bit. Kenichi Amamiya popped the blisters on his arm, then sprinkled some powder on it, and the injury improved a lot in an instant. But the problem is that this is not the effect that Amamiya Kenichi wants to achieve, so Amamiya Kenichi tried to study the fusion of other attributes, but found that it doesn't work. This compressed explosive can only be integrated into the fire attribute chakra, nothing else works. Kenichi Amamiya didn't understand why, but now he has a ninjutsu thermobaric bomb that can be stored for a long time. Then it's called fire release, thermobaric bullet. Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his face. No, if he continues like this, he will soon become as useless as the Yandere. Ken Amamiya shook his head. This thing should simply be called Huo Dun Mi Shen. After all, his goal is to kill Obito with this trick. If it really succeeds, then this record is also very eye-catching. After preparing this special thermobaric bomb, the next day came. Amamiya Kenichi left his laboratory and found Scorpion. When Scorpion saw Amamiya Kenichi, he directly came from behind. A doll was taken out. Okay, Scorpion. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the doll in front of him in surprise. He never expected that this doll would be so lifelike, almost like a living person. Only when you get closer can you find some marks on this doll, and the connecting parts of the limbs are covered by clothes, so there is no abnormality at all. It's incredible. It's incredible. Amamiya Kenichi glanced at Scorpion, who had a calm face. This guy would definitely become a rich man in his previous life. After all, this skill is so amazing. Think about it, what if my Sakurahime senpai or Yuno Gatama, who calls her wife every day, came out of the anime world and appeared in front of the otakus in life-size form, and they looked absolutely no different from ordinary people. How much money are crazy otakus willing to pay? What's more, apart from Azai, those rich people who have caused their loved ones to leave them due to various reasons, how much money are they willing to pay to customize a family member and lover who has passed away? Amamiya Kenichi had heard the news before. A rich woman's dog passed away. She asked someone to make her dog a taxidermy and then stayed with her every day. There was also a story about a rich woman who gave her dog a gene after her death. Yes, this dog is instantly richer than countless people. It can be said to be very magical. So for these people, Scorpio's craftsmanship is simply tailor-made for them. When the time comes, if the threshold is set, such as the minimum price of 3,000 million per person, it will be instantly sought after by the rich circle. And then some special customized services, tisk tisk, those rich people who play with flowers will definitely not mind. After all, this is a rare experience, isn't it? Not to mention that Scorpion can also perform those strange functions. It can be said that Scorpion's craftsmanship was also a craft that allowed people to live a prosperous life in the previous life. So. In fact, if conditions permit, it would be better to find the skin of a similar living person. Xia touched his chin, and the corner of Amamiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. He was thinking about getting rich, but you guy actually wants to with his skin peeled off. He was like a living king of hell. No, where is the recording function? Amamiya Kenichi asked Xia, who pointed at Nohara Lin's neck after hearing this. Amamiya Kenichi pressed it curiously, and then heard the sound of dripping. Scorpion also briefly told Amamiya Kenichi how to use the recording function and some details that needed attention. Amamiya Kenichi soon understood, and the next step was to find a girl with a voice similar to Nohara Rin, and then ask her to scream heartbreakingly, "Obito, save me!" As for after her shouting. Although Amamiya Kenichi didn't think that Obito and Heijo could find this girl, but the dead could make him feel more at ease, so he could only send that woman on the road. Obito, I have good intentions for you. So can you please die as soon as possible? Kenichi Amamiya smiled, and the next step was to make a biometric device to automatically trigger the thermobaric bomb. Fused. Biometric identification device. In fact, Amamiya Kenichi first thought about whether it should have a temperature identification device, but then he gave up this idea. After all, he didn't know very well whether Obito would use his power to suck in some ninjutsu or other things, or throw in some warm things, which would be a big loss if it exploded. So Amamiya Kenichi hesitated for a while, and decided to add a restriction, that is, the explosion will only occur when a normal human body temperature is recognized, and it is best to feel the vibration. Only when these two conditions are met can the god-destroying explosive fuse be triggered. As for whether Obito can be killed by then, I don't know. Amamiya Ken alone thinks that the probability is still very high. After all, under what circumstances will Obito be killed? Only then did he come to his divine space? Doesn't it usually happen when you encounter a sudden crisis, when the time comes, as long as he comes to Kamui space and sees Nohara Rin's doll, if there is even a second of hesitation, Amamiya Kenichi will give Obito a hard blow. As for this body temperature recognition device, it is simple. After all, this body temperature recognition device is not very troublesome to make. The teacher has something similar. All Amamiya Kenichi has to do is to improve it a little. After finishing it, Amamiya Kenichi tied the made thing to the thermobaric bomb of the god of destruction, and then directly disguised the thermobaric bomb as a tree stump, and at the same time performed a fire escape burn on it. Mark of. It creates the appearance that the tree has been blasted by fire. Then the next thing is Amamiya Kenichi came to the dungeon, where some consumables were kept, and there were 2 ninjas from the Uchiha clan. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the female ninja, who lowered her head tremblingly. "Come here, I have something I need you to do." Kenichi Amamiya looked at the Uchiha ninja in front of him and smiled. The identity of the other party is very suitable, and after calling, he can be sent directly to the operating table for experiments. The only problem is that Amamiya Kenichi doesn't know how much genetic information has been deciphered by the shadow clone. If he can find the Sharingan, it's all about the eyes. If you don't find it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, this woman also has some other uses. However, the teacher's ninjutsu needs to be improved. Genetic programming of cells throughout the body. The mortality rate is still too high. Kenichi Amamiya pinched his eyebrows. This was a problem that worried him. After all, this kind of death rate is too high, he can't use it on himself, so he still needs to find a way to solve this problem. I hope that after completing the elective tasks, I can give myself some relevant knowledge books or other things. Amamiya Kenichi picked up the teacup and planned to take a sip, and at the same time, he motioned to the woman next to him to start shouting the words he had taught her before. "Obito, save me!" Listening to the strange reading of the woman next to him, Amamiya Kenichi almost spit tea into her face. It can't be said that there is no emotion, it can only be said that it is completely not up to the standard that Amamiya Kenichi wants. This is the voice when people ask for help. You said that when you go to Golan, you will hear this voice, and Kenichi Amamiya will think it is more reasonable. "You kid, I told you, I'm asking for help." "Are you asking for help? You have a fever." Amamiya Kenichi glared at the other party angrily. He already knew what this woman wanted to do. After all, beauty traps are not limited to the previous life. Now she has fallen into his hands. If she wants to survive or live more comfortably, shouldn't she have to rely on what she has? The dolls made by Scorpion are definitely not as realistic as this Uchiha. Let me say yes first. If you don't call me well, you will be the next one to die. Yu Gongxian looked at the other party with a bad look. This woman was a little more honest, but it took a full 3 minutes to call it. It produced the effect Amamiya Kenichi wanted. After completing the recording, Amamiya Kenichi patted the other party on the shoulder with satisfaction, and the other party quickly showed a flattering look and even made some charming moves. Amamiya Kenichi smiled when he saw this, and then a flash of red flashed in his eyes. The next moment, the woman's eyes became dull. Yu Gongxian directly pulled the other party to the laboratory, and then he sat on the chair and disbanded the shadow clone he left with the teacher. The next moment, a huge amount of memories poured in. Amamiya Kenichi calmed down for a moment, and then he finally figured out the current situation. A lot of genetic information has been isolated, but which one of those genetic information is the Sharingan has yet to be tested. Among them, 36 groups of genetic information of the same nature were found. They are all unique to the Uchiha clan, and the Sharingan gene should be included in these 36 sets of genetic information. Wait a minute, if I put another experimental subject's Sharingan grain into this woman's amygdala, is it possible to advance? Amamiya Kenichi thought of a possibility. He had observed his own brain. The writing wheels in the amygdala in the brain are very large. Although Uchiha Shisui has not observed it yet, when they met before, Amamiya Kenichi also got the blood of the other party, but he didn't take it out, but Amamiya Kenichi planned to do experiments in his own laboratory. If you take it to the teacher for experiments, you have to find a way to explain it. After all, although Shisui and Obito are both from the Uchiha clan, the genetic information is still very different, and it is not surprising for the teacher to see it. So it would be better to do the testing in your own laboratory. But before that, Amamiya Kenichi dug out the Sharingan grain from the woman's amygdala. As for the woman, Amamiya Kenichi also burned it clean with fire escape. Letting the other party die painlessly in the illusion is also a bit of kindness from Kenichi Amamiya to her. After all, such a guy can't live. If he is rescued by others, it will be very troublesome. After the Sharingan grains in the brain of experimental subject No. And the Sharingan grains in the brain of experimental subject No. Were sewn together, the other party's emotions became extremely unstable. Amamiya-kun glanced at the man who was tied to the operating table. The man's expression was very strange at the moment. He was laughing and crying at one time. He had no idea what state he was in. Kenichi Amamiya tried to infuse the yang chakra into the opponent's amygdala to help repair it, but this made the opponent reach the peak faster. Kenichi Amamiya looked at the stained operating table. The corners of his mouth twitched. Forget it, he endured it. The fusion of the two writing wheel particles obviously caused some other problems. The emotions of the second experimental subject are more likely to reach extremes. Now try to reproduce the previous experiment. As soon as Amamiya-kun began to mobilize a large amount of chakra to stimulate the Sharingan grains in the brain of this experimental subject, almost as soon as he started stimulating, the other party became incontinent, and then began to tremble continuously, and his whole body was shaking. The amygdala also begins to change color, and overclocking occurs. Upon seeing this, Amamiya Kenichi began to use yin-type chakra to stimulate the opponent's hippocampus and hypothalamus. Immediately afterwards, Amamiya Kenichi found that the opponent's brain began to swell. He subconsciously teleported back, and then the experimental subject's brain just exploded. It seems that two writing wheels can enhance the speed of each other's feelings, but it will also make the other's brain unable to handle such violent emotional fluctuations. Kenichi Amamiya looked at the dirty laboratory and sighed. It needs to be cleaned and disinfected again. Stepping on some strange things, Amamiya Kenichi walked over. The other person's brain exploded, but surprisingly, the amygdala did not explode, but it was still cooked, exuding a roasted brain smell. Naruto on the tip of the tongue. Amamiya Kenichi curled his lips, then cut open the amygdala and observed it. The Sharingan grains inside were fused, but they were smaller than the Sharingan grains in his brain. With this size and fusion reaction, what if I continue to add Sharingan grains? Will the other party's Sharingan grains fuse under this stimulation, and then break through to the 3 Megatama Sharingan? Amamiya Kenichi had a bold idea. The fusion of these two wheel writing grains has time, but what if another wheel writing grain is added? Can this writing wheel particle be successfully fused, so as to find a possibility of evolution in a desperate situation? But this will require a large number of experimental subjects. Well, those people brought by Shisui cannot be used, but the other Uchiha clan should not have a big problem. Amamiya Kenichi thought thoughtfully. But if this is the case, how did he obtain a large number of experimental subjects from Konoha? Amamiya Kenichi called for a consumable to clean up, and then went to take a shower. Although he hid quickly, something still splashed on him. After taking a shower, Amamiya Kenichi went to find his teacher. After thinking about it, he felt that the easiest way to obtain a large amount of Uchiha consumables was to let Konoha do it himself. The route is a very good choice. He just needs to throw out some bait and let Danzo, the old immortal, bite the hook. You can even try to push Danzo to launch the Night of Genocide in advance. Wouldn't there be a lot of experimental consumables delivered to your door by then? Moreover, this can also drive a wedge between Shisui and the village, thus making Shisui more determined to leave the village, which can be regarded as killing two birds with one stone. As for the specific bait, Amamiya Kenichi had already thought about it. He touched his eyes. He had mastered the ability to switch the Sharingan on and off freely. He didn't believe that Konoha would not be tempted. The Sharingan is so powerful, but why has no one transplanted it? On the one hand, it is pressure, and on the other hand, isn't it because non-Uchiha bloodlines cannot close the Sharingan? The consumption of chakra will be very severe. Amamiya Norii smiled. Is the Sharingan strong, naturally strong? Kakashi earned the title of a copy ninja. But Kakashi's combat endurance is also very worrying, which is why the Sharingan looks a bit useless. Of course, the fear of the Uchiha clan to a certain extent is also serious. After all, even if the Uchiha clan is in decline in Konoha, it is still a great clan. Do people with no ability dare to covet their eyes? And you have to take into account the thoughts of other blood successor Genkai families. If Konoha can do this to Uchiha today, will you be able to do this to the Hyuga clan tomorrow, to the pig, deer, and butterfly clan? So this is why Danzo needs Ataka to take the blame even if he wants to implement the genocide night, otherwise it will be detrimental to the unity of the village, and Hiruza Sarutobi will not sit idly by. Amamiya Kenichi hummed a little tune and went to find his teacher, but as soon as he entered the teacher's laboratory, he saw that the teacher had rarely returned to her original appearance, Orochimaru's appearance, which made Amamiya Kenichi feel a little not adaptable. After all, the teacher used to look like a blonde loli, but now the teacher has become what she was before, which is really uncomfortable. Kenichi? You came just in time. I'm here to tell you something. After seeing Amamiya Kenichi, Orochimaru's expression became a lot more serious. Although Amamiya Kenichi was a little curious, he didn't ask any more questions, but walked over. Look at this. Orochimaru handed over a document, and Amamiya Kenichi took it and took a look. It was a cooperation document, sent by Konoha. It is very long, and seems to be handwritten by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It first explains his concern for Orochimaru and Amamiya Kenichi, and then reiterates the will of fire, once again stating the correctness and necessity of the will of fire. Immediately afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned the current situation in the village, and also sighed about Orochimaru's house and some scenery. Amamiya Kenichi couldn't understand it, but looking at the sarcastic smile on the teacher's face, he knew that it was probably related to teachers. Then he saw something related to himself. The house of your apprentice Amamiya Kenichi is now well preserved by the village. Someone is arranged to come to clean and take care of the green plants on his windowsill every day, just like before. Amamiya Kenichi read out. He suddenly knew why the teacher smiled like that. This was handwritten by Hiruzen Sarutobi. First, it expressed how much Sarutobi Hiruzen valued Orochimaru and Kenichi Amamiya. Then he did not mention the mistakes Amamiya Kenichi and Orochimaru had made throughout the whole process, but began to feel nostalgic. This is scary. Amamiya Kenichi knows very well that if a person with whom you have not contacted him for a long time or who has not had a good relationship with him in the first place suddenly comes to you one day and starts to talk about the past nostalgically, then there is a % chance that he will need to borrow money or get married. Why did Amamiya Kenichi say this? Of course he has experienced such a thing. An old classmate who had been in contact with him once or twice a year after graduating from college suddenly came to chat with him one day about college life. At first, Amamiya Kenichi followed him to chat, but then the other person started talking about how he was doing recently. Difficulty. Then he expressed the hope that Amamiya Kenichi could lend him some money, so he asked for dash, which almost made Amamiya Kenichi laugh. We haven't had much contact with each other for 7 or 8 years, but when we ask for dash yuan, do we really think his family is a mining company? So when he saw this, he knew that the Sandame must have something to say. The third generation also vaguely mentioned some care for their 2 former residences in the village. Although it seems nothing, the purpose behind the scenes is to give them a hint that a Konoha is a hint that they can go back to their warm home at any time. Then came the main topic. Sarutobi Hiruzen said that he saw Amamiya Kenichi last time. Amamiya Kenichi also took Materai Anko away, which even caused some bad effects on Konoha. But he could forget about it and even sponsor some research funds, and finally mentioned his main purpose. I have great trust in your scientific research ability, Orochimaru, and I am also very concerned about your research on the blood succession limit. It would be even better if there are research results. In this case, it is possible for you to become the 5th Hokage in the future. I will also improve, and I hope my disciple as well. Well, Amamiya can almost vomit it out. He really wasn't used to this kind of operation by the 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was so annoying. The last sentence he said about my apprentice's well-being made Amamiya Kenichi want to laugh. This is truly the kindness of a master and the filial piety of a disciple. Teacher, Sandaime-sama has taken a liking to me. Amamiya Kenichi opened his 3 Megatama Sharingan with a smile. Orochimaru glanced at it, then snorted, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Otherwise, what else could we be interested in? Although it's just about the blood successor limit, isn't the Sharingan a kind of blood successor limit? Orochimaru had a hint of amusement on his face, but also a hint of disappointment. The teacher is really getting older and weaker. The teacher who dared to stand behind the second Hokage has finally become a qualified politician and started to play tricks with his students and disciples. If the teacher could be more straightforward and say that he was interested in the Sharingan switching ability developed by his disciple Amamiya Kenichi, and then directly make a deal, he would still have a higher opinion of the other party. Unexpectedly, the solution that the teacher came up with was to play tricks. First, he talked about the past with nostalgia, then drew big cakes, and finally mentioned it tactfully, which made Orochimaru very disappointed. But my eyes are actually a coincidence. Amamiya Kenichi scratched his head. His 3 Megatama was given to him after completing the research and skipped the experimental step. Although he already has some ideas, this idea it has not been proven yet. Don't worry, it's an experiment. It's normal to take some time. Orochimaru waved his hand. She was a little surprised when she saw Amamiya Kenichi's eyes, but the biggest thing was that she was happy. It is naturally good for a disciple like herself to have such an opportunity, but she herself does not attach much importance to the Sharingan. After all, she has mastered the reincarnation of the dead body now. If she really wants to do something, you can directly become a member of the Uchiha clan. Teacher, do you still have Sharingan here? Kenichi Amamiya asked tentatively. He has some ideas. Although the teacher is right, experiments will definitely take time, but if he can come up with some big cakes, wouldn't it be possible to get more funds? Yes, but they are all single Megatama. Orochimaru nodded. He did have some here, but they were mostly used. Yu Gongxian didn't say anything when he heard this, but asked the teacher to leave a pair of Shanguyu's Sharingan. He has an idea. In his opinion, organ transplantation in the ninja world is very rough. Looking at how Obito gave Kakashi eyes and dug them out, it really hurts the eyes. And Kakashi just installed it, and then he was able to use the Sharingan miraculously. This made Kenichi Amamiya sigh about the magic of ninjutsu in the ninja world. In the previous life, organ transplantation was a very tedious task, and there were many things to do. The first step was to match the organ. Even if the match was very high, there would still be rejection and anti-rejection drugs would need to be taken. This is not enough. During the operation, the blood vessels need to be connected, and the eyeball cannot be transplanted. Why? Because the nerves cannot be connected. The human eyeball is not separate. It has blood vessels and nerves. So if people are blind now, they may solve the problem by replacing the retina. But if the eyeball is gone, then they can only make a prosthetic eye. Moreover, prosthetic eyes are only for aesthetic purposes and do not themselves have the function of restoring vision. Then the world of ninja is different. The eyeball can be used immediately after being installed. At most, you can get some medical ninjutsu, but how on earth is it used? If this could be done in the previous life, no one would be blind in the world. Amamiya Kenichi couldn't help but complain. What are you going to do? Orochimaru looked at his disciple curiously and asked. Teacher, I want to study this eye transplant. Amamiya Kenichi smiled. The research on this thing will not be a waste of time. After all, what he has to do is very simple. As for the airship, Amamiya Kenichi has already asked the shadow clone to handle it, so there is no need to worry about not being able to make the airship. Even after saying it 100 times, Amamiya Kenichi still wants to shout loudly, Shadow clone is really a miracle. This is probably why there are so many geniuses in the ninja world. After all, geniuses can save a lot of time through shadow clones. Okay, give me a copy of the research report when the time comes. Orochimaru didn't ask further why. Konoha already has mature medical ninjutsu that can solve this problem, but since his disciple wants to study it, he should study it. Amamiya Kenichi quickly responded with a smile. This was not a problem, it was just an attempt anyway. By the way, teacher, we don't have enough research materials here, Amamiya Kenichi said with a pointed look at his teacher. Orochimaru immediately understood what his disciple meant. They don't have Sharingan here, but Konoha does. Let Konoha find a way. Since Konoha wants this thing, isn't it a matter of course to give some Sharingan? I understand, in a few days. Orochimaru calmly took a sip of tea. She didn't want to reveal the location of her lab, so she had to find another place to get those Sharingan. Upon seeing this, Amamiya Kenichi left with the pair of Sharingan. He planned to try to see if he could directly connect blood vessels and optic nerves. If possible, it would be the best. The only pity is that when he was doing research before, he forgot to save the Sharingan of the two experimental subjects. Now that one of the two guys has turned to ashes and the other has lost his head, he naturally has no way to save it. Sharingan gouged out of their eyes. Some of it was wasted. Next time, I have to squeeze out the last remaining value, otherwise it will not be humanely destroyed. Amamiya Kenichi sighed. Sandaime-sama is really greedy. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the test subject in front of him, then waved his hand and took the single Megatama Sharingan next to him. To be honest, he really didn't expect that the Sandaime would come to his door in advance, but if he thought about it carefully, it was not incomprehensible. After all, the Sandaime Sarutobi Hiruzen learned from the second-generation Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama's attitude towards the Uchiha clan is very clear. It is not surprising that the Sandaime, a disciple, would be affected by the teacher's opinions. This shows how great the influence of teachers on students is. I have never attacked the Uchiha clan before. On the one hand, I am worried that the Uchiha clan is the two major families that founded Konoha. On the other hand, I am also reluctant to part with the powerful combat power of the Sharingan. Although the Sharingan has problems like this, I have to say that the Sharingan is also really useful. It has a very significant bonus to the combat power of ninjas. It improves dynamic vision, can reproduce hand seal techniques, and even can perform illusions. It can be said to be a very comprehensive eye, but because the Sharingan could not be opened and closed freely, and due to the existence of the Uchiha clan, few people would use the Sharingan. But it's different now. Amamiya Kenichi gave the test subject in front of him an injection of anesthesia. After watching the other person fall into a deep sleep, he slowly began to perform his own surgery. Organ transplantation is not an ordinary operation, let alone eye transplantation, which is a hellish operation. In the previous life, there was no such operation because it was really impossible to do. But this is the ninja world, and there are some weird ninjutsu as support, so Amamiya Kenichi feels that the success rate of trying it is quite high. Taking out the eyeball is only the first step. The difficulty is mainly reflected in the blood vessels and nerves. After all, the orbit is so big that it will be very difficult to complete the operation in the orbit. How do you feel? Looking at the dazed experimental subject in front of him, Amamiya Kenichi wiped the blood on his hands and asked casually. I feel so tired and my eyes are open. The subject covered his face in pain. Upon seeing this, Amamiya Kenichi could only temporarily give up the idea of starting experiments on himself. He planned to grab some supplies and come back for research, and then get a ninja version of the anatomy diagram. Check again. It's hard to say that I was negligent. Kenichi Amamiya had some headaches. The most terrifying thing when undergoing surgery is the situation in front of him. Some things are inexplicably added, or some things are missing inexplicably. The next step is to dissect the body tissues of several ninjas to see if there are any extra nerves in their hands and feet, and then to see if there are any extra nerves in the eyes of these ninjas. It is difficult to survive in the face of cruel competition in the ninja world. This is why there are relatively few medical ninjas, and powerful medical ninjas, such as Tsunade, often take the path of both strength and medical cultivation. The eyeball is a very magical organ. Because it carries the function of humans seeing the world clearly, every nerve here is very important. However, if any nerve is not connected, it may cause a series of problems. The point is that Amamiya Kenichi discovered that the 3 Megatama Sharingan in front of him had 3 more nerves, and he could not find other nerves in this ordinary person. Maybe I can give it a try. Use medical ninjutsu to see if it can stimulate the autonomic connection of nerves. If I had known, I would have consulted Tsunade. Amamiya Kenichi helplessly continued to do the tedious and very delicate nerve re-examination. It looked like it had been beaten several times before being cut off. Teacher Orochimaru has been conducting research on the human body for a long time. It is hard to say that the teacher will have the information he needs. Thinking of this, Amamiya Kenichi hurriedly took his experiment log and rushed to the teacher's laboratory. Then now we need to install Obito's eyes and give him a big gift. Kenichi Amamiya looked at the thermobaric bomb he had made and showed a kind smile. Although Kakashi's eyes were transplanted immediately, they are incomparable to the Sharingan that had been left in place for who knows how long. It can be said that most injuries in the ninja world can be solved through medical ninjutsu. In addition, if you concentrate on developing medical ninjutsu, your combat effectiveness will not be greatly improved. It's time to start the anatomy of ninjas and ordinary people. In order to do better research, I need to understand the difference between ordinary people and ninjas. My eyes hurt so much. It hurts so much. It really hurts. The experimental subject screamed in pain. He kept scratching his eyes, as if he wanted to dig them out. Amamiya Kenichi thought of the 3 extra nerves he found during the previous transplant. But I really don't know if the nerves in the wrist are like this. It seems that if you want to solve these mysteries, you have to try the experiment again. Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his face. This is simply a stroke of luck. It can be said that Kakashi is very lucky to be able to use the Sharingan normally. I finally understand why Kakashi's Sharingan can't be closed. Kenichi Amamiya couldn't help but complain. With this kind of transplantation method, he is lucky to be able to use the Sharingan normally. So it's true that the guys in the ninja world are all in a vegetative state. But after that, I am also a vegetative state. Kenichi Amamiya complained, and then he stuffed the Sharingan into the other person's eye socket. Then he used medical ninjutsu to treat the wound next to the opponent's eye socket, and Amamiya Kenichi woke up the experimental subject in front of him. Obito's Mangeki Sharingan has been with him for a long time, but Amamiya Kenichi also has some concerns. After all, he needs to consider whether his eyes will be perfect after Obito's Mangeki Sharingan is completed. Pretend to come back? If it was before, Amamiya Kenichi wouldn't be worried. After all, Kakashi can use Kamui, so there's no reason why he can't. However, these steps can be left to the shadow clone. After all, dissection does not have much technical content. It is just a waste of time to look at it. Amamiya Kenichi does not intend to personally host this project. In this case, a comparative experiment can also be done. But those are not the point. Although the physiological signs between the two are similar, they can actually be divided into 2 types of creatures. Although dissection is not that troublesome, Amamiya Kenichi himself has a lot of problems at hand, so it is naturally better to leave this kind of work to the shadow clone, and the memory will be there anyway. There are indeed 3 extra nerves. Although Amamiya Kenichi doesn't know why yet, there are just extra nerves. Compared with the eyeballs of the Uchiha clan, there are 3 fewer nerves in the eyes of ordinary people. Things like dissecting and counting nerves do not have much technical content, but are very troublesome and repetitive tasks. Amamiya Kenichi often leaves such things to his shadow clones to complete. What? Are you poisoned? Learn about the art of extracting minor troubles. But fortunately, you can pull out some blood vessels and make connections, so this slightly reduces the difficulty. But when the operation actually started, Amamiya Kenichi realized how ridiculously difficult it was. This also caused the remaining nerves in the eyeball to be a disaster scene, and due to improper preservation during this period, some nerves have atrophied. Moreover, this does not ensure that every nerve can be connected successfully, and Amamiya Kenichi also discovered that when the teacher removed these eyeballs, his method was very violent. What? You are hurt, palm magic. Amamiya Ken nodded. He now needs to figure out one thing, that is, will the body structure of ninjas be different from ordinary people? Are there some special organs or nerves in the ninja's body that cause the ninjas to be different? This is a question worth exploring. Kenichi Amamiya typed out a question mark slowly. So you, the Uchiha clan, really can't be considered human beings anymore, right? The arm that Sandame Sarutobi Hiruzen replaced, he sent this arm to me. Orochimaru said calmly, she came here on her own initiative. After all, she was also curious about why the match was so good, but the Sandame's arm became necrotic so quickly. After the experimental subject replaced the single Megatama Sharingan, he became manic, which was specifically described as strong pain stimulation and unbearable severe pain. He wanted to dig out his eyeballs many times. If it transmits chakra, then it doesn't seem incomprehensible, but Amamiya Kenichi is worried that these three nerves have other uses. After all, chakra can be freely mobilized to some parts of the body. How should these neural networks be connected? Blood vessels are not bad, these neural networks. Kenichi Amamiya rubbed his eyes. Even if he had the three Megatama Sharingan open, his eyes felt a little tired. This will also be of great help to future research. The apocalypse is here, and if others are hoarding guns and food, it is normal for them to become other people's granaries. Although I did have some psychological expectations, I still didn't expect that such a situation would occur. Amamiya Ken pinched his eyebrows in pain. So Amamiya Kenichi could only take his time. Experiments have proven that ordinary people should not be able to withstand the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, even the most common single Megatama. As soon as he entered, Amamiya Kenichi saw his teacher holding an arm and looking at it. This arm looked like a necrotic arm, but strangely, there were some bruises on this arm. This is very scary. No wonder the ninjas in the ninja world haven't considered these things. It's really too troublesome. Amamiya Kenichi couldn't help but complain. However, with such convenient medical ninjutsu, it is normal for the development of medical treatment to be slow. What is the function of the three extra nerves? What are they responsible for delivering? Could these nerves be related to chakra? After all, the use of single Megatama to triple Megatama Sharingan requires the consumption of chakra. But looking at the three extra nerves in the eyes of the Uchiha clan, Amamiya Kenichi suddenly felt that maybe the humans in this world were not the same species as the humans in the previous life. He also used his three Megatama Sharingan in the same way. Just like releasing ninjutsu, chakra gathered in his hands. Hey? Will the teacher have the information I need? Amamiya Kenichi suddenly thought of something. In this regard, Amamiya Kenichi can be said to be a newbie, but the teacher Orochimaru is different. A long time had passed, and the experimental subject almost woke up once in the process. He applied anesthesia again, which prevented some troublesome things from happening. It is really a mystery that has not been completely solved, and some new mysteries have been encountered. But in the final analysis, Amamiya Kenichi has never done human dissection. After all, he subconsciously believes that humans in this world should be the same as humans in previous lives. Same. Just like the cultivation and improvement of rice, Amamiya Kenichi is responsible for the initial research work and the derivation of experimental theories, and the rest is left to the shadow clone. Otherwise, if he does it by himself, he will only be a rice improver. It will take several years of work. But now Amamiya Kenichi has some concerns. He did an experiment and found that the Uchiha clan's single Megatama Sharingan has 3 extra nerves. What about the kaleidoscope? If the nerves are not matched by then, you will need to put your eyeball back on and connect those blood vessels and nerves again and again. Teacher, what is this thing on your hand? Amamiya Kenichi was a little curious. This scene really made him feel a little nostalgic. After all, when he had just become the teacher's experimental subject, the teacher had also looked at him like this. Arm. What the hell is this extra thing? After some time, Amamiya Kenichi wiped the sweat from his forehead, then looked at the eyeballs in front of him and fell into deep thought. In that case, Amamiya Kenichi looked at the test body on the operating table, then began his own dissection work, and then recorded some of the information in detail. Upon seeing this, Amamiya Kenichi could only knock the experimental subject unconscious at once, otherwise he would really be detained later. Especially the nerves in the hands and feet, Amamiya Kenichi counted them accurately before recording them. Amamiya Kenichi could only check it again patiently, but after checking, he fell silent. What? Trauma and kunao fragments stuck in the flesh. Learn more about chakra scalpel and palm celestial technique. There is something illogical about this. Amamiya Kenichi nodded after hearing this. He had no intention of exploring it, but asked the teacher directly if he had any anatomy diagrams of civilians and ninjas in the ninja world. After the teacher heard it, he thought about it for a while, and then asked Amamiya Kenichi to search in the reference room. The teacher really has it. Kenichi Amamiya looked at the book in his hand. He felt that if nothing else, the teacher was really a scientific researcher. To be honest, there were many uses for human anatomy diagrams like this. But there are really not many people who can do it specifically. And the anatomy diagram drawn by the teacher is very comprehensive. Sure enough, the neural network between ordinary people and ninjas is also different, but does the teacher call these meridians? Kenichi Amamiya looked at the anatomical diagram in his hand. This anatomical diagram was very comprehensive. Moreover, it also divides men and women in detail, and there are anatomy diagrams for men and women. And according to the teacher's research, there are indeed some differences between ninjas and ordinary people. Ninjas have more meridians on their bodies. Of course, in Amamiya Kenichi it seems that this is actually nerves. But it doesn't mention the nerves in the eyeballs, so the teacher didn't notice it, or does it mean that ordinary ninjas don't have these things in their eyes? Amamiya Kenichi was a little curious. He felt like he was in a library at the moment. He had to say that the teacher had a lot of research content here, and it was very comprehensive. To a certain extent, the teacher was very powerful, and he was a scientific researcher. Teacher, I have a question I would like to ask. Amamiya Kenichi took the information in his hand and went out. What's the problem? Orochimaru looked at his disciples calmly. She always answered her students' questions and never kept secrets, except for certain special ninjutsu. For example, Fuso reincarnation is the ultimate ninjutsu she developed herself, and Orochimaru himself is very clear about the consequences of his ninjutsu if it is announced. That's it. Teacher, I would like to ask, have you done any research on the nerves behind the eyeball? Amamiya Kenichi pointed to the anatomy diagram. The teacher did not mark the nerve network on the eyeball and brain. I don't know if it's not detectable or something else. Oh, the nerves here, according to you, these nerves are connected to the brain, and they are particularly easy to break. I have done experiments before, and it doesn't have much impact if 1 or 2 are broken. Mark it. Orochimaru understood after just one glance. And when he heard this, Amamiya Kenichi was a little bit dumbfounded. He had been doing this for a long time, no wonder the teacher didn't mark it. But this is normal. If he hadn't tried an eye transplant today, Amamiya Kenichi himself would not have thought that the Uchiha clan's eyeballs had 3 extra veins. Although Amamiya Kenichi feels a little regretful, this anatomy diagram has been a great help to Amamiya Kenichi. Next, he only needs to study the Uchiha clan and whether there are any nerves behind the eyes of ninjas. That's it. It seems like you have gained something. Orochimaru looked at his disciple with interest. Of course, she could tell what his disciple seemed to think about the nerves behind the eyeballs. Teacher, look at this. Amamiya Kenai handed the teacher the experimental report he had just done, and then sat down opposite the teacher. Orochimaru looked at the experiment report in his hand seriously, but Kenichi Amamiya regretted sitting here because he found that his teacher seemed to have no adaptability to his identity. Wearing these pants? Well, even though Amamiya Kenichi just glanced at it subconsciously when he just sat down, he still saw a very unique color, blue and white stripes, which made Amamiya Kenichi feel a little dazed. The way the teacher looks now, could it be that the development of the Fuso reincarnation has encountered some problems? Kenichi Amamiya was a little curious, but the Fuso reincarnation is the teacher's biggest taboo, and even he cannot touch it casually. So Amamiya Kenichi was very sensible and didn't ask, just drank his tea calmly. As for the teacher's sitting posture, he no longer wanted to correct it, and he found that as long as he didn't look specifically, he couldn't actually see it. Although I have to say that it does make people a little concerned. You mean, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan has 3 more nerves than ordinary people? Orochimaru also finished reading it now. After all, this experimental report is not very long and can be easily read. Yes, teacher. Compared with other ninjas, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan have 3 more nerves in their eyes. However, it is not yet certain whether all ninjas are like this or just Uchiha. After listening to Amamiya Kenichi's words, Orochimaru showed a smile. She knew the intention of her student very well. Didn't she just want him to get some experimental supplies quickly? But when it comes to consumables, do you still remember the Hyuga clan who did the experiment before? The teacher suddenly said this. Amamiya Kenichi was stunned for a moment after hearing it, and then a person suddenly jumped out of his mind. The illegitimate son of the Hyuga clan still has some impressions of his opponent, Kenichi Amamiya. Of course I remember, but I remember he was going to die, wasn't he? Amamiya Kenichi naturally had some impressions of this person. After all, there are very few people in the ninja world who can avoid being marked as a caged bird without being a clan member. You're about to die? I'll give it to you if you want. You can also study the Byakugan. Orochimaru calmly picked up the teacup and poured himself a cup of tea, then took a sip. After Amamiya Kenichi heard this, he admitted that he was indeed a little moved, and since this was a member of the Hyuga clan, Amamiya Kenichi could also study the differences between the people of the Hyuga clan and ordinary people after anatomy. So Amamiya Kenichi nodded decisively, and Orochimaru also showed a smile. But of course I can't give it to you for free. You should know what I mean, right? Orochimaru raised his eyebrows, his slender legs crossed and stacked together, and his fair and tender skin seemed to glow under the light. Teacher, is there anything you need me to do? Amamiya Kenichi certainly understands what the teacher means. Although the teacher is a very good teacher, he is also very clear about rewards and punishments. If you want to get what you need, you have to pay some. The price is also normal. But the good news is that the teacher is very reliable, and what he says is what he says. As long as he can fulfill the teacher's requirements, he will definitely not be stingy with what he has to give. Compared with those bosses who only know how to draw big pie, but have no possibility of fulfilling it. Well, I don't know how much. Well, there is one thing. The teacher threw a file over, and Kenichi Amamiya took it over and took a look. It contained the information of 2 people. One was a kid who looked ordinary wearing glasses, but his name made Amamiya Kenichi realize the identity of this person, Kabuto Yakushi. Another document showed a woman named Yakushi Nono. Kenichi Amamiya looked at the document in his hand and then at the teacher. So what did the teacher mean? Teacher, do you plan to let me recruit these 2 people? Amamiya Kenichi looked at the information in his hand. The information on it was very detailed, and even included the tasks they were currently performing. It seems that Yakushi Kabuto has not been recruited yet. Zhang arranged to kill no Naiu. So be it. This guy named Kabuto Yakushi has some potential. Although he is still young, he has already completed several tasks outstandingly. Orochimaru nodded noncommittally. After Yakushi Kabuto came out of the route, he came into Orochimaru's sight. This little guy was very smart and completed tasks quickly. And the most important thing was that this kid actually had the talent of a medical ninja. The woman Yakushi Nono is a gift. Orochimaru is not very interested in this woman, but she is an important person to Yakushi Kabuto after all. If he can hold Yakushi Kabuto in his hand, he doesn't have to worry about anything else. Moreover, the existence of Yakushi Nono can also make Yakushi Kabuto work for him to the greatest extent. If necessary, he can also let Yakushi Nono die, and then use the resurrection of Nono as a carrot to hang in front of Yakushi Kabuto. In this way, the other party should be able to work until death every day without any regrets. Okay, I understand, but teacher, I have some things to do during this time, and it may take a while before I can go. Amamiya Kenichi thought of what he and Shisui had discussed, and Yakushi Kabuto could only put it behind him. Don't worry, Danzo is not ready to kill these two people yet. Orochimaru is not in a hurry. It doesn't matter if Yakushi Kabuto continues to train him outside. Even if something goes wrong, there is still plenty of time to subdue that guy. A person with ties and concerns is the best to control. Just when Kenichi Amamiya was about to leave first, he saw Shiori Uchiha walking quickly to the door of the laboratory. Kenichi Amamiya glanced at her. This girl has been lucky enough to survive genetic programming. Later, he became the teacher's secretary. The work is easy, there is a salary, and you can take holidays during the holidays, which is not too comfortable. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Amamiya. Uchiha Shiori was very measured. She stood at the door and knocked on the door. After getting Orochimaru's permission, she walked in. Is there something wrong? Orochimaru asked, sitting cross-legged on the sofa and looking at Uchiha Shiori. Lord Orochimaru, according to the report, there was a conflict within Konoha. The eight-tailed beasts appeared in Konoha and launched an attack on Konoha. Uchiha Shiori spoke quickly, and Amamiya Kenichi spoke slowly. Zhangde, what the hell? What the hell are you talking about? The Eight Tails attacked Konoha. That guy Ushiuki is wrong. It should be said that that guy Kiribi actually attacked Konoha. How can this be? Amamiya Kenichi had only seen that the 4th generation Reikage AI was among the envoys of Kumagakure village before. How could the Eight Tails attack Konoha under such circumstances? Konoha is really a great family, the 3rd generation Hokage. Looking at the 4th generation Reikage AI in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a smile on his face, but he couldn't help but cursed in his heart. This damn guy actually came to Konoha by himself. Aren't you worried about not being able to go back? You must know that the war between Kumoyin village and Konoha ended not long ago. Originally, the peace talks between the two villages were just that. Sarutobi Hiruzen originally wanted to wait to hear the conditions of Kumoyin village, but he did not thinking that the 4th generation Reikage AI actually came in person. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen a little confused. After all, he had imagined many possibilities, but none of them included the possibility of the 4th Reikage AI coming in person. Moreover, this guy only revealed his identity when he was about to enter the border of the Fire Country, and just discussing why the 4th generation Reikage AI came to Konoha, what was his purpose in coming to Konoha, and whether he should take the opportunity to kill AI, was too much. It was discussed for a long time. Of course, the last statement about killing the 4th Reikage has been completely rejected, which made the advocate Danzo feel a little pity and called Sarutobi Hiruzen a coward several times. The Yondame Reikage's courage is also very admirable. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and took a puff of his cigarette, and the smoke filled the streets of Konoha. The fourth Raikage AP looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a dead smile, and then looked at the curious Konoha villagers around him. Some villagers were looking at him with curious eyes, while others were gritting their teeth. This deep-seated hatred was expressed without missing a beat. However, such people are often quickly taken away by some masked ninjas. It's the dark parts and roots of Konoha. Ha ha ha, I'm here for peace talks, and the ninja army of Cloud Hidden Village is ready. The fourth Raikage smiled heartily, and his thick muscles continued to tremble with his laughter. As for the safety of the village, he was not worried. Bai was still in charge of the ninja army in the Kingdom of Thunder, and there were still 2 Jinchuriki in the village, so there was no possibility of any problems. Uchiha Fugaku was silent on the side. He was just a spectator this time and had no lines unless the Yandere took the initiative to ask him. However, Uchiha Fugaku felt very complicated about the words of the fourth Raikage. On the one hand, the village has encountered such a threat from AI, which makes people feel a little unhappy, but on the other hand, it is also a little secretly satisfying. After all, this is Konoha's attitude towards the Uchiha clan. However, considering that the family is still in Konoha at this moment, Uchiha Fugaku's face is not very good. How can the skin be gone? Uchiha Fugaku still knows this truth, but when he thinks about Shisui in the family, Uchiha Fugaku becomes a little distracted. He didn't know whether Shisui's choice was correct or not, but when he stayed in Konoha village, the strongest place in the ninja world, he felt a strong suffocation. The village was like a big net, trapping the Uchiha family. Fish wanted to drag the Uchiha family out of the water. What should we do? Uchiha Fugaku felt melancholy. Danzo, on the other hand, had a cold face, and others could tell at a glance that Danzo must be in a bad mood. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the fourth Raikage AI, feeling a little helpless, but after comprehensively considering the risk of offending Kumagakure and causing the battle to restart, Sarutobi Hiruzen still held back. But we definitely can't just let it go, otherwise Danzo would be happy again. For him, this is simply the best time to suppress his reputation, and there are many people watching. I heard that Cloud Hidden Village was attacked by a demon. Do we need Konoha to send a construction team to help repair it? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at AI with a smile and asked, but after hearing this, AI's expression became worse. A lot. Humph, what are you Konoha so proud of? Weren't you attacked by a demon? AI gritted his teeth when he thought of the money the village paid for this. But our village was not attacked. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled even happier. AI took a deep breath and couldn't continue this topic, otherwise the old immortal Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely use this sentence to try to push himself. So AI brought the topic to formal peace talks, and Hiruzen Sarutobi became a lot more serious. After all, this was crucial to the interests of the village. And that night, the bright moonlight shone on Konoha, and also illuminated the huge figure in the darkness, as well as the other person's blood-red eyes. According to the informant's information, the fourth Raikage AI was originally discussing the issue of compensation with the third Hokage, but that night, the Eight Tails launched an attack from outside Konoha. Uchiha Shiori was explaining the information seriously. Amamiya Kenichi looked a little confused after hearing this, so why did the Eight Tails attack Konoha? And it was also discovered that there was a Sharingan in the Eight Tails' eyes. Uchiha Shiori's mood fluctuated slightly. Amamiya Kenichi was stunned for a moment. Sharingan? Kaleidoscope? At present, the only person in the ninja world who can control tailed beasts is Uchiha Obito, but it makes no sense. That is the eight-tailed Jinchuriki Rabbi, the perfect representative of the Jinchuriki. Kirabi was the most perfect Jinchuriki before Naruto grew up and was recognized by the 9 lamas. And Obito had to wait for Kushina to give birth to even control the 9 tails to cause trouble, because only in this way the seal of the 9 tails would be weakened. How could he have the courage and strength to control the 8 tails in its prime? Sharingan? The 3 Megatama Sharingan does not have this ability. Orochimaru also showed an interested look for the first time. She had no idea about Konoha being attacked. Anyway, she had already rebelled against the village. The only thing that interests Orochimaru is this information. Orochimaru has studied a lot of Uchiha clan, and currently the strongest one he has access to is the 3 Magatama Sharingan, but the 3 Magatama obviously cannot control the tailed beast. Degree. I heard that Uchiha Madara, the friend of the first generation Senju Hashirama, is also from the Uchiha clan, but his eyes are the more powerful Mangekyo Sharingan. But after the death of the second generation Hokage, the Uchiha clan has known the kaleidoscope has come out. Orochimaru stood up. Walk up and down the room. He had cooperated with Danzo many times, but among all the eyes he could collect, there were only 3 Magatama, and the mysterious kaleidoscope had never been seen at all, so Orochimaru couldn't determine what kind of eyes controlled the 8 tails. Teacher, do you remember the last night of Kyuubi? Amamiya Kenichi reminded his teacher that when Kyuubi came out and caused chaos that day, there was a time when Kyuubi's eyes also had kaleidoscopes. That was Obito's fault, but even if the control was released later, according to Kyuubi's hatred for Konoha, Kyuubi would still cause trouble on its own. But the 8 tails is different. It is impossible for Kyuubi 8 tails not to know the consequences of his attack on Konoha, so there is only one possibility, and that is that Kyuubi is being manipulated. Well, when the Kyuubi first came out, it also had Sharingan in its eyes. Orochimaru naturally understood what Amamiya Kenichi meant. It should have been done by the same attacker. Amamiya Kenichi's tone was very certain. It's probably Obito's fault. Amamiya Kenichi is very sure of this now, but unfortunately, the only people in the ninja world who know that Obito is still alive are Black Zetsu and the real White Zetsu Ahi, except himself. No one else will know this. So Amamiya Kenichi had nothing to say. The only thing that made Amamiya Kenichi a little confused was what was the significance of Obito using so much force to control the 8 tails to attack Konoha, instigate Kumagakure and Konoha to go to war? But that's useless. Nagato doesn't plan to start the tailed beast collection plan yet. Amamiya Kenichi doesn't think Obito doesn't know this, so what does that guy Obito want to do? Amamiya Kenichi felt that the development of things was somewhat beyond his control. After all, in Amamiya Kenichi's heart, although his appearance caused some subtle changes in the plot of the ninja world, the general direction should remain unchanged. He originally planned to develop slowly during this period, wait until the future is almost over, then go out and push Obito and Black Zetsu, and then completely fail the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. At that time, the entire ninja world will be unified, and science and technology will be vigorously developed. At the same time, the hidden Otsutsuki clan will be uncovered, and the life-level evolution of the ninjas in the ninja world will be realized, thus moving towards the interstellar era. For Amamiya Kenichi, wandering in the vast universe is much more enjoyable than scheming in this ninja world. It seems that there may be some disturbances in the ninja world in the future. Orochimaru was very calm. The report also mentioned that Konoha's damage was not very serious. After all, Konoha's defensive barrier had just been updated. In addition, the actions of the Sandaime and the Fourth Raikage did not lead to irreversible consequences. It's a pity that the information is gone here. How the 8 tails was dealt with is not mentioned above. It is just that the 8 tails suddenly disappeared, and then Konoha was under total martial law. This information was only leaked later at the risk of death. If a fight breaks out, the leader will have to arrange those annoying tasks again. I hope it can be calmer. Anyway, making money is enough. Amamiya Kenichi shrugged. He didn't like to go out to take on those tasks. Meaningless. By the way, teacher, how is Haiden who was given to you earlier? When mentioning Kakuzu, Amamiya Kenichi thought of something serious. When he went to Yunin village before, he packed up Haiden and brought it back to the teacher. Now he doesn't know how the teacher's research is going. It's good. That guy's body is very strange. I extracted something very magical from his spinal cord. Orochimaru excitedly brought Kenichi Amamiya to a laboratory. As soon as he entered, Amamiya Kenichi saw Haiden's head being soaked in nutrient solution with a lifeless look on his face. If you were an immortal, many people would be interested, but what if you were an immortal like Haiden? Then death will probably be a luxury by then. At least when Amamiya Kenichi looked at Haiden's desperate eyes, he felt that Haiden had probably thought about dying countless times. He had to say this really made Amamiya Kenichi feel a little sympathetic to him. If Haiden died, it might be a good thing for him, but Haiden obviously can't die now. Even his mouth was forcibly opened, leaving him unable to do anything about it. Close. Tisk, tisk, it seems you are quite tough. Amamiya Kenichi could naturally tell what was going on. Haiden must have tried to commit suicide by biting his tongue. Tongue-biting suicide can also be said to be a relatively common suicide method in novels and film and television works, but it appears less frequently in the later period. The reason is that tongue-biting suicide has actually been confirmed by the scientific community and is unlikely. On the one hand, the tongue has a lot of nerves distributed in humans. It hurts to bite it. Generally, it is really difficult to bite it off without firm determination. Biting it hard will be very painful, and then trigger the brain's instinctive protection mechanism, causing the body to become autonomous. Stop the act of biting your tongue. And even if it is really bitten off, what is actually bitten off is only a very small part of the tongue. The human tongue is actually quite long, and it is not just the part that people can see. Therefore, what most people can bite is usually the tip of the tongue. There are not many blood vessels at the tip of the tongue, so there is actually no chance of death from blood loss. Even if someone bites off his or her own tongue, the most likely outcome is suffocation due to the blood vessels and tongue blocking the respiratory tract and being unable to breathe. But this was the situation in the previous life, and the situation in the ninja world is completely different. Ninjas in the ninja world can really hate it so much that they bite off their own tongues. So if Haiden really bites him, he will definitely bite him off, but I don't know if he will die. After Haiden saw Amamiya Kenichi, he struggled crazily. His mouth was constantly filtering the nutrient solution, but he couldn't make any sound. The nutrient solution went in from his mouth and then out of his throat. If it came out, it would at most help Haiden brush his teeth. So excited? It seems you are still very energetic. Amamiya Kenichi smiled and patted the big jar. It was obvious that Haiden was still very energetic and was still interested in scolding him under such circumstances. If that's the case, let him stay inside and have a rest. Amamiya Kenichi turned around and left. After discovering that Amamiya Kenichi turned around, Haiden became even more excited and even wanted to hit his head on the glass, but he was firmly fixed and it was difficult to do this. What is possible can only be struggled in vain in the end. When he saw Amamiya Kenichi closing the door, Haiden was completely desperate. He struggled crazily and kept trying to say something, but it was of no use. He could only slowly fall into silence in the water. The lights in the laboratory were also turned off. Haiden completely lost the concept of time in the darkness. His brain and ears were all filled with these damn things. He had not eaten, but he could still live all the time, even like this life may go on forever. God, please free me. Haiden has never had such a strong urge to die. After all, if you die, you can sleep forever and don't have to suffer such torture. But the evil god Haiden believed in did not respond to Haiden's request. Then Haiden gave up thinking. I thought you were going to take him out for some experiments or something. Orochimaru was obviously looking at Amamiya Kenichi from the side. After Amamiya Kenichi came out, Orochimaru looked at him with a smile. Amamiya Kenichi said something. Amamiya Kenichi shrugged. He was not a pervert and liked to hear others insult him. For a tough-talking guy like Haiden, it took a long period of torture to make him see the reality clearly. This guy is still very energetic. If you take him out, he will probably have a bad mouth. Amamiya Kenichi had some interest in Haydn, but not much. Previously, Amamiya Kenichi was very interested. After all, Haydn was full of secrets, and some big news might even be unearthed. However, at this moment, Haydn was almost being taken apart and studied by the teacher, and a lot of research reports were released. It can be seen that the teacher is still very interested in Haydn. In this case, there is no need to do experiments by himself, not to mention that he has too many things on his hands now and does not have the energy to study Haydn. But teacher, will an environment like this cause Haydn to completely collapse and become a living dead? Amamiya Kenichi naturally saw what Haydn was going through now. This is also a suggestion he made to the teacher before, that is, for some prisoners, the physical pain is no longer enough to make them bow their heads, but what if we build a cell where they have no sense of five senses and no concept of time? There is no one to contact them, talk to them, and ensure that they do not die every day. How long can these people's minds endure such pressure? But Amamiya Kenichi didn't expect that the teacher would use it to entertain Haydn. It doesn't matter. I'm just testing what will happen to someone like Haydn who can't die in this environment. Orochimaru showed an excited smile. He had long been interested in this issue. He had tried it before, but few could persevere. Those who could not persevere would either choose to show off everything or choose to commit suicide. Of course, there were still people who could persevere under such an experiment. Orochimaru glanced at the experiment record in his hand, then flipped through it, and then found an uncrossed name among a series of crossed-out names. Sarutobi Nami. Those who are able to persevere so far, I found that their spirits have also undergone great changes. I am very curious about what kind of fruits will be born if this experiment continues. Orochimaru looked at himself. The words written in the summary are thoughtful. Speaking of which, the other party has been imprisoned by him for almost 2 years, and he is the only one under him who has persisted until now. Well, now there is a more special individual. To a certain extent, this experimental subject can support longer and longer experiments. Orochimaru looked at the laboratory thoughtfully. Haydn's head was there. Orochimaru planned to soak this guy like this for hundreds of years after studying the secret of his immortality until he got the experimental results. There are only 2 chapters today. One chapter is 2000, because I am pregnant. My head hurt and my bones hurt so much that I lay on the bed and felt like I was sleeping on my bones. After taking medicine and infusion, I feel a little better now, and I am struggling to write. Sorry, just allow me to take a leave of absence for today's words. Amamiya Kenichi silently lit a candle for Haydn in his heart. This guy is really miserable. You must know that the teacher has become immortal to a certain extent and can even change his body. In this case, the teacher's experiment is it can be calculated in hundreds of years. What does that mean? This means that if the teacher is really curious, Haydn may be imprisoned by the teacher for 100 years, or even longer. In the silent darkness, there was nothing, no one was talking to me, I couldn't hear, couldn't speak, couldn't move, I could only look at the darkness in front of me. What kind of punishment is this? Maybe Kaz in the sky would have a better say in Haydn's encounter. But does this mean that Haydn may give up thinking in the end? Amamiya Kenichi glanced at the door of the laboratory. The teacher did an amazing job. There was nothing in there except the monitoring instruments. Haydn couldn't do anything. After such a long period of torture, it was not surprising that Haydn would choose to give up thinking. But in the final analysis, what is this so-called giving up thinking? Amamiya Kenichi was a little curious. After all, giving up thinking sounds a bit difficult to understand, but Kenichi Amamiya soon thought of a possibility. The so-called giving up thinking actually means not thinking about anything anymore, just emptying your mind. Commonly known as daze. The time in a daze passed very quickly, and he would not remember what happened at that moment. Amamiya Kenichi felt that if he continued to be tortured like this, there was a very high possibility that Haydn would choose to give up thinking in the end. It's so miserable. I want to offer incense to this guy. Amamiya Kenichi shook his head. What's the point of living like this, like a stone? Even though he said that, Amamiya Kenichi had no intention of going over to burn incense. After all, according to Amamiya Kenichi's understanding of this experiment, if he put an incense stick in there, Haydn would probably be able to count how long it burned. Time, maybe even count where the incense burns first each time. Teacher, please share it with me when the time comes. Amamiya Kenichi said seriously. He was also very interested in the teacher's experiment. If there weren't any live broadcasts in the ninja world, Amamiya Kenichi would even want to build a night vision camera, and then live broadcast the teacher's experiment around the clock. Although it is boring, some people will definitely watch it. In the past, Kenichi Amamiya watched a video of a video host. The other person didn't do anything. He just grinned the iron rod there every day and said he planned to grind it into needles. Although Kenichi Amamiya reminded him, the other person didn't do anything. The thing being ground should be rebar. There is no way to grind that thing into needles with an iron pestle. After all, if that thing is worn away by stones, it will really cause an earthquake in the rebar-related industry. Okay. The teacher always spoke concisely and to the point. When Ken Amamiya saw this, he didn't continue to say anything. After telling the teacher, he left. Counting the days, it was almost time for Shisui to lead the Uchiha clan out. However, the Eight Tails attack on Konoha happened. Amamiya Kenichi didn't know what the situation in Konoha was now and whether it would affect it. Your own plan? I hope my luck will be better, otherwise I don't know how the plot will develop in the future. Amamiya Kenichi had some headaches. The development of the situation was a little different from what he had imagined, but luckily it didn't deviate too much, but he couldn't figure out why Obito wanted to control the Eight Tails to attack Konoha in order to provoke Konoha and Kumo. The war in the hidden village? But what's the point of that? Although he was very curious about why Obito did this, Amamiya Kenichi didn't think too much about it. After all, he was not the roundworm in Obito's belly, so he might as well take it step by step and slowly solve the problem in front of him. How is the airship doing? Looking at the busy shadow clones in front of him, Amamiya Kenichi couldn't help but ask. He had previously divided some shadow clones to make airships. After all, 170 or so people is quite a lot. If there is an airship, he can take them away as soon as possible. Although this has some risks of exposing his own methods, in general it is still very good. Cost-effective. After all, if you don't walk from the air but from the ground, you will be caught up by Konoha. Then the gain will outweigh the loss. You are bound to lose some Uchiha people. This is not very important. What is important is that it may make people lose their ability. Shisui had a grudge in his heart. Therefore, it is very necessary to use an airship to take people away. After hearing the inquiry from the main body, a shadow clone unlocked his shadow clone state without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, Amamiya Kenichi had an extra memory, and he also understood the state he was in now. The main body is ready, but haven't you started assembling it yet? Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his eyebrows. The feeling of fatigue made him a little tired, but Amamiya Kenichi still insisted on assembling the airship. He needed to clarify whether the airship could be used. After Amamiya Kenichi sat on the airship and quickly flew to a high altitude with the help of flying escape, Amamiya Kenichi tested the stability and safety, and he was very satisfied with the results. It's okay, but now I suddenly seem to understand why no one in the world of Naruto has considered these simple means of flying. Kenichi Amamiya looked at the scenery below and couldn't help but smacked his lips. If the ninja world has the means of flying, then the barrier will have to be updated, and then the ninjutsu will have to be updated. Kishimoto will have to find a way to bring these settings back, and when Sasuke runs away, there may be a different plot development. Naruto was sitting on a fighter jet chasing 4 sound ninjas who were escaping in a helicopter, and then there was Sasuke in a jar on the helicopter. What is this, ace combat, right? will there be any aerospace fighter jets by then? Even if there are no fighter jets or helicopters, if Naruto takes a hot air balloon to chase Sasuke who leaves in a hot air balloon. This picture is simply. After confirming the stability of the airship, Amamiya Kenichi controlled the airship to leave Tianakuni and flight towards Konoha. However, in order to avoid being observed, he once again increased the flying altitude. The biggest trouble after the flight altitude increases is that the oxygen content decreases, and the turbulence in the air becomes stronger. Fortunately, the airship is an airship after all, with special protective measures and rooms, so Amamiya Kenichi does not have to worry about getting off at that time. Got a new hairstyle. I hope it goes smoothly. Kenichi Amamiya held on to the reinforced glass and looked at the small town below, feeling a little confused. I couldn't stand it anymore, my body started to hurt again, and my head hurt. By the time Amamiya Kenichi saw Konoha, it was already the morning of the next day, and the rising sun was shining on Konoha village and also on Hokage Rock. At the same time, Amamiya Kenichi saw a small figure sitting on the Hokage Rock. The three Megatama in his eyes were spinning, and then Kenichi Amamiya roughly recognized who the person sitting on the Hokage Rock in front of him was, and it turned out to be Naruto. At this moment, Naruto was breathing heavily with his hands on his hips, and then stretched out his fist towards the sun, looking very middle-aged. Although I know that children in the ninja world mature precociously, isn't it a bit outrageous that you can climb to the Hokage Rock now? Kenichi Amamiya looked at Naruto on the Hokage Rock, a little speechless. Naruto is less than 3 years old, but he can actually climb the Hokage Rock. This really makes Amamiya Kenichi a little confused, but considering that this is the ninja world, he doesn't find it strange. After all, nothing happens in the ninja world. Kakashi was still a jounin at the age of 12. Amamiya Kenichi became somewhat interested. He observed with his Sharingan. There were 2 ANBU ninjas following Naruto to protect him. It seemed that the Sandome still valued Naruto quite a bit. But the 2 ANBU were actually like that. Ken Amamiya landed the airship in a place far away from Konoha, then hid the airship, left a psychic mark on the airship, and then flew directly to the location of the Hokage Rock. It was rare that Naruto was not in Konoha village, so Amamiya Kenichi still wanted to get in close contact with Naruto. After all, Naruto had many secrets. What's more, the time he agreed with Uchiha Shisui was not now, so he didn't need to rush to Konoha immediately. At the same time, he also needed to see what Konoha's view of the Uchiha clan was after the Eight Tails attack on the village. After all, the Manjiki Sharingan in the Eight Tails' eyes is not something difficult to distinguish for some older generation ninjas, and the Sandome must know it. And the most critical point is that Amamiya Kenichi plans to take samples once a year, and then observe whether there will be any changes in Naruto's genes. After all, Naruto himself is the reincarnation of Ajura. It's hard to say that something similar to Uchiha Obito will happen in his body. Those extra genes have already made Obito not an ordinary Uchiha ninja to a certain extent. Fox, what do you think this kid is doing climbing the Hokage Rock so early in the morning? An ANBU wearing a tanuki mask yawned and glared at Naruto with dissatisfaction. The sun had just come out now, but that didn't mean that Naruto came to climb the mountain when the sun came out. This brat ran out when it was still dark. The most incomprehensible thing is that the Sandome Hokage didn't care at all, and even allowed the other party to climb Hokage Rock. This is Hokage Rock, a sacred place engraved with Hokages of all generations, but he was stepped on by this brat. How do I know? The fox was also a little helpless. They had been monitoring and protecting this kid for some time, but there was always some confusion internally as to why they had to protect and monitor him. And because of his reputation in the village, everyone was very dissatisfied with this guy. Fox was one of them, and his wife died on that chaotic and sad night. If it weren't for his own rationality and the orders of Lord Hokage, the fox would not want to care about what this little devil does. Isn't it because you want to get closer to the sun? A strange voice, the fox subconsciously responded, but then he realized something was wrong. As a result, before he could sound the alarm, a pair of eyes caught his eye. For a moment, the fox lost consciousness for less than a second, but in the time it took for him to lose consciousness, Amamiya Kenichi knocked the opponent unconscious. Then he tied it to the tree. Next to the fox, his companion was also knocked unconscious by Amamiya Kenichi. The two ANBU ninjas were a little inattentive to begin with, and Amamiya Kenichi used the Sharingan illusion to sneak attack and wanted to solve the problem. They certainly won't be too difficult. Naruto. Kenichi Amamiya looked at Naruto sitting on the Hokage rock in front of him and looking at the sun in a daze, and showed a smile. Naruto's life can be described as outrageous. Although Kenichi Amamiya can't understand why Naruto hasn't turned dark in such a growing environment, he still has to say that being friends with a person like Naruto is actually not a problem. Not bad. Naruto has a very good character, which makes people feel a little weird. After all, a person with such a good character should not appear in this world. It is too dreamy. But it is precisely because he is too dreamy that he feels that people like Naruto are very unique. It's just that Amamiya Kenichi is much older than Naruto after all. Naturally, he has never thought about becoming friends with Naruto, but maybe it can be another kind of relationship. Want to eat? Amamiya Kenichi walked over, squatted next to Naruto, and then handed over a piece of fried chicken, which he made himself. After all, Amamiya Kenichi is a person who pays attention to his diet and cannot treat himself badly. As long as the task is not really urgent, or eating will reveal his information, Amamiya Kenichi will choose to have a good meal. This fried chicken was made by Amamiya Kenichi on the airship before. He wanted to test the stability and fire resistance of the airship. Of course, being hungry is also a very important point. Who are you, uncle? Naruto looked at Amamiya Kenichi beside him curiously. This was the first time he saw someone giving him something to eat. Amamiya Kenichi smiled. He used the transformation technique to disguise his identity. He was just pretending to be his true self, so there was nothing uncomfortable about it. Me, I'm an ordinary ninja. Amamiya Kenichi raised the chicken nuggets in his hand. Naruto smelled the tempting fragrance and couldn't help but swallowed, and then took it. Amamiya Kenichi looked at this scene and showed a smile. Naruto was not wary now and dared to eat anything given by strangers. Why did you come here to climb the mountain alone? Kenichi Amamiya took out a grilled chicken wing from his arms, held it in his hand and ate it slowly. I want to see what the sun looks like. Naruto wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth and said seriously. Amamiya Kenichi glanced at Naruto, and when he got closer to Naruto, he found that Naruto looked like an ordinary child, and his belly was covered by clothes, so there was nothing wrong with it, but Amamiya Kenichi knew that there was something hidden there. What? Then how do you feel about it? Amamiya Kenichi was not surprised that Naruto spoke so fluently now. After all, people in the ninja world are not people from the previous life. Can't see clearly. Naruto shook his head and sat on the Hokage rock with his short legs dangling. Amamiya Kenichi is a little funny. I don't know if it's fate or something. Naruto is sitting right below the Yandame's head. This can be regarded as letting Naruto experience being raped. What does it feel like when your father lifts you up? Amamiya Kenichi rubbed Naruto's head. The little Naruto naturally wanted to resist, but it had no effect. He was dizzy after being rubbed by Amamiya Kenichi, and fell to the ground with a snap, looking dizzy. Who? Kid, do you want to become my disciple? Amamiya Kenichi also lay down, then looked at Naruto next to him and asked. Pepsi? What Pepsi? There was great confusion in Naruto's small eyes. Amamiya Kenichi saw this and did not continue to say anything. Well, he doesn't like Pepsi and prefers Kik, but these two things don't exist in the ninja world. Although he has drunk a lot, he doesn't know how to make it. Who would be free to memorize the recipe of this thing? What's more, even if you memorize the formula, it doesn't mean you can reproduce it. The specific ratio issue is also very important. As for Naruto not understanding the matter of apprenticeship, he didn't care too much. This time it was just to get Naruto's hair and leave an impression on Naruto. After all, Naruto is still young now, and he hasn't even started attending ninja school yet. He probably doesn't know how to become a disciple yet, but don't worry, you just need to leave an impression on him. You will know in the future. If you feel that things are not going well for you, then you can become your teacher. I will naturally teach you what you need to grasp your dreams. Amamiya can put his hand away, and there was a hair on his hand. Naruto's hair. I'm leaving first, otherwise I'll be in trouble if someone sees me. Amamiya Kenichi glanced at the top of his head. Although there was nothing there, Amamiya Kenichi knew that in case the Sandame wanted to use his ninjutsu to see looking at Naruto, it would be very troublesome. Naruto looked at his side in confusion. Where was the uncle just now? Why is the person suddenly gone? And Amamiya Kenichi didn't care what kind of first impression he left on Naruto. He had already got his things, and if he continued to develop in the planned direction in the future, then the next time he came over, Naruto should probably become a disciple. After all, Naruto will find that his talent in ninjutsu is a mess, and he will also find that he is hated by most people in the entire village, and will be isolated by others. So if I replaced Iruka and the others before they appeared and became the light in Naruto's heart, what impact would it have on Naruto? Amamiya Kenichi himself didn't know very well. He glanced at the Leaf Village below, then at the Uchiha clan's station, and then turned and left. The current Konoha village is not suitable for sneaking in. The Eight Tails has attacked this place, and Konoha's alert level will definitely be raised. I just don't know if those guys from Cloud Hidden Village are still inside. After all, people's vision is a bit short-sighted. Unless the Otsutsuki clan attacks directly from outer space, it will still be difficult for the 5 major countries to unite, so. Amamiya Kenichi squinted his eyes as he shuttled through the woods. Since it is difficult to unite, let's find another way. Shisui, there is one thing. I hope you can cooperate with me. At this moment, in a base at the root, Shimura Danzo looked at Uchiha Shisui below, with some greed in his eyes. Master Danzo, please give me your instructions. Uchiha Shisui lowered his head, as always. Danzo squinted his eyes. Although Uchiha Shisui behaved as usual, the Uchiha family was obviously not a leak-free wall, and he still noticed that there seemed to be something weird within the Uchiha family. But there was no clear enough information about what was strange about it. Shisui, do you still remember the attack on Konoha by the eight-tailed Jinhyuriki? Danzo asked, suppressing the doubts in his heart. Remember Danzo-sama, the eye in the eight tails' eyes seems to be a bit like the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. Shisui answered simply, not only is it similar, it is the Mangekyo Sharingan. When Shisui saw it, everyone was dumbfounded, thinking that one of the tribesmen couldn't bear it and decided to break up with the village completely. But that night, the Eight Tails came, and although there was some panic within the family, it quickly calmed down, and Uchiha Shisui also saw his clan members surrounded by root ninjas. Chief Uchiha Fugaku wanted to go out to help, but was shouted back by Elder Danzo. Only that he was taken away. Uchiha Shisui was a little confused. Later, when he saw the dark face of the 4th generation Reikage AI at the accident scene, he realized that his appearance was probably for other purposes. How sad! The village is very disappointed in Uchiha, Danzo said meaningfully. Uchiha Shisui lowered his head. Normally, I would have been very anxious, right, but now Shisui only felt a little chilled in his heart. That day, the day he first came into contact with Amamiya Kenichi, he didn't completely believe what Amamiya Kenichi said after he came back. Instead, he tried to verify it himself. He found Danzo and wanted to get it as soon as possible. Roots help to the Uchiha family. The results of it? It was always something happened today, your Uchiha family's contribution is not enough, that old guy Sarutobi didn't let go, I will try harder, don't be anxious, and do my job well. These words, what next? It has been delayed until now. What Danzo elder promised has not yet been officially fulfilled. Uchiha Shisui suddenly felt that he was so stupid in the past, that he would expect such a person to really fulfill his promise, and then find a new future for the Uchiha family, and he was still loyal to him. It was so ridiculous. Elder Danzo, what do you need me to do? But Shisui is also a ninja after all, and he still has some scheming intentions. I also knew that this was not the right time to fall out directly, so I still pretended to ask as before. Because of the Eight Tails and Sharingan, the peace talks between the village and Kumagakure have reached a deadlock. Naturally, you Uchiha clan also needs it. Danzo showed a smile. He had asked Orochimaru a long time ago, and Orochimaru said that he could transplant a lot of Sharingan eyes to him, but the problem was that he needed Sharingan eyes, which Orochimaru no longer had. It's much better today, and updates are back to normal. These sacrifices are necessary. Only if your family contributes its own strength to Konoha can the higher UPS truly accept you. Uchiha Shisui was lying on his bed with a trace of amusement on his face. Really interesting. They keep talking about dedication, but there is no reward at all. They only know how to draw a big pie and shout about dedicating themselves to ideals and righteousness, but what will they give them in the end? Nothing at all. Uchiha Shisui didn't want much, he just wanted the senior management to show a change in the Uchiha clan, even if it was just to make his own people a member of the ANBU, or to change their Uchiha family's position. Guard, it's so easy to offend people in this job. But Danzo didn't give anything. He was still shouting for sacrifice, dedication, and righteousness. Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath. If this is the case, then this village is really... Why is the Hyuga clan recognized by everyone in Konoha? Because they have made a lot of contributions to Konoha in the past, and they have experienced a lot of suffering. Shisui sighed in his heart. After he found out that the other party was Kenichi Amamiya, he actually didn't really want to cooperate with Kenichi Amamiya. After all, Kenichi Amamiya was very dangerous. He and his teacher were both very dangerous. The Uchiha clan had fallen. If it falls into their hands, it's hard to say what the consequences will be. Uchiha Shisui feels that the Uchiha clan is now trapped in a burning house. The fire is not very big, but it is dangerous enough. If you continue to stay in this house, you will die sooner or later, so why not choose to abandon the house? What about starting over? I will definitely be regarded as a traitorous ninja then, right? Uchiha Shisui took off the forehead protector on his head, then climbed up from the bed, looking at the forehead protector in his hand. His expression was a little gloomy, but there was also a little more firm. As long as Danzo gave him some hope, Uchiha Shisui felt that he would not make up his mind so quickly. So Uchiha Shisui stood up. He glanced at the peaceful little home behind him. Although it was quiet and peaceful, it was also covered by shadows. No light at all. Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath, and then opened the door of his room. In an instant, the sun poured into the room from the outside, leaving a long shadow. Uchiha Shisui found his clan leader Uchiha Fugaku. Lord Patriarch. Uchiha Shisui bowed, then straightened up and looked at his clan leader without speaking. Uchiha Fugaku, who was just drinking tea after dinner, noticed Shisui and his expression became complicated. Come in and have a cup of tea. It shouldn't be urgent, right? Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Shisui didn't refuse. He walked in directly and sat in his seat. Then Fugaku poured him a cup of tea, and Shisui took it and took a sip. Actually, I thought about whether you would give up. Uchiha Fugaku calmly took a sip of tea, and then glanced outside the door. The weather today is really good, and you can still hear the brisk singing of birds. Shisui lowered his head and said nothing. But since you are here, it proves that you have made your decision. Fugaku glanced at the descendant of his clan. The other party has a great reputation. Now many people know that a genius ninja has emerged from their Uchiha clan. A genius with the title Shunshen Shisui. Just thinking that this genius in the family would choose to abandon the village, give up fighting with the village or fighting for coexistence, and turn around and choose another path. Well, Lord Fugaku, I can't see a glimmer of hope here. Shisui's eyes were a little lonely. He once believed in Shimura Danzo so much, believed that the Dark Ninja was willing to give the Uchiha family a little help, and believed in the weak kindness that the other party released. But after Amamiya Kenichi finished speaking, he began to have doubts and doubts. When he started investigating, he discovered that the truth was so bloody and direct, but he had never wanted to admit it before. Take Suzuki and Ataki away. Uchiha Fugaku was silent for a while, then looked at Shisui and said, Shisui was stunned for a moment, no need to take Uchiha Mikoto with him? We can't all leave. If Mikoto and I also leave, then the remaining clan members will definitely choose to rebel immediately. Uchiha Fugaku saw Shisui's doubts and explained. There are two different things between Shisui leading others to escape and him leading his tribe to escape, and the village's attitude towards handling these matters will also be different. Uchiha Shisui didn't say anything when he saw this, but nodded, and then left. He still needed to summon those companions, and the reason was very sufficient. Elder Danzo asked him to do it, so that he would not arouse any suspicion at all. As for the way to leave Konoha, Uchiha Shisui has already thought about it. He plans to leave directly from the barrier near their family's residence. I really didn't expect that one day, the village's rejection of the family would become the family's hope for survival. Uchiha Shisui never thought that one day he would feel lucky because of the remoteness of the family's residence. Konoha moved the Uchiha clan's headquarters to this location, away from the center of the village. The verbal statement was that it was to provide sufficient training ground for the Uchiha clan. Of course, if you think about it now, you will realize that this is actually the village's preparation to isolate and monitor them. But the only problem now is that he doesn't know how many Uchiha he needs to bring with him, and how quickly Konoha and the roots will realize that something is wrong with them from the moment they leave Konoha, and then send out pursuers. He was not very clear about this. After all, the location he and Amamiya Kenichi agreed on was in the Valley of the End. How does that guy plan to take us away? Zisui was a little entangled. His mentality at the moment was very complicated. He desperately wanted to calm down, but when he thought that the lives of so many tribesmen were related to him, he really couldn't calm down. Not coming down. And the patriarch even entrusted his two sons to him. The water stop pressure is greater. Tama-senpai, I finally see you. At this moment, Amamiya Kenichi also encountered some minor troubles. Looking at the excited Afei in front of him and the yin-yang faced Heizetsu beside him, the corner of Amamiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. Why are these two guys in this place? This really surprised him. Jade? Why are you here? Heizetsu next to him also looked curious. When Amamiya-ken saw it, he just thought, are you a fool to encounter him in a place like this? However, the two guys in front of me are really in some trouble. Now Fei is naturally Uchiha Obito, but I don't know what kind of material its mask is made of, and it can actually block his prying eyes. This is awesome. I'm collecting some things here. But Senior Xian, who is this? Although Amamiya Kenichi knew who Afei was, he still had to pretend not to know. This made Amamiya Kenichi couldn't help but complain in his heart, acting is really tiring. Tama-senpai. I'm a new member of the organization. You can just call me Fei, Obito said with a very happy tone, as if he was meeting an idol. Amamiya Kenichi took a deep breath and rubbed his face. I really want to record this scene. It will be interesting to show it to Obito in the future, right? Black Zetsu looked at the video recorder that suddenly appeared in Amamiya Kenichi's hand, and fell into deep thought. He was thinking, what did Amamiya Kenichi do when he suddenly took out a video recorder? Fei? Can you perform the part you just performed again? Kenichi Amamiya looked at Obito excitedly and asked. Obito froze, but he quickly got into the mood. At the same time, Obito was constantly taking deep breaths, and then told himself that he was now Fei, the new member of the Akatsuki organization, and not Uchiha, so Obito couldn't lose his horse. Okay. You are really a comedian. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the video recorder in his hand and smiled even more happily. This is a rare and valuable piece of dark history. Obito's dark history will definitely be useful if released in the future. After all, ridiculing such things will often have a better effect if he tells the truth. Jade, why do you carry a video recorder with you? Heiju couldn't help it. He really wanted to ask, why did you carry a video recorder with him? I'm a researcher. Is it normal to carry a video recorder with me? Amamiya Kenichi smiled heartily. Today's trip to Konoha was well worth it. At least I could capture Obito's dark history, which was really interesting. Moreover, this guy Obito has to maintain his character of a Fei, a funny character. Tama-senpai. You are so handsome. Obito shouted in a very tactless tone. Amamiya Kenichi laughed even more happily after hearing this. When he thought of the dark-faced Obito from the future with the expression "my pain is still greater than yours" speaking to him in such a cute tone, he really wanted to laugh, and he could hardly hold back the smile on his lips. Ah! Obito looked at the laughing Amamiya Kenichi, couldn't help but take a few deep breaths, and then clenched his fists countless times. He swore that he hadn't been so angry for a long time. When he saw Amamiya Kenichi, he was so angry. I couldn't help but want to be angry. But he still endured it. He just wants to create a world with Lin. By the way, Jen and Fei, since you are here, are you interested in doing me a favor? Amamiya Kenichi looked at Black Zetsu and Obito with a smile and asked. The ready-made labor force is here, and it is useless if it is not used. Before, Amamiya Kenichi was still thinking about how to take people away, but now that Obito and Black Zetsu are here, it seems that the plan can be changed. I definitely didn't want to help. It just came to accompany Obito to investigate the matter of his missing eyes. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Obito with a smile. Don't worry. Senior you. This problem will be left to me, Fei. Obito slapped his chest loudly, and looking at Amamiya Kenichi holding the video recorder, Obito could hardly hold back. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have added a character who admires Amamiya Kenichi, but now it's better that this guy Amamiya Kenichi has taken advantage of him. The other party just said simply, Fei, if you admire me so much, you shouldn't refuse your idol's request, right? This made Obito completely paralyzed, but considering that this was really unreasonable, he could only grit his teeth and admit it, and if it weren't for this guy's pretty good strength, he would have taken action long ago. If it were exposed now, it would be impossible to create a world in which Lin existed. Obito took a deep breath for a long time, and finally managed to control his inner emotions, allowing him to suppress his inner anger. Otherwise, Obito was really afraid that he would fight Amamiya Kenichi if he couldn't help it anymore. Black Zetsu wanted to roll his eyes. Obito is such an idiot. Now, not only did they fail to achieve their goal, but they were involved in a troublesome matter, and they also got themselves involved, which made people very helpless. Tama, what do you want to do to Konoha? Black Zetsu stood up and asked. After all, it was easy for him to ask questions about things that Obito couldn't ask, so naturally he didn't have to worry about whether he would lose his horse. Of course I collected some experimental materials. Take a look, what beautiful eyes. Amamiya Kenichi opened his Sharingan with a smile, and the 3 Megatama Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Obito froze, and his eyes became more serious, but he soon discovered that the eye in Amamiya Ken's eyes was not his, but another 3 Megatama Sharingan. Could it be him? Obito was a little confused. After discovering that something was wrong with Kakashi's eyes, he started an investigation. After many investigations, Obito fixed the suspect on Amamiya Kenichi. After all, Amamiya Kenichi and Kakashi have a relatively good relationship, and Kakashi didn't seem to notice that there was something wrong with his eyes, so the person who did it must have done it quietly, at least without Kakashi noticing. Therefore, someone like Amamiya Kenichi is very suitable for taking action. Moreover, Amamiya Kenichi is also a student of Orochimaru. He has researched the Sharingan and mastered the transplantation technology. It is not surprising that he would choose Kakashi's Sharingan. But what he had just seen clearly was that the Sharingan in Amamiya Kenichi was not his. Obito was confused at this moment. If it wasn't Amamiya Kenichi, then who would it be? In an instant, Shimura Danzo's name jumped out of his mind. Obito now had some understanding of Konoha. Shimura Danzo was also a fool who cared about the power of their Uchiha clan. But what if it's not Danzo Shimura? After all, Shimura Danzo seemed normal during this period. He also changed his identity to contact Shimura Danzo, but he didn't notice anything strange. Let me tell you, my purpose this time is to get some Sharingan for research. When the research results are available, everyone will be able to wear Sharingan. Amamiya Kenichi looked at it calmly. He glanced at Obito and continued blowing. He deliberately let Obito see it. After all, he knew that Obito was asking about his eyes, so he must have doubts about his eyes. In this case, it would be better to dispel this doubt. Otherwise it would be more troublesome. Black Zetsu also saw the Sharingan in Amamiya Ken's eyes, and then it glanced at Obito next to him. Although Obito was wearing a mask, Black Zetsu had been with Obito for a long time after all, so he could naturally tell that Obito my mood is not very peaceful now. Then it's up to you, Fei. Amamiya Kenichi patted Obito on the shoulder, then turned and left, and Obito also cheered happily to see Amamiya Kenichi off. After Amamiya Kenichi left, Heizetsu also confirmed that the other party had indeed left completely without leaving any traces, and then he looked at Obito beside him. Obito had been silent for a long time. He was thinking, as for the disguise just now, it was just him and Black Zetsu, so there was no need to pretend to be stupid anymore. Not him. Black Zetsu smiled eerily. Obito's performance just now was really good, he looked like a complete fool. His eyes are not mine, but I can't be sure whether he is. Obito shook his head, his expression was a little gloomy. At first, he thought it was Amamiya Kenichi, but he didn't expect it to be him. But besides Amamiya Kenichi, who else could it be? Obito felt that he needed to investigate further. It was best to see if there was anything extra in the Kamui space. If there was, it would prove that the other party used that eye. Do you want to help him? Black Zetsu thought of the plan Amamiya Kenichi just mentioned, and it had to be said that some of them didn't treat them as human beings. Help, that guy is really annoying. Obito curled his lips. His character has been admiring Jade ever since he joined the Akatsuki organization. Of course, the reason was that he accidentally learned that Jade is a demon. Then he admires the demon very much. In addition, he is also a funny character. This is his personality, and he can also be used to get close to Amamiya Kenichi and investigate the matter of his missing eyes. In the end, who would have known that not only did this not help him get close to Amamiya Kenichi, but he was used by Amamiya Kenichi, and even took a video recorder. I really don't understand what is going on in this guy's mind. No wonder Nagato don't want to see him. Now Obito feels that he doesn't like Amamiya Kenichi very much anymore. Amamiya Kenichi didn't know that Obito was scolding him in his heart. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, no matter how much Obito scolded him, he had to help him in the end. Unless Obito intends to give up the character of Haiden, but Haiden appeared a little earlier. It seems that his appearance has caused some changes in the world. It is like Haiden not only has not joined the Akatsuki organization now, but he is expected to join in the future. No more. The immortal duo has been scrapped, so it's not surprising that A-Fei came out early. When Obito starts taking action, I will meet them directly outside the Uchiha clan's station, and then quickly take the Uchiha clan away in an airship. Amamiya Kenichi ran in the forest. His plan is very simple, that is, let Afei and Black Zetsu go to the gate of Konoha to cause trouble, and then attract Konoha's attention, and then he can coordinate Shisui's escape. After all, although the Uchiha clan is a powerful blood family, there are still some ordinary people who cannot use ninjutsu, so if you want Shisui to take those people to escape to the Valley of the End without being discovered, it is really difficult. There are some difficulties. Moreover, if you go over to meet someone, you can also improve your favorability or something, which will be much more convenient. When Amamiya Kenichi arrived at the location of the barrier, he saw the location of Konoha's main gate in the distance. Suddenly a large amount of smoke and dust was stirred up. Obito moves very quickly. Amamiya Kenichi clapped his hands, and then the 4 earth walls rose directly, surpassing Konoha's wall in an instant. At the same time, Amamiya Kenichi also directly used psychic techniques to channel the hidden airship into the earth wall, so that it could be slightly blocked. At the same time, the corners of his eyes were also covered with lightning streaks. The rise of the earth wall will attract the attention of Konoha and the Uchiha clan. As long as Shisui is not blind, he will definitely be able to see the earth wall. As long as the other party is not very stupid, then you should know that you did it yourself. Sure enough, soon, the interior of Konoha became chaotic and noisy. At the same time, a series of fireballs attacked the defensive barrier, and then a group of ninjas rushed out from inside. Sure enough, no matter how strong the interface is, it has no resistance to internal destruction. Amamiya Kenichi shrugged. He glanced at the top of his head and saw that there were no dark clouds. Although he could also create cumulonimbus clouds by himself, thus providing a place for Thunder Dragon. The advent provides conditions. But that is still too troublesome. Cumulonimbus clouds cannot be created casually. They require a lot of water vapor. Come in. The Uchiha ninja who took the lead was not Shisui, but someone he had never seen before. However, Amamiya Kenichi had now put on a mask. He waved directly, but the other party was still hesitant. It wasn't until Shisui from the rear came out and saw Amamiya Kenichi that the misunderstanding was resolved. How do we leave? Shisui asked eagerly. Although there was a commotion at the main gate of Konoha before, after the earth wall here was raised, it still attracted the attention of many Konoha ninjas, as well as those difficult routes. Just go in. Amamiya Kenichi pointed behind him, and at the same time he raised his eyebrows, because he saw that there were 2 acquaintances among the Uchiha ninjas inside. Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Suzuki. It's just that Itaki is very calm at the moment, while Suzuki has a panicked look on his face. This is not surprising, after all, Suzuki is still young and is not the future Avenger who only thinks about revenge. Amamiya Kenichi didn't say anything, but formed several shadow clones and asked them to help fend off Konoha's pursuers. Amamiya Kenichi and Shisui directed the Uchiha clan to enter the airship. Although many people were curious during the process, no one really came to ask what this big thing was at this juncture. Hurry up! Amamiya Kenichi squinted his eyes and looked ahead. One of his shadow clones was blown up. There are not many people in Konoha who have this kind of strength, and combined with the memory just now, he already knows who it is. Sarutobi-san cut. This old man didn't know why, but he came directly here. I hope it's in time. Kenichi Amamiya sped up and kept throwing Uchiha ninjas into the airship, but soon, he saw the familiar figure of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Why did Hiruzen Sarutobi come so quickly? Amamiya Kenichi was a little surprised. After all, according to his understanding, Hiruzen Sarutobi should be dealing with the attack on Konoha's main gate at this time, and after all, the Uchiha clan was originally it is not very popular, and it is normal to process it slowly. But I didn't expect Hiruzen Sarutobi to fly over in such a short time. In this case, there is only one possibility, that is, after Hiruzen Sarutobi passed the main entrance, he quickly chose to return to the Uchiha clan. Station here. Is it Obito's fault? Amamiya Kenichi felt that this was the only possibility, otherwise there would be no reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen would come so quickly. But Amamiya Kenichi didn't care about anything else. Now that the Uchiha clan had rushed into his airship, there was no need for him to drag Hiruzen Sarutobi here. Although some people are angry that Obito actually tricked him, there is nothing to say about this kind of thing. Obito himself was tricked by him to attack Konoha to attract attention, and now he backhanded him. It's actually very normal. The cycle of cause and effect, retribution and displeasure belong to yes. If that's the case, then scare Hiruzen Sarutobi first, and then immediately use wind release to make the airship take off quickly. Amamiya Kenichi stepped forward and asked his shadow clone to tie a rope to the airship. Superior. Looking at Amamiya Kenichi, who was attacking with a mask, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes became more cautious, while Amamiya Kenichi directly formed seals with his hands, and then shouted loudly. Immortal technique. Would release. Thousands of hands. As Amamiya Kenichi shouted, the earthen wall behind him began to shake violently, as if something huge would rush out of it in the next second. What? Hearing this sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. What is this guy in front of him using? Immortal Dharma would escape, really thousands of hands, the first generation of would escape. You must know that although the Shadame is known as the god of ninja, he has been dead for a long time after all, so there are really not many people who know the Shodame's tricks, and Sarutobi Hiruzen happens to know it. Among the Uchiha ninjas who ran out, there was Uchiha Shisui, and the green monster just now. It should be Susanoo, right? And it still flew up and ran away, which gave people some headaches, and although the Mangekyo Sharingan was also shown here, the Mangekyo Sharingan was cast by an Uchiha tribesman, and Yu Gongzionyi has nothing to do with it, which makes people very embarrassed. But I didn't expect this guy Kenichi Amamiya to run away. Susanoo can be regarded as a very good combat power among the Uchiha clan. Its defense and attack power are very good, but it requires the Mangekyo Sharingan to use it. A little bit. Heiju scratched his head. It could also see that the big thing on it seemed to be quite good at transporting people, but it was easy to be discovered, and it didn't seem to have any protective measures. It had to be ninja'd down. Protect that weird big thing. Uchiha Obito squinted his eyes, looked at the getting smaller and smaller Amamiya Kenichi and the strange flying object, then turned and left. Shisui gently put his hand on the glass in front of him. He looked at his clan members. He didn't know whether the decision he made was right or wrong. But at this moment, they had all left Konoha, and it's impossible to go back. The falling of a wall of water also blocked the fire dragon, and the water vapor filled the air instantly. So Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a little nervous, after all, if the opponent really used that technique. But then, he saw a large thing suddenly rising into the sky from the wall behind the other person, and then the person in front of him was instantly carried high into the sky. Although he didn't know what the flying one was, he certainly wouldn't just sit back and let the other person leave like this, especially since there were many Uchiha above. Looking at the silent Sandaime Hokage and the aggressive Danzo who refused to admit his fault, Uchiha Fugaku's expression was not very good. Although he guessed that Danzo might be shameless, his shamelessness was too fast. The sound insulation of the airship is very good, and Amamiya Kenichi also made a simple sound insulation device using chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo. This old immortal was thinking of attacking the Uchiha clan again. It would be good now that he had given the other party an excuse. What should we do now? Danzo's face wasn't very good looking either. He had indeed said that to Shisui, but he didn't expect that it would now become Uchiha Fugaku's excuse. Although he could deny it, according to the investigation of Root Ninja, within the Uchiha clan, it is indeed a lot less money. This guy Jade really has mastered some strange things. Black Zetsu could naturally see it, but what he was more curious about was Amamiya Kenichi's method of flying. That strange thing seemed to use the wind attribute. Chakra powered. Attraction successful, do it. Elder Danzo, where do you start with this sentence? I heard Shisui say that the village needs our contribution, so I sent my tribe without saying a word and took a lot of money to support Union Village. Their repair work is over. Uchiha Fugaku said with a puzzled look on his face. Did I say that? This is completely your excuse. Danzo could only deny it shamelessly. Anyway, he had long been used to it, and at that time, he and Uchiha Shisui were the only two people, so he believed whatever they said. What else can others do to him? Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly took a puff of cigarette. He already understood what his friend meant. Now it was a certainty that part of the Uchiha clan escaped from Konoha. Instead of struggling with the issue of division of responsibilities here, it would be better to just find a way to make up for the loss. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Shisui. After all, given Shisui's age, it is very difficult for him to think clearly about doing such a thing in a moment. This human being is a human being, and it cannot be done in a second. A Superman who thinks about many things. However, Black Zetsu could naturally tell that Obito's expression was not very good. Uchiha Madara had said at the beginning that Susanoo needed a complete Manjiki Sharingan to use it. We can only let Heiju collect some information. To some extent, this probably means that Amamiya Kenichi is indeed very likely not to have Obito's Manjiki Sharingan. It's okay, but you are the demon, right? The guy who attacked Cloud Hidden Village and Konoha. Uchiha Shisui smiled. He was very excited at the moment. After leaving Konoha, he had an inexplicable feeling. A feeling of relaxation throughout the body. Susanoo? It's still green. It's a bit ugly. Kenichi Amamiya, who was below the airship, could see more clearly. It was Shisui who just jumped out of the airship, and then first used earth release to make a place where he could stand, and then just cast Susanoo directly. Ugh. Well, I'm right. Amamiya Kenichi admitted directly. Anyway, he and Shisui were the only ones here now, and they hadn't entered the airship's lounge yet. Just now, he was thinking about how Uchiha Shisui should fly back, but he didn't expect this guy to climb up the rope the next second. It seemed that Shisui's reaction speed was very fast. The other party is not Amamiya Kenichi. This disgusting guy Amamiya Kenichi is being tied to a rope and flying upward. The Uchiha clan will temporarily settle down in Tien country, and will move to a safer place later. The place to live and the food need to be provided by themselves. Is that okay? Kenichi Amamiya stood in front of Shisui. I asked someone next to me. That's why he rushed over in a hurry. Unexpectedly, he encountered an obstacle as soon as he came over. Then he saw those Uchihas attacking the defensive barrier and then ran out. Chief Fugaku, didn't you see that thing just now? So many of your Uchiha clan have rebelled against Konoha, and you want to rebel. Danzo sneered, and he squeezed his hands tightly. This is simply an act of rebellion by a family. Is that thing helpful to our plan? Obito was a little disappointed. This time he deliberately induced the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen to go over, just to test Amamiya Kenichi's strength. No problem, don't underestimate us Uchiha, we are the fire that will never go out. Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath, and his eyes became firmer. Sandaime-sama, I don't understand what you mean. Uchiha Fugaku looked confused and confused. That's Susanoo. In the woods below, Obito was frowning at the scene above him, the green giant and the ninja inside the giant. But why is Itaka here? I remember, isn't he the son of your clan leader? Amamiya Kenichi looked at Shisui curiously and asked. When he just saw Sasuke and Itaka, everyone was numb. So the question is, who should we claim these losses from? Of course it's the Uchiha clan. It seems that you are well prepared. Amamiya Kenichi climbed into the airship, looked at the panicked people in the airship, then looked at Uchiha Shisui next to him, and raised his eyebrows. It was also at this time that he heard Anbu coming over to report that a sudden rise of earthen wall was found outside the wall where the Uchiha clan was located, and that the attackers at the main gate had left. Since we can't test it here, we can only slowly test Amamiya Kenichi in the future. Although Amamiya Kenichi seems to be innocent, other than Amamiya Kenichi, Obito really doesn't know anyone else. Who can do this? I just don't know if the clan leader and others will be implicated by them. After all, he thought, even if Amamiya Kenichi could run again, he would definitely reveal his strength when facing the approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen, so that he could judge whether Amamiya Kenichi had obtained his Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen went directly to the gate of Konoha at first. He wanted to see what kind of madman dared to attack Konoha. The muscular men in Kumagakure village had just left not long ago. But before he reached the gate of Konoha, he saw a string of words made of flames flying in the sky. Susanoo. The third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. There are actually people from the Uchiha clan who can use Susanoo, this kind of legendary ninjutsu that the teacher said could even destroy an entire country by one person. After all, the third generation Hiruzen Sarutobi is older, and he naturally knows more things as he has lived longer. The Uchiha clan is a huge threat to him. It's just that this threat gradually became dispensable as he rose to the top. After all, in this generation of Uchiha clan, no one can reach the ability of their predecessors, and the 3 Megatama Sharingan are already the limit, not to mention those eyes above the 3 Megatama. The result was absolutely unexpected. But then, a half-length giant suddenly appeared under the strange thing. The opponent's body was made of green and seemed to be burning with flames. Then the opponent waved the weapon in his hand and resisted Sarutobi head-on. Hiruzen's 5 consecutive bullets. Although he knew that his appearance would definitely bring about some changes in the plot of the ninja world, but was this change too big? Our clan leader asked me to bring Itaki and Suzuki up. Shisui glanced at Itaki with complicated eyes, who was hugging Suzuki to comfort him. These 2 children, especially Suzuki, should obviously be with their parents, but now he took him away from Konoha. If the Uchiha clan can hide one strong man with the Mangeki Sharingan, they can hide the second and third. Who knows how many strong men are hidden in the current Uchiha clan? What exactly do the Uchiha clan want? Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a very bad mood. He felt that a threat that he had ignored before suddenly grew up at this moment, and grew into a trouble, and it slowly grew up under his nose. Uchiha, you are really awesome. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his mouth again, and the fire dragon spurted out from his mouth and flew high into the sky. Are you actually bluffing me? Only then did Sarutobi Hiruzen realize that the other party was lying. He directly used his shadow clone, and then sprayed 5 rounds of bullets directly towards the unknown object in the sky. It's just that Amamiya Kenichi didn't expect that Shisui could also use Susanoo. It seems that this thing can be used as long as you have the Mangeki Sharingan. Clan Chief Fugaku, do you have anything to say about this? At this time, looking at Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan, who came with Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression also darkened. No matter what, now that he has left Konoha, he will give these tribesmen who are willing to follow him a better life no matter what. Well, the future family is the village, and the village is also the family. Amamiya Kenichi squinted his eyes. He would not be like Senju Tobirama and the Sandame, who would guard the Uchiha clan to the death. As long as he could serve honestly, will suffice. You want to build a ninja village? Uchiha Shisui heard what Amamiya Kenichi meant, but is there strength enough to build a ninja village? Won't it lead to Konoha's revenge? No, I want to found a country. Amamiya Ken opened his hands and embraced the world. Jiangguo? Uchiha Shisui looked at the man in front of him in astonishment. The man was not very old, but Kenichi Amamiya, who was opening his hands in a hug, gave him a sense of déjà vu. This guy actually want to build a country? Or are you saying that you thought wrong? The founding of the country mentioned by Amamiya Kenichi is not the one he understands. If a small place like Tien country is divided into half. Uchiha Shisui licked his lips. Tien country is close to the country of fire. This is like jumping repeatedly next to Konoha's bottom line. Ah? Who said I want to build a small country? What I said is that I want all the countries on this land to become one country. This is what I mean by building a country. Amamiya Kenichi was surprised. He glanced at Uchiha Shisui and then explained. What's the point of building a small country? If he was interested, he could even go directly to a poor place like the Land of Waves and become a daimyo and play a game of development. And if you want to follow Amamiya Kenichi's ideas and let the ninja world move towards the interstellar era, then the unification of the ninja world is also very necessary. After the disintegration of the once great Red Country, the shipyards at that time were unable to manufacture aircraft carriers. Why? Naturally, it is because of the lack of necessary departments, factories, and people. So it can be seen that if we want technology to develop and produce the things we need a basic industrial chain and sufficient material and human support. It's impossible for Kenichi Amamiya to create a spaceship with his own hands, right? That's outrageous. Just building a car requires the cooperation of many factories. If one person can make a simple version of a bicycle by hand alone, it will be good. If you don't have some knowledge, you can't even think of making a bicycle. Come out. Zishui was in a daze. He was now sure that the guy in front of him was a lunatic, because he actually wanted to integrate all the countries and then become one country. Is it possible? It is completely impossible. Uchiha Shisui is very clear about this. After all, he has participated in the war himself. At the same time, he also knows the nastiness and hatred between various countries. It can be said that it is completely impossible to expect these people to put down their hatred. Possible things. Apart from anything else, there was a fight between Union Village and Konoha recently. If you want to get Union Village and Konoha to cooperate, you have to convince the villagers who lost their families in the war. This is too difficult. 3 ninja wars and multiple local wars have accumulated countless blood feuds. These blood feuds have turned into the wine of hatred and irrigated the seeds of war. Uchiha Shisui saw clearly that the next ninja war would not be too far away, and it would happen sooner or later. Of course, it's not now. I still need some accumulation. Amamiya Kenichi patted Shisui on the shoulder. He also knew that his idea was a little crazy, but it would always come true. Only in this way can the ninja world achieve a peace, a partial peace, limited to the peace within the ninja world. It's not certain that there will be new wars in the future. After all, the universe is so big, and the Otsutsuki family is planting trees all over the world, then some new intelligent races may also appear, and as long as they are intelligent and complex creatures, a conflict of interest will arise. This is almost inevitable. Will all the countries become one country? Shisui looked at Amamiya Kenichi with complicated eyes. He thought this guy must be crazy. He killed many ninjas of Union Village during the war in Union Village. If the ninjas of Union Village become residents of the same country as him, or even live in the same place, then he will not be able to sleep peacefully at night. After all, he doesn't know if the family members of the ninjas he killed will come looking for him. Take revenge yourself. By the way, Shisui, I need you to give me some blood. I have something I want to study. Amamiya Kenichi showed a smile, and Shisui didn't hesitate when he saw this. He picked up the kunao and poked him. His hand, blood immediately flowed down. Amamiya Kenichi was a bit dumbfounded. What did he need so much blood for? A little bit of blood is enough, but you don't need that much blood to do genetic analysis. However, he still quickly extracted some of Shisui's blood, and then he looked at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Suzuki. These two brothers will also open the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. Do you want to extract it too? You also want those from Itaki and Suzuki? Shisui raised his eyebrows. Isn't his own blood enough? Amamiya Kenichi is not a copper smelter, right? Aren't these two children the children of your clan leader? I want to see if the physical constitution of the children who are your clan leader will be different. Kenichi Amamiya licked his lips. These are Itaki and Suzuki. Kaleidoscope, eternal kaleidoscope, this is so valuable for research. Let me tell you first, if you dare to attack Itaki and Suzuki, I will definitely do it. Shisui was angry, this guy actually licked his lips, can you please stop being so perverted? Shisui even considered whether to use another god to give this guy a shot, completely changing this perverted idea. What are you thinking? I just want you to use this to suck a little blood for me. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Shisui dumbfounded. What did this guy think? I'm not a pervert, nor am I a brother-in-law, so why would I attack Itaki and Suzuki when I have nothing to do? It's okay to ask for some blood. After all, Amamiya Kenichi also wants to see why Uchiha Itaki and Suzuki can open the Manjiki Sharingan, while very few other Uchiha clan can open their eyes. Amamiya Kenichi felt that this was probably a matter of blood. The Uchiha clan heard from their teacher that they were once rich. When Konoha was just founded, there were many people who had opened the 3 Megatama, and there were many kaleidoscopes. But now, being able to activate the 3 Megatama is already a strong person, and being able to activate the kaleidoscope has almost become a legend. I have to say that the Uchiha clan is regressing really fast. As for how the teacher knew, naturally, I listened to what the Sandame said. When the Sandame got older, he often started to recall the past, and Orochimaru also heard some things. In Amamiya Kenichi's opinion, the most likely reason why the Uchiha clan's strength has declined so rapidly is because the number of people inheriting it has increased, which has led to many Uchiha clans losing some potentially important genes. However, whether Amamiya Kenichi's conjecture is correct or not is still a question that needs to be verified. This is okay. Uchiha Shisui breathed a sigh of relief, and then took the blood collection device Amamiya Kenichi gave him to collect blood. Soon the 2 blood collection devices returned to Amamiya Kenichi's hand. Uchiha Itaki and Suzuki both trust Shisui, but Sasuke's mood is not stable, but it is understandable, after all, he is still a child. What are you collecting our blood for? Shisui was a little curious. Blood was everywhere in Konoha Hospital. He only knew one blood type and so on, but other than that, he didn't really know much. Do something of great significance to you Uchiha clan. Amamiya Kenichi smiled. As long as his research makes progress, it can be said that the Uchiha clan will usher in earth-shaking changes. Shisui clenched his fists, and he became even more curious, but without Amamiya Kenichi saying anything, he had no choice but to helplessly follow Amamiya Kenichi in. At this time, the Uchiha clan also noticed Amamiya Kenichi. A man wearing a mask. If it weren't for the 3 Megatama Sharingan in the opponent's eyes, these Uchiha clan would have become restless. However, Amamiya Kenichi had no intention of explaining. After all, there were many Uchiha ninjas here, and the airship was still in the sky. If there was trouble, it would be troublesome, so he would leave it to Shisui to handle. In the opinion of Amamiya Kenichi, he can also be the leader of these Uchiha clan. With the rapid development of science and technology in the future, when people's travel becomes easier and easier, the concept of family will gradually fade away and will not be the same as before. When we enter the interstellar age, they will be split into countless small families. Even after several generations of people between the 2 planets, they will not know that they once had uncles and aunts from far away. So Amamiya Kenichi is not worried about what will happen. Soon, the airship arrived at Tien country, and it was not even dark yet. After all, there was nothing we could do about it. The ninja world looked big, but in fact it was just that. This is why Naruto is said to be the leader of the 5 villages. Reason. You guys should build a small village near here first, but don't wear Uchiha clothes for the time being. Ken Amamiya handed over the task of settling the Uchiha clan to Shisui. He still has more things to do now. 2. Tien's Higuo is definitely not the best choice, but if it is too far away, it will be inconvenient to buy things and do tasks, so it is good to stay in Tien's Higuo for a transition. After that, let Zero Tail grow up a little, and then it will be able to let the Uchiha clan move to the sky, certainly not near Amamiya Kenichi's laboratory. After the explanation, Amamiya Kenichi hurriedly left, then came to the vicinity of the teacher's laboratory, and then hurriedly walked down with the 3 tubes of blood collected. The teacher was away and the lights in the laboratory were turned off. Amamiya Kenichi turned on the lights and then came to the room where the gene separation equipment was located and began to separate the genes of Uchiha Shisui, Itachi, and Suzuki. But where did the teacher go? The woman Uchiha Shiori is not here either. Amamiya Kenichi frowned and looked around. He could not find the letter left by the teacher. Forget it, let's first see if the genes of people like Uchiha Shisui and Itachi Suzuki are what I thought. If so, then. Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his hands excitedly. After the genes were analyzed, it was already night. Kenichi Amamiya was almost asleep while waiting, but he woke up instantly after hearing the sound of the instrument stopping working. Let me see, my guess. Kenichi Amamiya nervously looked at the information displayed on the instrument. He soon discovered that the genes of Uchiha Itachi and Shisui were higher than those of the normal Uchiha clan. There is a little extra, which is the same as Obito. It's true. Amamiya Kenichi let out a long breath, then lay down on the chair, curled up weakly on the chair, his eyes a little vacant. He had previously speculated that the Mangekyo Sharingan was a kind of atavism, but the current result does seem to be a little bit interesting, but the order is different. It is not that the Mangekyo is awakened first, and then the genes are atavistic, but because there is atavism. Gene, so we can turn on the kaleidoscope. This made Amamiya Kenichi feel a little ridiculous. It turned out that for the Uchiha clan, talent was destined when they were born. But doesn't this count as a breakthrough research result of the Sharingan? So this breakthrough is about completing the genetic programming of the Sharingan. Kenichi Amamiya took a look at his elective task, but it was still not completed. This made him a little disappointed. After all, this discovery had allowed him to determine what the Mangekyo Sharingan was. However, he did not expect that this would not be considered a breakthrough in the Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui and Obito have opened their eyes. They have the Mangekyo Sharingan. Their genes are extra. Kenichi Amamiya can still explain that this is caused by opening the kaleidoscope. But now, Uchiha Itachi, who has not opened his eyes, it's the same situation with Shisui. How should this be explained? It's impossible to say that Itachi has secretly turned on the kaleidoscope, right? So even if it can be said that, what about the other person? Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his temples. He had not done other comparison work, such as the comparison between Shisui and Obito, but based on the extra genetic information, it was basically certain that Uchiha Shisui and Obito were the same. Yes, even Itachi is similar to Obito. The only difference? It's Suzuki. Although Amamiya Kenichi does not have Uchiha Fugaku's genes, he can guess that Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Suzuki are in a similar situation, but the difference lies in whether Uchiha Fugaku has a kaleidoscope. Of course, it doesn't mean that Amamiya Kenichi immediately hands over the ability to switch the Sharingan on and off freely, but that he brings some new experimental subjects to Amamiya Kenichi. It's just that he just went to Konoha to fight the autumn wind today. I don't know if it will affect the transaction at that time. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi have 98 more genes than normal Uchiha ninjas, and Uchiha Suzuki. This seemingly ordinary little devil has 190 more pieces of genetic information than Uchiha Shisui, Itachi, and Obito. Today 2 months later. After Uchiha Shiori finished speaking, Amamiya Kenichi glanced at the calendar. There are still 2 months left? However, although the teacher did not say what the deal was, he still knew that it was a deal with Northeast by East and Konoha. After all, he had also seen the letter written by Sarutobi Hiruzen before. This is very interesting and cruel. Lord Amamiya, Lord Orochimaru has gone out to perform a mission. Let me inform you that the place of transaction is Miquan town in the country of fire. The specific time is... Uchiha Shiori stopped and then took a look. Calendar. After Amamiya Kenichi found out, he left directly. Before leaving, Amamiya Kenichi took a look at the laboratory where Haiden was imprisoned. Haiden's head was still soaked in it. Right, this is really tragic. And biologically speaking, they are also born through a very normal reproduction process. The mother is pregnant, but there is some extra genetic information. This simply doesn't make sense. You must know that Sasuke is completely blind now, not even a single Megatama, but Sasuke's talent has already been displayed in front of Amamiya Kenichi. Only after he disbanded a shadow clone did he realize what had happened. This caused Amamiya Kenichi to have a mental breakdown. The teacher went out, and then asked Amamiya Kenichi's shadow clone to take Uchiha Shiori back, because the high-end gene separation instrument that Amamiya Kenichi ordered before had arrived, and Amamiya Kenichi's shadow clone went to receive it. Wait, what about Naruto? Amamiya Kenichi quickly tested the hair he had obtained from Naruto before, and after this test, Amamiya Kenichi was shocked to find that Uzumaki Naruto's genes were also beyond there are many ordinary ninjas. But a new question jumped out, that is, can Indra's reincarnation affect other people's genetic information? How is this done? You must know that neither Sasuke nor Naruto has any so-called past life memory. After testing the genetic information of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kyuyuna, Amamiya Kenichi discovered that Naruto also had 190 more genetic information than his parents. Should I say this is expected? Amamiya Kenichi pinched his eyebrows, then licked his lips, picked up the analysis report in front of him, and looked at it carefully. Lord Amamiya. I'm looking at Tadakuro Koji, who was panicking and taking zero tails off him. The corners of Amamiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. This scene was simply too eye-catching. Armed with the genetic information isolated this time, Amamiya Kenichi returned to his laboratory. As soon as he entered, he saw Shiori Uchiha cleaning the room very seriously, but none of his shadow clones were there. If compared with an ordinary Uchiha ninja, Sasuke would have 294 more genetic information than those Uchiha ninjas. Where's Koji Tadakuro? Amamiya-ken nodded, then looked at Uchiha Shiori and asked. He wanted to ask Koji Tadakuro if he had improved anything. The Uchiha clan is here, so there is a need for flying. It also became a little more urgent. I am providing enough chakra supply to Zero Tail, and then use it for experiments. Koji Tadakuro smiled awkwardly, and Kenichi Amamiya looked at him deeply, and did not say anything, but asked his current development progress. If Uchiha Fugaku didn't have a kaleidoscope, then this gap would only be wider. On the basis of genetics, if it hadn't been explained in advance, no one would think that the two pieces of genetic information would be related. Hey, this should have something to do with the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. I heard that in Boruto's biography, the Otsutsuki clan seems to have some unique genetic method. Amamiya Kenichi took a deep breath, and then rubbing his eyebrows. He felt like he had a headache. Namikaze Minato's parents were not members of the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan can still use blood inheritance to explain it, but what about Naruto? The last reincarnation of Ajura was Senju Hashirama, but Naruto and Senju Hashirama have nothing to do with each other. Mr. Tadakuro Koji is in laboratory no. Uchiha Shiori is still the same, very calm, and she is also very discerning. I have to say that the teacher developed her into a secretary, which is quite good. Shoes. Ken Amamiya nodded, and then came to laboratory no. As soon as he entered, he saw Koji Tadakuro working on something very novel. But if this is the case, does reincarnation mean that you will be reincarnated with genetic information? This is too outrageous, and it is not scientific at all. Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his face. He was now certain that Uchiha. What happened to the talent of this clan? The genetic information of Uchiha Shisui and Obito determines that they can open the Mangeki Sharingan. The same goes for Itachi. Only Sasuke is completely different. With the extra genetic information of Sasuke, Amamiya Kenichi thinks that he and Sasuke may be the reincarnation of Indra. There is some relationship. What are you doing? Looking at Tadakuro Koji, who was chatting with Zero, Kenichi Amamiya had a complicated mood. Could this guy have become so perverted that he developed a new XP system? This was the first time that he regretted that he had not read Boruto, otherwise he would have made some new guesses, but now, he could only deduce it from scratch. Amamiya-ken glanced at the laboratory. The shadow clones left in his laboratory for genetic identification information were no longer there, but he did not receive any memories. And what is very outrageous is that Itachi and Sasuke are blood-related brothers. They both have one father and one mother, but there is such a huge difference in the genetic information between the two brothers. It can be said that if it were placed in the previous life, Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke may not even be recognized as biological brothers. This is really interesting. So is Uzumaki Naruto's situation similar? Although the relationship between him and his father, the fourth generation, is indeed a biological father and son, from a genetic perspective, this is not supported. As soon as Amamiya-ken snapped his fingers, a shadow clone poured him a cup of tea. As for how to enter and exit the air base, Amamiya Kenichi also has his own opinions. He plans to borrow those small inventions from the Sky Ninja village to allow people to fly freely, but they need to use wind attribute chakra. Of course, this is very important for Uchiha ninjas. It's not a problem. The result was somewhat effective. Koji Tadakuro improved the energy conversion device, increasing the conversion efficiency of the conversion device by %. Although some of them seemed useless, Amamiya Kenichi was quite satisfied. At least there has been some research progress, which also proves that this guy Tadakuro Koji is not just messing around. Otherwise, Amamiya Kenichi would have to find another way to supervise Tadakuro Koji's work. After checking the information, Uchiha Fugaku had a kaleidoscope in Itachi Shinden. Just haven't used it. Kenichi, let me tell you, I have a huge invention. Amamiya Kenichi was just about to study the genetic information of the Uchiha clan that he had finally obtained, but he unexpectedly encountered some emergencies. The scorpion came to the door. Amamiya Kenichi had told Xia the location of his laboratory before, so it was not surprising that Xia would know about his laboratory. Amamiya Kenichi. What invention? Amamiya Kenichi was a little confused. He knew what Xia had done before, but wasn't there any breakthrough when he could walk? Why do Scorpios suddenly start to have breakthroughs? You'll find out when you come here and take a look. Xia excitedly pulled Amamiya Kenichi's sleeves. In order to prevent his clothes from being torn off by Xia, Amamiya Kenichi quickened his pace. Soon, Amamiya Kenichi saw what Xia was talking about in a deep pit. A huge iron puppet, very tall. Amamiya Kenichi estimated that the iron puppet looked to be at least 20 meters tall. 20 meters, what is this concept? In the previous life, if the height of one floor was 2.8 meters, it would be about as high as a 7th floor. Can this thing move? It won't explode in the next second, right? Amamiya Kenichi asked suspiciously. This is not to say that Amamiya Kenichi doesn't trust Scorpion, but that Scorpion's criminal record is really too bad. Too much. Look at this deep pit. A huge puppet of about 20 meters is placed in it. There is still a height difference of about 5 meters from the top. You must know that this was a flat land before, now they are all blown up like this by Scorpion. But after all, Scorpio was his friend, and it was hard for Amamiya Kenichi to attack him, so he decided to change his mind. Even Amamiya Kenichi doubted whether there was a total upper limit for the chakra in the ninja world. After all, Kagaya Otsutsuki had to rely on the advent of the sacred tree world and then absorb the chakra to unblock it. After hearing this, Xiao also showed a smile, but looking at the big puppet in front of him, Xiao fell into deep thought again, not knowing what he should do with this puppet. So if these methods cannot be verified, I can only conduct verification at the single cell level. But such verification may cause some problems. Kenichi Amamiya rubbed his face in pain. Must be completed. If the hardness is not enough, then the use of this big puppet is actually very limited. So the current solution, first of all, is to modify genetically programmed ninjutsu to reduce the mortality rate and increase the success rate. Amamiya Kenichi frowned and thought. This solution has a low probability of success and is very difficult. Although Amamiya Kenichi doesn't have a deep understanding of mecha puppets, he knows a lot. For those Gundams and robots in previous lives, they either had to find ways to use materials or directly create energy shields. At least the first step of the solution is now available, then the next step is to think about how to solve other problems. Scorpio is really born to be in this industry. Amamiya Kenichi said with a smile. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the records in the experiment log and fell into deep thought. What about the hardness? Can it resist ninjutsu and the like? Amamiya Kenichi asked another question. This big puppet doesn't look very flexible, and it's so big that it can easily become a target. It can be said that the white mouse is a small animal that every scientific research dog, especially the biological research monk, is very familiar with. This kind of white mouse has a strong reproductive ability, and its genes are also similar to humans. It is a very good scientific research material. This is no less difficult than asking a primitive person to skillfully use a computer to play a game of LOL, and then have to fight against the big devil alone. After all, with the size of this big puppet, it would be very troublesome to improve the defense. If it were metal, he didn't know what kind of metal could resist the ninjutsu of the ninjas. In previous lives, if you wanted to determine whether genetic information had an effect on a specific cell or disease, there were many testing methods that were generally used. For example, qPCR can be used to determine the RNA expression of intracellular genes to determine whether the gene is involved in related mechanisms, or Western blotting can be used to detect protein changes, etc. You can form seals, but you can't use ninjutsu. Xie shook his head. He just made a gesture of forming a seal, but he didn't have the ability to use ninjutsu. It is already difficult to isolate and identify genes, let alone label them and test whether they are involved in certain processes. Decoding the genes of the Uchiha clan is a tedious task, not to mention the genes of Obito Shisui and Itachi, and even Sasuke Naruto's genes that need to be deciphered. Therefore, it is a very good choice to first use the genes of the mice themselves to try to improve the genetic programming ninjutsu. Moreover, compared with humans, mice have much fewer cells, which also reduces some of the difficulty. But it is something that has to be done. After all, only by mastering this method of genetic modification can it be of sufficient help for your own genetic modification in the future. It won't explode, don't worry, I've been making it for a day. Xie was very confident and patted his chest, saying proudly. Scorpion, I think based on our current understanding of metals, even the best metals probably can't bear the attacks of ninjutsu. Do you want to try to develop externally? Amamiya Kenichi looked at the frowning man in thought. Scorpion, just a reminder. Yes, for example, use chakra to form a protective circle outside your puppet, and then you can rely on this to neutralize ninjutsu attacks. Amamiya Ken nodded, and then briefly explained the concept of a protective shield. And settings. One day. Kenichi Amamiya twitched the corners of his mouth. Does this count as breaking Scorpion's industry production safety date record? After all, it exploded shortly after it was made before. External. Scorpio was a little confused. After wrapping the mouse with chakra, Amamiya Kenichi tried to insert this piece of abnormal genetic information into the cells of the mouse's body. This was difficult to achieve in the previous life, but it is not impossible to achieve in this world. After all, the chakra of the ninja world is a very magical power. This made Amamiya Kenichi feel a little numb. Fortunately, Amamiya Kenichi was very clear about this, so he didn't say anything, but disbanded several shadow clones, and then created several more shadow clones to take charge of the cultivation of rice. The second method is to find the most likely gene, and then use it to program the eye cells to see if any changes will occur. Or directly genetically program an eyeball. Amamiya Kenichi stood up. However, he still completed the process of inserting the gene. It was very rough. I don't know how many cells were punctured. Many cells became extremely excited after being enveloped by the positive chakra. Some cancer cells even started to proliferate themselves. This thing can also form seals. Amamiya Kenichi was a little shocked. If this puppet can form seals and then use ninjutsu, it would be a huge invention. It can be said that some ninjas will be directly eliminated by this kind of robot. Science is not about patting one's head on the forehead, nor is it about thinking. It needs to be verified through rigorous experiments. When Kenichi Amamiya figured out the decisive gene of the Mangeki Sharingan, he did not dare to touch his own eyes casually. First use mice to conduct experiments, so it doesn't matter even if they die. With a clear research direction, Amamiya Kento became interested immediately. After returning, Amamiya Kenichi first checked the progress of rice improvement. He could only say that the rice is growing well now, but it still needs to wait half a year for the rice to mature, and there is no way to speed up this. However, the detection methods and verification methods of these genes require the help of some scientific research instruments and corresponding reagents. However, the level of scientific and technological development in the ninja world has always been very confusing. For the time being, these studies on genes can only be carried out by teachers and myself. These instruments. After all, although the genes of mice and humans are somewhat similar, the degree of similarity is not that high after all. If human genes are directly inserted, the possibility of gene collapse is almost %. Some genes may have an impact on specific cells, such as the extra genes in Obito Itaki and Shisui. Some of those genes may determine the Mangeki Sharingan. The experiment has reached a deadlock at this step. The current scientific instruments cannot support me to verify my theory. The only solution seems to be to conduct in vivo experiments. Well, I've tested it, and it's no problem to resist the ninjutsu of a Chiyunin. Xiao's face looked a little embarrassed when he heard this, and Amamiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. A Chiyunin, wouldn't it be okay if there were more CO authors? But there is nothing wrong with what Amamiya Kenichi said. At least he has now taken a solid first step and solved the problem of explosion when assembled, although this is tantamount to giving up the Nine Tails chakra. Currently, the only ninjutsu that can be genetically programmed in the ninja world is the unique ninjutsu developed by the teacher. The fatality rate is extremely high, which makes the practicality of this ninjutsu very low. After all, the experimental subjects cannot survive, so how can we observe it? Does it have any impact on the other party? So if this method is adopted, Amamiya Kenichi will have to constantly grab supplies to conduct experiments, and then take a chance on this ultra-low probability of success. Amamiya Kenichi returned to the laboratory and worked with his shadow clones to decipher the Uchiha clan's gene chain. This work was very tedious and even required a large number of in vivo experiments. It seems I need to arrest some people. No, even if I arrest people, how can I determine what functions these genes correspond to? In the dim laboratory, Amamiya Kenichi sat slumped on the sofa. Lost in thought. As expected, the white mouse died. It died miserably. All the organs in its body were dissolved, and then blood flowed out of its mouth, mixed with some strange things, and finally only a layer of blood was left. Foul-smelling hide. Amamiya-kun was a little disappointed when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. After all, for Scorpion, being able to achieve this step now is a huge improvement, which is very good. Otherwise, teachers usually use live experiments directly. After listening to Amamiya Kenichi's words, Scorpio became obviously interested. He said I'll try it and then started to do the experiment happily. Amamiya Kenichi shrugged and continued his experiment. Room. But it may also be acting on the Sharingan grains in the amygdala, thereby negatively affecting the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is not impossible. Only children make choices, and he chose to have both. Come here first and take a look. This big thing can now be driven by chakra. Xie patted the big iron puppet next to him very proudly, and as Xie patted it twice, the iron puppet also started to move. Ninjutsu such as Dragon Fire Jutsu and High Fire Ball are very troublesome, not to mention other ninjutsu. If it was the lightning flash performed by my friend, it would probably be able to penetrate his iron puppet directly. After bringing a cage of white mice from the teacher's laboratory, Amamiya Kenichi first did some gene separation and analysis, and then extracted the genes that were marked as abnormal. Although there are guinea pigs in the ninja world, not many are bred. Fortunately, the teacher has specially bred guinea pigs. Of course, these were only created at the suggestion of Amamiya Kenichi. Nagato couldn't bear it anymore, so Amamiya Kenichi took this guy away, which was really rare. After all, Nagato had always had a good temper, but it was outrageous to be so irritable now. After all, he now controls this big thing using his own chakra. Although Amamiya Kenichi didn't know how many times Scorpion had failed, he knew at a glance that he must have failed many times, otherwise he wouldn't have created such a big pit. It raised its hand and made a hand gesture. This feeling was very strange. Amamiya Kenichi even felt a little dizzy, because this time he tried it very carefully. As a result, in an instant, Amamiya Kenichi felt as if he was looking at hundreds of millions of cells at the same time. It would be embarrassing for him to become the biggest enemy of the ninja world before the Bixiao organization became the biggest enemy of the ninja world. This kind of genetic programming is more like a very simple and crude forced behavior. It is inserted directly without regard to whether the cells are willing to accept it. It can also easily cause the death of some cells. Amamiya Kenichi cleaned up the test table. Guinea pig. The teacher's ninjutsu is a bit whimsical, but it can indeed be successful. However, it is still too difficult to fully genetically program a mature individual. Genetic programming in previous lives usually starts at a very young stage, because after injection at this time, you can just wait for the cells to divide and develop on their own, which is very simple. But if you want to program a grown-up person, it will be a hell of a difficulty. After all, the number of cells in a normal human body is very terrifying. If you want to program a person, you have to program all the cells. No less than one will do. The ninjutsu developed by Orochimaru solved this problem. The solution to the problem can also be said to be very simple and crude, that is, to use ninjutsu to complete it. Although some cells will be damaged during the process, at least it can be done, and Uchiha Shiori, a woman, got the chance to change her destiny through this method. She successfully survived it, and then obtained and brought genetic information like soil. If you want to make improvements, you have to focus on precision on the one hand, and on the other hand, you have to stabilize the gene chain. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the draft paper in his hand, and a ball of flame ignited in his hand to burn the draft paper. There are some difficulties in improving the teacher's ninjutsu. After all, it involves the genetic level. If the improvement is too fine, it will increase the consumption of chakra. When Kenichi Amamiya tried to program Uchiha Shiori before, I feel a little tired already. If it is improved to be more refined, the chakra consumption will also increase. Try again. Amamiya Kenichi sighed, and could only do it slowly, but this step must be completed, because only after completing this step can he genetically program himself or other people. Genetically programmed. I just don't know how the experiment on the other side is progressing. Kenichi Amamiya glanced at the wall. Things that seem free are often the most expensive, not to mention that Amamiya Kenichi is still a lunatic. Uchiha Shisui's mood is very complicated when he thinks of Amamiya Kenichi's crazy idea. They even gave up their clan emblems and wore very ordinary clothes instead of iconic clothes. Anyway, he is not very short of money now, and the progress of the experiment has reached a deadlock. It is better to take it slow, but naturally it will not work. Actually, this world is quite boring. You see, it only takes 2 or 3 days to get to Tsunagakure village from Konoha. Amamiya Kenichi stood next to Uchiha Shisui, and then passed by him politely with a blushing man. The female Uchiha said hello. We might as well just use Hiruzen Sarutobi. Isn't he just one person? That's the intention, but it's a matter of the future. Amamiya Kenichi admitted frankly. Although Shisui is not needed now, it will definitely be used in the future. Amamiya Kenichi's research did not last long. Half a month later, he hurriedly left his laboratory, and the reason was very simple. He needed to see Uchiha Shisui. Yes, you can say no. Amamiya Kenichi shrugged. This sentence made Uchiha Shisui look at him a little strangely. After all, he didn't understand why Amamiya Kenichi said that. Although Amamiya brought out the Uchiha clan, it was obvious that he could not really ignore it completely. After all, these Uchiha clan were very good labor force and also very good experimental consumables. Actually, the main purpose is to remind you to disguise yourself so as not to be discovered by the ninjas of Konoha. But now that I'm here, I don't think I need to remind you. Therefore, Amamiya Kenichi planned to slowly brainwash Uchiha Shisui, Sasuke, and Itachi, thereby creating a new ninja world structure. I thought you were going to ask me to do something for you. Shisui glanced at Amamiya Kenichi, his tone was a little playful. He had already thought about whether he was going to go out on a mission, but he didn't expect Amamiya. Kenichi actually didn't ask for anything. But the rougher it is, the more real it is. After all, the same is true in small villages where ordinary people live. Those exquisite farm tools are not for them. Amamiya Kenichi doesn't think that the Sage of Six Paths really has no means of interfering in the world. Of course, this is not easy to say at all. After all, the existence of the Pure Land has always been a mystery. Amamiya Kenichi knows very well that forcing others to do things is not efficient, but letting others take the initiative to do things is the most efficient. The only problem was Sasuke Uchiha. The problem is that the mice he used were the eyeballs we used, and there are not enough eyeballs now. Another shadow clone looked at the eyeballs next to him. These were all stocks obtained from Orochimaru. It seems that results are very far away. Only Sasuke still misses his parents from time to time, but fortunately with Itachi's presence, he can control it, and Sasuke won't cry or make a fuss casually, which is very worry-free. Is there anything you need me to do? Uchiha Shisui looked at the tribesman behind him who looked over curiously, then waved, then looked at Amamiya Kenichi and asked. When Amamiya Kenichi found Uchiha Shisui was busy in the village. After talking to himself for several nights, Itachi could understand why he did this and why his father wanted to send him and Sasuke out. Amamiya glanced at what Uchiha Shisui was growing. Judging from the appearance of the plants, they should be crops like tomatoes, but the identity of a farmer really didn't go well with Uchiha Shisui. He really didn't expect Uchiha Shisui doing farm work, but he didn't expect to see it now. It would be very troublesome if you notice yourself at the same time and want to do something to yourself. But Shisui also knows that there is no goodwill in this world that does not require any repayment. Such goodwill will only appear to family members. Amamiya Kenichi and the Uchiha clan are not relatives, how can they be good people? For example, peace in the ninja world, harmonious coexistence between families, no war, and so on. Not bad. After all, I left that suffocating village. Now I don't need to worry about other people's eyes and can live peacefully. Shisui smiled happily. He had been worried before, but he had to say it out. Months later, his inner worries became less severe. Yes is yes, no is no. Isn't that also very big? Shisui was a little confused, and Amamiya Kenichi twitched the corner of his mouth. Can a journey of 2 or 3 days be described as very big? But this is the ninja world after all. People here have always only known the world they are in, and it is not surprising that they don't understand the outside world. He had previously used his shadow clones to go out and do another experiment, which was to try to genetically program the eyeballs. After all, compared to mice, there would be fewer cells in the study. If genetically programmed, conclusions could be drawn faster. Lift it up a bit. The current Uchiha clan is living in a very ordinary small village. Except for their hair and good facial features, which made Amamiya Kenichi realize that these people are Uchiha, they really can't tell that they are the same as the Uchiha who were in Konoha before. What do waves have in common? I think it's okay. The eyeballs of the mice are too small. If you use them to insert genes that are suspected of Sharingan eyes, they will most likely fail. It would be much better to use the monkey demons instead of the orangutans. Amamiya Kenichi had never thought about asking the Uchiha clan to do things for him or provide him with experimental materials. After all, if he did this now, he would easily lose his favorability. It's just that Amamiya Kenichi didn't really want to see Uchiha before. After all, Uchiha Sasuke is the reincarnation of the son of the Sage of Six Paths. It's hard to say whether the Sage of Six Paths in the Pure Land will pay attention to Sasuke. Of course, reality is more skinny, so Amamiya Kenichi also needs something to disguise and modify his purpose. Has a small village been established so quickly? Kenichi Amamiya looked around and felt a little surprised. Most of the clan members quickly adapted to life here. After all, they originally wanted to escape Konoha, otherwise they would not have followed Uchiha Shisui out. Use it to remind yourself that there are corpses of the same kind nearby. It is very dangerous, and you need to leave this place as soon as possible. It seems that your life is quite comfortable. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the basket next to Uchiha Shisui. It was a very simple bamboo basket, nothing special. It contained some farm tools and the workmanship was a bit rough. If there are no more, disband one, and then notify the main body to find a way to replenish the supply. Otherwise, it would be a good idea to catch some ape demons. The genetic information of those guys should be closer to humans. Well, everyone helped. Uchiha Shisui wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up with a smile. There were several eyeballs placed in front of them, and now these eyeballs are either overripe or collapsed, exuding a strong stench. This odor is difficult to describe, because it itself is the result of human evolution. Body instinct. Isn't he also working on improving genetic programming? One of the shadow clones helplessly poured the contents of the plate into the trash can, and another one broke. Ah, why does this entity want us to do this experiment? At this time, in the nearby laboratory, 4 Amamiya Kenichi were sitting there doing research. Amamiya Kenichi saw other people's calculations before and found that the size of the shinobi world is actually very small. The distance from Konoha to Sunagakure village may only be kilometers, which is incomparable to the previous life. So for the ninjas here, 800 kilometers is already very far, but for Amamiya Kenichi, it is really not a very long distance. He can even take a plane and it is more than this distance. Too small, Shisui, really too small. Amamiya Kenichi had an idea in his heart, and he held Shisui's shoulders with a serious look. Have you seen the starry sky? Shisui. Amamiya Kenichi said with a serious face. Uchiha Shisui felt strange. He always felt that Amamiya Kenichi was teasing him, but there was nothing clear evidence. But he still nodded. He had seen the starry sky before. After all, it was not strange to see the starry sky these days. You could see it casually at night. Amamiya Kenichi also knew that Shisui must be able to see it. After all, the light pollution in the ninja world is not very serious. You can see the clear night sky and bright stars at night here. I have to say that it is also a good choice if you come to travel. Then do you know? In fact, we ourselves also live on a star, and there are so many starry skies outside. How many stars are there? Amamiya Kenichi said seriously, and his words are also true. Otsutsuki the Wood Clan also came to this world from an alien planet. However, Amamiya Kenichi felt that the planet in the ninja world was definitely not very big. After all, if it was very big, there would be no reason to have so little land, unless there were new continents that had not yet been discovered in places other than the sea. Of course, this possibility is not very high. After all, there are so many businessmen and ninjas in the ninja world, but almost none of them have mentioned overseas countries. What do you mean? Shisui seemed to understand what Amamiya Kenichi wanted to say, but he was not sure yet. After all, it sounded a little crazy, and even Shisui couldn't be sure what Amamiya Kenichi said. Is it real? Actually, what I mean is very simple. This universe is so big, why do we have to fight to the death on the planet that gave birth to us? Amamiya Kenichi looked at Uchiha Shisui next to him with a smile. His goal is actually very small. Simple, that is entering the interstellar age. Moreover, the guys from the Otsutsuki clan are also very interesting. Kenichi Amamiya really wants to learn about the technological culture of the Otsutsuki clan and see where their technology has reached. Not to mention the world of Naruto, even in the previous life, peace was such a rare thing, and the hatred in the ninja world was even more profound. It is too difficult to insert genetic information into the gene chain without destroying cells, and inserting it is not the point. The point is how to solve the problem of gene collapse that occurs later. It's impossible for me to master yin-yang done in order to do genetic programming, right? Kenichi Amamiya was a little helpless. He felt like he was going bald, and in his opinion, yin-yang done should be able to achieve this step. In fact, using ninjutsu to complete genetic programming is far more difficult than Amamiya Kenichi thought. Cells are too small, and controlling the amount of chakra input is a very difficult problem. How do I know if what you said is true? Uchiha Shisui felt a little ridiculous. After all, it is difficult for people to fly into the sky now, let alone the stars that are almost out of reach. The 5 major ninja villages are not very far from each other, and the physical fitness of the ninjas is much better than that of ordinary people, which means that the ninjas eat a lot of food every time. But if it is used to develop ninjutsu for killing people, the effect is not as good as other ninjutsu, and in terms of concealment, the effect of the cancer-imparting ninjutsu developed by Amamiya Kenichi will be better. So Amamiya Kenichi took out an experimental white mouse and tried it. After trying it, Amamiya Kenichi found that the genes of this white mouse could not be transformed, and the genetic information that needed to be inserted was quickly the yin attribute chakra was wiped out. After the matter of the Uchiha clan was resolved, Amamiya Kenichi returned to his laboratory to continue research. He planned to solve the problem of genetic programming as soon as possible. Try using yin attribute chakra. Amamiya Kenichi thought of a method. The ninjutsu developed by the teacher requires the use of yang attribute chakra, but what if you use yin attribute chakra? This kind of problem is really difficult, and programming all the cells in a normal person's body requires that the cells in the other person's whole body can adapt, otherwise problems will easily occur. If it cannot be solved, very painful situations will occur, such as internal organs dissolving, bleeding from the 7 orifices, and a very complete death. Wars, hatred, and blood feuds from generation to generation have plunged the world into never-ending carnage. Unless all villages can live together in peace, and then live together for more than years, and survive the orphans of the war, peace will not come. Amamiya Kenichi sighed. How many of the Uchiha clan died in the war? Kenichi Amamiya looked at the silent Shisui and asked while the iron was hot. When he was in Konoha, Uchiha Shisui had been thinking about how it would be better for them to leave Konoha, and how many people would die along the way because of Konoha's pursuit. I have to say that this is a kind of torture, mental and psychological torture. Of course, if it is known that people affected by infinite Tsukuyomi will eventually become white Zetsu, then Uchiha Madara's plan will naturally not be feasible. Unexpectedly, they actually flew. A lot. Uchiha Shisui thought of the time when he looked up the family tree, and when he saw the dozens of pages of battle deaths in front of him, his mood was very complicated. However, these methods proved to be ineffective. Naruto was able to use his mouth escape to convince Nagato because there were enough loopholes in Nagato's plan. Hate will lead to new wars and revenge, and these will lead to new hatred, like an endless cycle. Amamiya Kenichi drew a circle on the ground with his foot. Therefore, the way of using yin chakra for genetic programming will not work. Have you ever thought that you would leave Konoha in this way? Amamiya Kenichi asked, and this sentence also made Shisui silent. After all, he really never thought that they would be able to fly one day. Leave Konoha in this way. Death brings hatred, and hatred is a particularly powerful emotion in this world. Kenichi Amamiya whispered. After all, everyone can clearly see the current situation in the ninja world. As long as they are not too stupid, everyone is trying to find a way to end it all. Madara Uchiha chose the infinite Tsukuyomi, while Nagato chose to let the ninja world feel the pain. This is a little trick. When others are shaken by your words, if you stop and don't say anything at this time, it may make them think clearly. But if you strike while the iron is hot, it is very likely that others will think about it thoroughly. Be on the side of your needs. And not to mention anything else, just in the previous Third Ninja War and the battle between Kumagakure village and Iwagakure village, some members of the Uchiha family also died. All you need to do is find the thing that causes cancer. Although it takes effect slowly, it is better at hiding it. Moreover, no one in the ninja world has discovered cancer at present. It is very likely that it will become an incurable terminal disease in the future. Food is consumed very quickly. If peace is maintained for a long time, when productivity cannot keep up, there will be a shortage of supply. What will happen then? The easiest way is naturally to start a new war and use the war to consume the population. Even Amamiya Kenichi doubted whether the daimyo of the 5 major countries also intentionally let the ninjas of their own countries fight. This is often used in the sales area. When customers want to buy something, it is often easier to sell if you increase your efforts. If you let the customers go out and think about it again, they may not come to buy. So when leaving Konoha, Uchiha Shisui was already prepared to take the rear. He planned to hold off Konoha's pursuers himself and create opportunities for his tribe to escape. And what solution can Shisui think of to solve the problem of peace in the ninja world? When he found that it didn't work anyway, Shisui would naturally come to ask him, and then it would be time to take the next step of the plan. It's just that the current progress is really too bad. Amamiya Kenichi looked at his experiment log and sighed. It was like the terminal disease Uchiha Itachi had that couldn't be saved. But it is impossible for Naruto to convince Uchiha Madara with his mouth escape, because Uchiha Madara's plan does seem very feasible on the surface, just like digital life. The problem now is how to solve the problem of gene collapse. After all, forcibly inserting genes and hoping that the genes can be smoothly integrated is like buying a lottery ticket. Amamiya Kenichi frowned and thought. After all, Yin Yang Dun can even save a Kai who has opened the door to death, and can also give Kakashi an eye. It can only be said to be very powerful. It should not be a big problem to use it for genetic transformation, but what about Yin Yang Dun? Mastered? To put it simply, Yin and Yang are fused together to form Yin and Yang. But if it were really that simple, it would be really easy. No one in the ninja world has mastered Yin and Yang until now. Power. After all, if there are too many ninjas, these famous names will have trouble sleeping and eating. And even if Amamiya Kenichi forcibly programmed with Yin-type chakra, the cells would not be able to withstand the impact of Yin-type chakra. And I want to end this endless cycle. Amamiya Kenichi patted Shisui on the shoulder, then turned and left. That's about it at this point. A smart man like Shisui is now shaken. He starts to think, but the more he thinks, he will find that what he said is so correct. Amamiya Kenichi feels that mastering this is probably as difficult as figuring out how to perfect genetic programming, and may even be higher than genetic programming ninjutsu. But can I use Yang Chakra to complete genetic programming, and then use Yin Chakra to maintain the stability of the gene, thereby avoiding the problem of gene collapse? Amamiya Kenichi thought thoughtfully. He felt that this idea could be tried. Although he didn't know whether it would be successful, at least it had a certain possibility. Happy, I'm really happy to death. Kenichi Amamiya looked at the mouse that had refreshed its death speed and laughed out loud. He was really speechless. Although his idea had a certain effect, but it is reflected on the opposite side. After trying to use Yin and Yang Chakra to perfect this genetic programming, Amamiya Kenichi discovered that the mice's genes were indeed stable for a while at first, but soon a chain collapse reaction occurred. It completely collapsed almost immediately, and the white mouse turned into a puddle of thick water again, because all the opponent's cells collapsed and dissolved, just like a key building block in a building was removed. However, this idea has been proven to have some possibility of success. Amamiya Kenichi skillfully poured the mouse into the trash can next to it, and then wiped his hands. Facts have proved that if it is a serious yin-yang escape, this step should be completed successfully. However, it is a pity that Amamiya Kenichi has not mastered yin-yang escape, so in the end he still has to slowly test it step by step. It's been more than a month. After a while, the rice should be ready. Amamiya Kenichi glanced at the calendar. Unknowingly, 1 month has passed since he finished talking to Shisui. It's been almost 2 months. I have to say that during the experiment, this time was really not something that people were aware of. Amamiya Kenichi had thought that only 10 days had passed at most, but he did not expect that more than a month had passed. Amamiya Kenichi walked out of the laboratory in a daze, and couldn't help but stretch when he looked at the sun outside. The astronomical environment of the ninja world is actually similar to that of the previous life, with 1 sun and 1 moon, but the difference is this: the moon is man-made. But this sun makes Amamiya Kenichi a little curious. After all, this sun looks no different from the one in the previous life. He is now curious about what galaxy this planet in the ninja world is located in, and whether it will be in the universe of this world. Will there be another blue star? It's just that these issues are still too far away from Amamiya Kenichi now, so Amamiya Kenichi doesn't bother with them. If you really want to understand, you have to build an astronomical telescope first. This is the basic condition. If you want to do further research later, then a spacecraft is a must, and satellites and other things can also be built. When Nagato saw this, he officially accepted the other party into the Akatsuki organization. After all, this ability is quite strong and the Akatsuki organization can use it. In the end, I didn't take it seriously at all, thinking of just throwing it out, but who knew that this little devil performed what he thought was art live in the U-Ninja village. The teacher is not here either. Only the shadow clones of Koji Tadakuro and Kenichi Amamiya are still doing research attentively. The growth of rice is gratifying, but no change can be seen in the improved version of the new numbered rice. Amamiya Kenichi was stunned for a moment when he saw the other person's face. Of course he knew who this person was. After all, the other person's hair color and face shape were very familiar. Although he was not that person from the future, he could still tell his identity at a glance. After connecting to the monster called the Heretic Golem, Nagato's body became weaker and weaker. Now Nagato looks like a starving ghost. If it weren't for the support of the huge chakra in his body, Nagato would I guess I can't hold it any longer. Deidara? Why are you here? Amamiya Kenichi was confused. Isn't the guy in front of him Deidara from Iwagakure village? Amamiya Kenichi had met Deidara before when he went to Earth Country to discuss business with the Sanda maid Tsuchikage. That Deidara, what kind of explosives can you create now? Amamiya Kenichi looked at Deidara curiously. Deidara is a person with the limit of explosive escape blood successor. This strength is still very good. After all, he really didn't want Deidara to stay in Amamiya village. It was already very troublesome to have Amamiya Kenichi and Scorpion before. G1? How is the power? Amamiya Kenichi looked at Deidara, and Deidara immediately gave Amamiya Kenichi a demonstration on the spot, and after the demonstration, Amamiya Kenichi knew what was going on. Who would have thought that that little guy could have such power? Xiaonan was also a little bit dumbfounded. Finally, the groundwork was laid for finding Yu Ninja Village. No, now, it's not the time yet. Nagato breathed hard. He knew that his body was getting weaker and weaker, but now was not the time. They needed to master the positions of all the Chouriki and the tailed beasts. Just fine. Seeing Nagato's weak body and almost skinny appearance, Konan remained silent. She couldn't do anything but try her best to help her friend fulfill his wish, which was also to fulfill Yahiko's wish. And he was very curious, how did Deidara join the Akatsuki organization? Although it is said that Deidara joined the Akatsuki organization in the future, that is also in the future. Can Deidara now be recognized by Nagato? But he could also tell that Deidara seemed to be his little fanboy. This jade, even if others are not here, can still cause trouble for me. As for Yu Ninja Village, Nagato looked at the messy Yu Ninja Village. His face was dark, he took several deep breaths, and then suppressed he felt the urge in his heart to beat Kenichi Amamiya. A not very big laboratory, and then Xia was sitting outside the laboratory talking to a person who looked a little small. When he saw Amamiya Kenichi, he waved enthusiastically. He suddenly felt a little tired. The little guy Deidara really didn't know what to say, but why he chased him all the way from the Kingdom of Earth to the Kingdom of Rain in order to follow him, it really made Amamiya Kenichi happy. Some can't figure it out. The result is a big fat man with a large yield, and the power of the explosion is also considerable. This little guy insisted on coming to you, and even broke in and had a fight with me. Xia said helplessly, and as Xia finished speaking, the other party also turned his head and looked at him with excitement. With Kenichi Amamiya? Yes. I want to follow you senpai and learn the art of explosion together. Deidara looked at Amamiya Kenichi enthusiastically. After seeing the super big mushroom cloud created by Amamiya Kenichi that day, Deidara had this idea. So Amamiya Kenichi quickly deduced that someone seemed to have broken into the barrier and walked directly towards the location where Scorpion was conducting experiments. In his opinion, Amamiya Kenichi was the only person in the world who could understand him. For this reason, he went to find his teacher, the Sandamate Tsuchikage, to find out what kind of organization the people who came this time were. Ha ha ha, doesn't this prove that I still have some popularity? Amamiya Kenichi smiled awkwardly. He looked at Deidara who was staring at him with excitement and felt a little stomachache. By the way, Nagato, do you want to advance our plan? Your body. Xionan looked at Nagato's weak look and couldn't help but ask. I want to follow in the footsteps of my idol Tenma. Let's study the art of explosion together. The kid who called himself Deidara said so, looking very happy, but Nagato got a headache when he heard Amamiya Kenichi's name. Naturally, he refused directly. One of the compulsory courses for ninjas is to judge traces to roughly track the enemy's direction of action. Although Amamiya Kenichi did not specialize in this area, he also learned some knowledge in this area from his teacher. The bloody limit called explosive escape made Xia realize that the kid in front of him really had the key to becoming a strong man. Amamiya Kenichi went to the place where Xian was doing experiments and took a look, and then found that the deep hole that Xian had exploded had been filled in, and Xian didn't know where he had gone. It's so quiet here today. Amamiya Kenichi stretched and then twisted his neck. He was really not used to such a quiet environment. He had often heard Scorpio playing with explosions before. It was an art. What is going on? Amamiya Kenichi was a little curious. It was not surprising that Xia would set up a laboratory here. After all, he had done it before. But what Amamiya Kenichi didn't expect was that Xia was actually chatting with others. And the other party seems to have some more familiar feeling? Although the other person was also wearing the clothes of the Akatsuki organization, Amamiya Kenichi always felt that this guy looked a little familiar, especially the back. Isn't it? Deidara looked a little confused, and Amamiya Kenichi smiled. If it was really the yield that determined the power of the explosion, then there would not be all kinds of explosives. Do you think the explosion depends entirely on the yield? Amamiya Kenichi looked at Deidara, who was staring at him eagerly, and decided to explain it to him. Especially after the war between Konoha and Cloud Hidden Village and Iwagakure Village, there were more such refugees. But what Nagato didn't expect was that this kid actually shouted to join the Akatsuki organization. So, you just joined the organization? Kenichi Amamiya looked at the small Deidara and the manicure on his hands, and couldn't help but rub his face. Once this plan is started, it is absolutely certain that the Akatsuki organization will become the public enemy of the ninja world, so it needs to be completed as soon as possible, and the current accumulation is to complete the work of capturing the tailed beasts as soon as possible. Deidara successfully joined the Akatsuki organization, put on the clothes prepared by Zionin, and received manicure services from Zionin. It's really annoying, Nagato said with a dark face. After that, Deidara, the brat, ran away directly, saying that he was going to find his idol Tenma, and Nagato also told him in a vague way the general direction where Deidara Amamiya Kenichi is. It will be later that Deidara joins the Akatsuki organization in the future. Unexpectedly, it has been brought forward due to his own reasons. Unexpectedly, Deidara actually came here and joined the Akatsuki organization. This is really Senior Jade. I want to follow you and discuss explosions together. Deidara looked at Amamiya Kenichi with a fanatical look. Amamiya Kenichi scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Tisk, tisk, I didn't expect that you already have fans, Kenichi. Xia looked at Amamiya Kenichi with a smile. He had met this kid when he went out before, and then they had a fight. The opponent was not very strong, but the development potential is indeed very good. Amamiya Kenichi walked around the soundproof barrier arranged by the teacher, and soon he discovered something unusual, that is, the soundproof barrier seemed to have been broken into before. I am currently developing the most powerful explosive, and I named it G1. Upon hearing this, Deidara immediately excitedly started telling Amamiya Kenichi about his brand new invention. Where has this guy Xia gone? Amamiya Kenichi was a little confused. Xia knew the location of his laboratory, but Xia was not in this place now. This place was so quiet that it made people uncomfortable. Although he will be restrained by Thunderbolt, he has indeed caused a lot of trouble. Coupled with his unique ninjutsu that can fly in the sky, it can be said that Deidara is also a leader among the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world. Trouble. Are bombs made of black powder comparable to thermobaric bombs? Can it compete with nuclear weapons? Explosives of the same weight also have different explosive powers. To be honest, this feeling of being crazily admired by others is really weird, especially when the other person has joined the Akatsuki organization where he belongs. Kenichi Amamiya had never thought that Deidara would come to this place before. Previously, a tattered kid who looked like a refugee came to Uninja village. Although Nagato noticed it at the time, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, this situation was not uncommon in Uninja village. It has to be said that Deidara's development of ninjutsu is still at a very early stage. The G1 he developed is actually to make a huge clay bomb and then crazily infuse chakra into it. Although Nagato stopped it quickly, it still caused some explosions, and this guy could also make a strange big white bird, and then fly in the sky and drop those strange bombs. Amamiya Kenichi was a little curious. Deidara was originally the target of his research. Now that he could come to him by himself, it was quite convenient. Later, he could draw some blood and analyze Deidara's genes. See if there is anything unusual. But these traces were soon erased and replaced by traces of battle. This made Amamiya Kenichi realize that something was wrong. He quickly followed the traces and ran over, and then he found Scorpion's laboratory. This immediately made Nagato interested, so Nagato manipulated Tendo Pain to find this kid and asked him why he wanted to join the Akatsuki organization. "Do you think your G1 is as powerful as mine?" Kenichi Amamiya shrugged. Deidara hesitated after hearing this. It was obvious that he wanted to say yes due to his self-esteem. But after a moment of silence, Deidara lowered his head, and then shook his head. The G1 he used all his chakra to make was just like this, completely incomparable to Amamiya Kenichi's. "I suddenly ate a melon today." A female anchor with a fish head and a bad artist are suspected of being hammered together. Although I don't watch it, I still understand the hair-doing story, which is fun. An explosion not only depends on the yield, but also on the type of explosive, the muzzle velocity generated at the moment of explosion, etc. It can be said that if you want to have your own accomplishments in explosions, Deidara, you still have a long way to go. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Deidara, who was listening carefully and couldn't help but smile. No wonder others say that being a teacher is a characteristic of everyone. This feeling of imparting knowledge and convincing others has to be said to be quite good. Amamiya Kenichi once heard about a parent who deliberately asked his children to teach him what he learned in class in order to make his children eager to learn. As a result, the children's academic performance did improve. Then Amamiya Senpai, how can I increase the power of my explosion? Deidara raised his hand and asked a question that he was very concerned about. When hearing Deidara's question, Amamiya Kenichi also lost in thought. For ordinary explosions, the power of the explosion is also related to the type of explosive. The explosive power of black powder is one thing, and the power of chemical explosives is another. The power of thermobaric bombs and air-burst bombs are all different. Not to mention nuclear weapons. The explosive power of nuclear weapons is stronger, and the nuclear radiation they produce can cause long-lasting damage to a large area. At the same time, it is also a nightmare-like experience for survivors. But these explosions all have one characteristic, that is, their explosives are essentially different and can be replaced. The thermobaric explosives used in thermobaric bombs are not in the same category as nuclear weapons. But what about Deidara? Deidara's explosions rely entirely on his explosive escape. It can be understood that his explosives are all the same, so the only way to increase the power seems to be equivalent. Blindly accumulating chakra will not work. You will completely consume a large amount of chakra to cause damage. At a certain equivalent, the power of your bomb should be able to reach the maximum value. Amamiya Kenichi thought of something else. During this time, he had been silently collecting the ratio between the ninja's chakra output and the power of his ninjutsu, trying to find an optimal solution. As for his own laboratory, he was naturally not allowed to go there. Although he felt that Deidara was his little fanboy, he would not let Deidara into his laboratory. The trust between the two of them was not at that level yet. The leader is actually quite nice. Syat, who was playing ball, raised his head and said. No wonder he was dragged out of the village by the Sandamate Tsuchikage, otherwise a large sum of money would have to be paid every year just to compensate for the damage to houses and casualties caused by Deidara. Kenichi Amamiya is very reassured about Deidara's strength. Deidara has enough talent and persistence, but he is a little too persistent and a little paranoid. Other than that, there is nothing major wrong with him. But when it comes to Jiraiya, I don't know which volume of Jiraiya-sama's book has been published. Amamiya Kenichi thought thoughtfully. It's really cool. Ordinary hydrogen bombs can already achieve the maximum destructive effect. If the equivalent is piled on a bomb, wouldn't it be scrapped directly if it is intercepted? Then let's go. Let me explain to you the basic knowledge of explosions first. Amamiya Kenichi didn't object, and took Deidara outside. Just like if a game is developed by 1 people, 100 people, or 100 million people, the development speed and accuracy will definitely be different, but it is impossible for a company to really find -million people to develop it. It's impossible to let yourself be a teacher, right? Could it be that Nagato felt that he was also into explosions and had something in common with Scorpion and Deidara? The largest nuclear weapon in the previous life, the king of nuclear bombs, the Tsar hydrogen bomb, had a nuclear yield of 5,000 million tons. When this thing was first designed, it was originally designed for -million tons. It was downgraded after considering issues such as nuclear radiation caused by a -million tons explosion. Moreover, Nagato is also decisive in killing. In order to realize his best friend's ideal, even his mentor Jiraiya will kill at will. Simply take the other person to understand the knowledge of explosions and related things, and then let them go and see what Deidara can create by himself. Deidara, come, let me take you to learn some basic knowledge about explosions. Kenichi Amamiya stood up. He originally didn't want to take Deidara with him, but looking at the admiring eyes of this little brother, he really couldn't refuse the other party. Let me try. Deidara was very interested in this, and then started to try directly. The result was that Amamiya Kenichi almost didn't laugh. He quickly stopped Deidara's attempt. This is Scorpion's research base. If you blow up Xian's laboratory, he will collapse. Amamiya Kenichi was stunned for a moment when he thought of this. He glanced at Scorpion next to him. Scorpion was playing with a small ball. He couldn't tell what it was. He looked very focused. However, the opponent did often cause explosions before, and the deep pits were filled with it exploded, and it was awesome. Needless to say, Deidara looked at him with admiration written all over his face. For someone who said that explosions are art, you can expect him not to like playing with explosions. Black Zetsu controls Uchiha Madara controls Uchiha Obito, and Obito controls Nagato, so there is nothing wrong with Nagato being a puppet. Coupled with myself, a guy who has been labeled as a demon, well, Akatsuki organized the explosion trio, right? It seems that the leader is really relieved about us. Amamiya Kenichi complained. I know. Amamiya-senpai. Deidara listened very well to Amamiya Kenichi's words. Looking at Deidara's adoring eyes, Amamiya Kenichi felt a little embarrassed. This was probably the so-called little fanboy? Deidara, has the leader arranged any tasks for you? Amamiya Kenichi looked at Deidara and asked. It stands to reason that the Akatsuki organization is short of people now, and even a dog, Nagato, would send him out. Do the task. Okay Amamiya-senpai, I will study hard. Deidara looked very happy. If the Sandamate Tsuchikage saw this, he would definitely not be able to help but curse. Xia still agrees with Nagato. Of course, he only knows Tendo Pain and does not know Nagato's identity, but this does not prevent Xia from thinking that Nagato's ideal is good, building a world where people can understand each other and there is no threat of war. This bastard didn't listen at all when he was teaching him, but if it were Amamiya Kenichi, he would just obey. Therefore, finding the best ratio between ninjutsu and game development speed and accuracy is a science. Arranging an appropriate amount of manpower can achieve the fastest and most accurate game production efficiency. The people are quite good, but their ideals are a little naive. Amamiya Kenichi curled his lips. Nagato's dream was impossible to realize because he himself was someone else's puppet. No, the leader just asked me to study with you, Amamiya-senpai. Deidara immediately shook his head, and Amamiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. What the hell is studying with him? He has little experience in leading a team. Xia glanced at Amamiya Kenichi. He always felt that his friend seemed to have something to say, but now that Deidara was here, he was not very good at asking, so he could only suppress his inner curiosity. Deidara, have you ever considered compressing your chakra? Amamiya Kenichi thought for a moment, and then thought of a new possibility. However, neither he nor Scorpion had taken over a task assigned by Nagato for a while, and they didn't know what was going on. This guy from the province blew up his own laboratory. The ninjutsu is the same, but in other words, the explosion is actually the same. This guy is really reckless. He actually tried it here. Xia put away his puppet angrily. If Amamiya Kenichi hadn't stopped him, he would have let the puppet go over and interrupt Deidara's hand. Asking a shadow clone to get the materials, Amamiya Kenichi slowly explained to Deidara what he had mastered, and although he did not expect how Deidara's explosive escape should be improved in power, but Amamiya Kenichi also has some other paths he can take. Deidara was able to master so many ninjutsu under the condition of his own research. It is impossible to say that Deidara could master more things with his own guidance. But even so, the 5,000-million-ton Tsar hydrogen bomb also caused a very powerful destructive effect, but it was not studied after that. There are many reasons, and one reason is that the yield is too large. You should also consider the surrounding conditions when doing experiments, Deidara. Amamiya Kenichi said in a dumbfounded voice. Deidara was really only interested in explosions and not much interested in anything else. To be precise, it should be a puppet of a puppet. Although the more explosive equivalent is invested, the more powerful the explosion will be, but Amamiya Kenichi feels that the theoretical optimal value can still be found here. The Akatsuki organization usually has two people working together, which can be regarded as a method of mutual supervision to a certain extent, but now that there are three of them here, I don't know who is supervising whom. Aren't you asking how to increase the power of the explosion? In fact, when it explodes, you now know that it will produce a strong shock wave, and the air will fly out extremely fast. At this speed, steel balls and other things can also penetrate people. Body. Kenichi Amamiya showed a smile. This principle is actually similar to that of a fragmentation grenade. When the grenade explodes, the fragments and the contents contained inside fly out at high speed, causing damage to surrounding enemies. The reason why there are no missiles is because the power of the explosion is too strong and can easily melt the metal inside. However, the power of Deidara's explosive escape can be controlled, so Amamiya Kenichi thought that maybe Deidara could try it. Amamiya-senpai, is that true? Deidara had very strong hands-on skills, and soon he produced a simple version of a fragmentation grenade. Art is explosion. Drink. As Deidara, who was in the second grade, shouted and detonated the explosive, Amamiya Kenichi heard a roar, and then stirred up some dust. Amamiya Kenichi walked over and took a look. The dummy in the middle was pierced by iron pieces, and some of the dummies next to it also had a lot of injuries. The power of this thing has indeed been strengthened a lot. How do you feel? Amamiya Kenichi glanced at Deidara beside him. Deidara looked very excited. He held these dummies and looked at them curiously. From time to time, he looked at the penetrating wounds penetrated by iron pieces and debris. It's amazing. Amamiya-senpai, you are so amazing. Put a little of this thing in, and it can actually increase the power of the explosion. Deidara almost turned into starry eyes, and Amamiya Kenichi smiled. What's so strange about this? Just a frag grenade. But looking at Deidara's excited look and this convenient, simple, and extremely low-cost version of the Ninja World's grenade, Amamiya Kenichi had some other ideas. Explosives are really expensive. Thermobaric bombs are very powerful, but the price is the high production cost, which can be said to be quite unbearable. Amamiya Kenichi will make sure to make money back after using it once. Or simply to achieve the basic purpose. For example, it blew up Obito. Originally, Amamiya Kenichi was ready, but before the implementation, he discovered another problem, that is, if he transplanted Obito's Mangeki Sharingan, there would be a possibility that it would not be able to be closed. The power of explosives is pretty good. Although it may not be very effective against those who are strong, the ninja used to deal with group battles can be said to be a super killer weapon. The only problem is the production cost. Amamiya-senpai. Deidara was a little embarrassed. He had previously promised to pat his chest and said that he would be able to help Amamiya Kenichi, but he overturned in the blink of an eye. With this kind of power, throwing a huge fireball is more powerful than his bomb. Deidara, try to compress your chakra inside, and then maintain it in a relatively stable state. Amamiya Kenichi thought of a solution. Since the quantity is not enough, then use quality to make up. If the compression is strong enough, then the same effect can be achieved. Does this clay of yours have to be chewed in the body? Amamiya Kenichi couldn't help but ask. Immediately afterwards, Kenichi Amamiya learned about Deidara's current research. If these detonating clays were to be powerful, they must have enough weight, which means they must be equivalent to enough. Deidara's explosion escape is a chakra ninjutsu. Chakra can be replenished as it is refined, and is approximately equivalent to unlimited clean energy. This means that Deidara can become a good explosive production machine. Deidara, are you okay? Looking at Amamiya Kenichi's concerned eyes, Deidara admired his idol even more. He really deserves to be an idol. Even if he was accidentally blown up, his idol could still care about him. It's okay, Amamiya-senpai, I'm really sorry, I just said. Deidara blushed and lowered his head in embarrassment. Although he said he didn't mean it, he did blow up his idol. It can be said that it is very environmentally friendly, safe, cheap, and efficient. Cluster bombs are a very special weapon. Essentially, they are just ordinary bombs, but they disintegrate when they fall in the air, allowing thousands or even tens of thousands of small bombs to fall freely from high altitudes. I have to say that this is really the first time I have seen this method of producing bombs. If Amamiya Kenichi had not been sure that Deidara was a person, he would have wanted to dissect Deidara to see if there was a processing factory in Deidara's body. Amamiya Kenichi immediately understood after hearing this. After working on it for a long time, it was still his own problem. Amamiya Kenichi had just told Deidara before that the explosion was not entirely dependent on the yield, but was also linked to many things, but if it was done too much, if it is large, there will be fewer cluster bombs installed together. Okay, senior. Deidara nodded, and then began to try to compress his chakra. Amamiya Kenichi squatted beside him and watched. Blasted. But that doesn't matter, the biggest cost problem has been solved, and with the explosive escape, although the weapons from the previous life cannot be perfectly reproduced, some things can still be produced. Amamiya-senpai, when I just compressed, the chakra suddenly exploded, and I didn't even react. Deidara scratched his head. He couldn't figure out why it exploded. And so many small bombs also make interception very difficult. Of course, this is a previous life, and there is no such problem in the ninja world. If Deidara's explosive escape is used to make cluster bombs, it will explode if it goes down. There is no need to worry about the remaining threats. After all, Deidara also said that this thing, if it doesn't explode, the chakra will be used up and it will turn into ordinary earth. As a result, it remained, and then caused a long-term hidden danger. No one knew whether it would explode as soon as a hoe was placed on it, so it was agreed upon. For example, in a previous life, some small countries signed a convention that required everyone not to use it, but none of the superpowers actually signed this convention. Cluster bombs are such a powerful killer weapon. Amamiya Kenichi was thoughtful. He was still watching Deidara's operation just now. After taking the detonating clay into his mouth, he began to try to compress the chakra into it, but it exploded as soon as he took it out. Deidara, you can make this. Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his hands, and then said to Deidara with a smile. This issue still needs some experiments to prove, such as using some Uchiha to verify, to see if the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan will have more nerves. If there are more nerves, then the extra nerves will. Where is the link? He wasn't too anxious about taking revenge on Obito. Kenichi Amamiya looked at Deidara and had some new ideas. The bomb has been made, and there are indeed more than 5,000 small bombs in it, but the problem is that the power of these small bombs is very questionable. Actual results proved that Deidara was indeed a genius at playing with explosions. He quickly made an explosive cluster bomb, but the problem was that during the actual use, some problems arose. It can be said that it is lucky that it did not explode in his body, otherwise Amamiya Kenichi would have lost his little fanboy. Such a weapon can achieve a wide range of bombing tactical effects. A large number of small bombs does not mean that the power of this thing is small. In fact, it is also very powerful. Yes, Amamiya-senpai, this is the most efficient. If I guide my chakra outside the body, it can easily detonate directly outside the body. Deidara answered almost every question asked by Amamiya Kenichi. But then Amamiya Kenichi felt that this was not safe, so he slapped it casually and created an earth flow wall as a barrier, which could also. As soon as he thought this, Amamiya Kenichi felt an impact force coming from him, and then his hair was blown back, and his whole body was almost set on the ground due to the impact force. In this way, the strategic effect of cluster bombs cannot be achieved. Amamiya Kenichi coughed twice and used wind release to disperse the smoke. Then he saw Deidara coughing too, but seeing that he was intact, Amamiya Kenichi breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, it's okay. Tell me why it suddenly exploded just now. Amamiya Kenichi waved his hand with a smile. He really wasn't worried about Deidara's explosion. After all, it was almost the same to him. Unscathed. The only problem is that Deidara's detonating clay cannot exist in the outside world for too long, and it is flammable and explosive. This problem is somewhat troublesome. But now, in front of Amamiya Kenichi, there is a new choice. Do you think this is a failure or a success? Kenichi Amamiya asked as he looked at Deidara beside him. Deidara will be very useful in the future. Small bombs and some less demanding bombs can be made by Deidara, which can also save him a lot of money, so Deidara is still very concerned about his safety. Care. However, this is not the reason why cluster bombs have become weapons restricted by the convention. In fact, cluster bombs contain too many small bombs, so it is impossible to be sure that every bomb can detonate, leaving some unexploded bombs. This doesn't work well and can't achieve the effect we want. Why is your explosive so weak? Amamiya Kenichi couldn't help but ask. Unexpected, but also within reason. However, it is difficult to say that Deidara's mastery of his chakra is not strong enough. After all, Deidara is still relatively young at this time, and the development of his ninjutsu and blood succession limits is still relatively limited. Looking at the cluster bomb that made a small crater, Amamiya Kenichi fell into deep thought. Amamiya Kenichi touched his chin. If this was the case, it would indeed be difficult to compress chakra. If this is done, it will be a little unstable, and the power of the explosion will naturally be smaller. When he was compressing magic chakra into thermobaric explosives before, the explosion power he encountered was much stronger than this. He really didn't think much of a small explosion escape. It would be great if this problem could be solved. Does your explosive escape have to be matched with this clay? Amamiya Kenichi was a little curious. Deidara's explosive clay seemed to be necessary. I don't know, but I've tried other things, but none of them are as effective as this clay. Deidara shook his head. He had tried many things, but only clay was the most suitable. Amamiya Kento was immediately interested. It seemed that if he wanted Deidara to be able to use it for himself, he had to find a way to solve Deidara's clay problem first. What kind of power could only be used with clay? Kenichi Amamiya was very curious. Boom with a loud noise. Amamiya Kenichi wiped the black marks on his face, and then fell into deep thought. Deidara, opposite Amamiya Kenichi, stood a little nervously, rubbing his sleeves uneasily. After all, with this once, it has exploded 37 times. Deidara looked at his idol with some curiosity. At first, he thought that after he came here, he could start playing art with his idol, but he didn't expect that his idol would let him do some weird experiments first. It's really interesting. Kenichi Amamiya now has a general understanding of Deidara. Deidara's bloodline is indeed a very special power, and his chakra is very unstable. It had a flammable and explosive feeling, but Amamiya Kenichi also discovered that the reason why Deidara wanted to use clay was because clay could keep his chakra in this unstable state for a period of time. In other words, if Deodara's explosion chakra is like a strong acid, then clay is a container that can hold this strong acid, while containers made of other materials will be corroded if they want to hold strong acid. Come on, Deodara, try it now and condense your chakra in this way. Amamiya Kenichi simply told Deodara that he had tested Deodara's chakra before. A distribution situation in clay. He wanted to try if he could directly condense chakra together in this distribution method to create a relatively stable chakra, which would also have a basis for compression. Deodara was a little confused, but fortunately Deodara's talent was very good. He soon understood what Amamiya Kenichi meant, and then began to carefully try according to Amamiya Kenichi's words. Soon, a small ball of chakra emitting white light appeared in Deodara's hand. It rotated quietly, emitting white light, and looked so ordinary. Succeeded? Amamiya Kenichi was a little happy, but after Deodara threw it, the ball of chakra exploded, instantly making a small crater on the ground. Amamiya-senpai, this. Deodara looked very excited. He had never thought before that he could directly achieve the effect of using clay without the help of clay. Don't be so excited. We can only make some progress at the moment. Amamiya Kenichi is not very excited. This time the experiment seems to be successful, but it is not yet certain whether it can be carried out according to Amamiya Kenichi's idea. After all, if the problem of explosive power is not solved, then cluster bombs will have no use. Deodara, you are now. Kenichi Amamiya asked Deodara to condense a ball of chakra, and then began to compress it. Soon, the ball of chakra was compressed into a ball. It's small, about the size of a peanut. After throwing it out, the crater caused by the explosion was almost the same. Ken Amamiya nodded. It seemed that Deodara's explosive escape power was really directly linked to the amount of chakra output by Deodara. It seems to be similar to what I thought. Although it is very economical and trouble-free for Deodara to make bombs, there are also some troublesome problems. Kenichi Amamiya thoughtfully recorded in the experiment log. If the power of an explosion depends on many things and is related to the raw materials of the explosion, then for Deodara, the power of his explosive escape completely depends on the amount of chakra added to it. The greater the amount of chakra, the stronger the power of the explosion will naturally be. It can be said that Deodara's explosive escape has no possibility of being interfered by external factors. So, the formula for Deodara's explosive escape power can be calculated very accurately, right? Ken Amamiya punched his palms one by one. It seems that this is indeed the case. Different ninjas have different amounts of chakra and experience in performing ninjutsu, so the power of the same ninjutsu performed by different ninjas is also different. Amamiya Kenichi heard from his teacher Orochimaru that a very special ninja once appeared in Konoha. The person who used the powerful fireball technique most in his life was that his powerful fireball technique was in the later stages. It has reached a level close to the Tao. He was able to use the least chakra to perform the most powerful fireball jutsu, and he also developed the fireball jutsu and created a ninjutsu rated as A level. Fire escape, fire and storm. The effect is that you can continuously attack your enemies with a continuous and very high attack frequency of fireballs, giving people a feeling of a never-ending storm. It's just that there are very few people learning this ninjutsu. After all, there are stronger fire ninjutsus in the fire release, and the high fire storm consumes chakra very much, so this also leads to very few students of the high fire storm. The teacher learned it for the purpose of collecting ninjutsu, but he never used it. After all, this ninjutsu consumes too much chakra. For a ninja like the teacher, the practicality of this ninjutsu is very low. But Deodara's situation is different. Deodara's explosive escape is very stable. If a certain amount of chakra is invested, the power of the explosion will also be fixed. In this way, a relatively optimal chakra output can be calculated. Deodara, come on, we have to do a test to calculate the output ratio of chakra and explosion power. Kenichi Amamiya rubbed his hands excitedly. Through the calculation of Deodara, it will also help him gain experience for what he will do next. Okay, senior. Deidara agreed enthusiastically without even asking why, which made Amamiya Kenichi a little dumbfounded. It is really rare to see such a cooperative experimental subject. However, Amamiya Kenichi would not use this method on other experimental subjects, unless those experimental subjects, like Deidara, were special enough to deserve his attention. In this way, Amamiya Kenichi and Deidara conducted experiments in the valley for a full week. After a week, Amamiya Kenichi roughly obtained a mathematical figure. After detailed and tedious testing, Amamiya Kenichi has now roughly deduced Deidara's general situation. When all of Deidara's chakra was invested, leaving only enough chakra to sustain life, Deidara's explosive power reached its strongest. Afterwards, Amamiya Kenichi asked Deidara to follow the grenade bomb output before the amount of chakra is tested. He roughly calculated the power of each Deidara explosion, and he also concluded a relatively optimal value. The chakra output was not very large, but the power of the explosion was pretty good, which could satisfy the requirements of cluster bombs. Need. Senior, what is this? Deidara looked at the experiment log held by Kenichi Amamiya in confusion. Why couldn't he understand some of the things on it? Are those things related to my ninjutsu? Deidara, this is your current explosion power map. It is directly proportional, but these are not the key points. You only need to remember that according to the chakra output of 53 grenades, you can make a qualified weapon. Amamiya Kenichi smiled and patted Deidara on the shoulder. Things are naturally not that simple. Deidara can still grow now, which means that this picture is only suitable for the current Deidara. Every year after that, Deidara needs to undergo a test to update the data. This can also be regarded as a long-term experiment in years, and there may be some unexpected gains in the future. For example, Amamiya Kenichi wants to see how the ninja's chakra will show up as they grow older. What a change! Is the output of 53 grenades? I know, senior. Deidara's rare spirit cheered up, but Amamiya Kenichi could see that Deidara was still a little confused as to what the meaning of doing this was. Amamiya Kenichi didn't explain. He just told Deidara a relatively intuitive data. After the chakra of 53 grenades is compressed, it can explode with the strongest explosion effect. After that, the explosion of each grenade will increase. The power is only %. The improvement before 53 was huge, and 53 seemed to form a dividing point. But senior, what is the meaning of this? If I face a strong enemy, shouldn't I go all out? Deidara still had some doubts. He felt that he seemed to understand, but he didn't seem to understand. Look, if you output all the chakra and leave only a little chakra, then your total explosion power is Amamiya Kenichi was not in a hurry and explained to Deidara slowly. But if you use the chakra amount of 53 grenades to output, then you can use it in total. Amamiya Kenichi continued to explain, and he suddenly felt like he had returned to his previous life and was giving tutoring lessons to his cousin. Fortunately, he calculated these data himself, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to understand them. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing like in the previous life when a junior student couldn't answer his cousin's high school math questions. But Amamiya Kenichi felt that he couldn't blame himself for that. After all, he had tried his best. Although he had studied advanced mathematics in college, the problem was that advanced mathematics was not his major course. Unless he was in the mathematics department, after the semester started, college students would, you can almost forget high school knowledge in about a year. After Amamiya Kenichi's explanation based on the data, Deidara also understood the significance of such calculations, and he became excited instantly. But don't think of data as the only thing. After all, in the ninja world, the creativity of ninjas is also very important. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the excited Deidara and reminded him. Although Deidara's explosive escape power is relatively fixed, the problem is that creatures like ninjas are really unreasonable, and sometimes they always give Kenichi Amamiya some wonderful experiences. For example, the comprehensive genetic programming created by the teacher is a bit rough and prone to problems, but to a certain extent, it surpasses the technological level of the previous life. Moreover, in the original work, without the set of mathematical deductions he provided to Deidara also grew into a very outstanding ninja. At least it is not easy for ordinary ninjas to deal with Deidara. Just the fact that Deidara could fly in the sky was very disgusting to the ninja world at that time. If Deidara had stopped confronting you and just dropped bombs in the sky to harass the village and ninjas, then the Akatsuki organization might have achieved different results. Although it is said that the ninja world also has a black tech ninja village such as the Sora ninja village, the problem is that it should be the plot of the theatrical version. In the official anime plot, flying is a tricky thing for ninjas. There are probably only a few ninjas who can fly in the ninja world now, and there must be restrictions, but Deidara's is much more convenient. Okay, senior, I will always remember it in my heart. Looking at Deidara, who excitedly took out a notebook to record his words, Amamiya Kenichi couldn't help but rub his own face. What did this little guy Deidara say? Everything was fine, and it was a good trick, but the only problem was that Deidara particularly admired himself. When talking to Deidara, Amamiya Kenichi just said unintentionally, "A good memory is worse than a bad writing." As a result, Deidara made a small notebook to record what he said. Even Amamiya Kenichi doubts whether Deidara will be able to publish a quotations of Amamiya Kenichi in the future. If he were an arrogant person, he might still be very proud, but for Amamiya Kenichi, he only felt embarrassed. Come on, Deidara, make a cluster bomb first, and let's test its power. Kenichi Amamiya stood up, and he couldn't make this mistake just by talking and not practicing the tricks. Now you will know whether it is a mule or a horse when you have to pull it out for a ride. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Deidara and said. Deidara immediately began to concentrate on using the chakra of 53 grenades to rub cluster bombs. But after all, Deidara's total amount of chakra is limited, so he still needs to take a rest from time to time. It took Deidara a day and a half to create a clay version of the technical bomb. Clay is still needed. After all, the chakra condensed by Deidara is very unstable in the outside world and can easily explode. However, it is relatively stable when placed in clay. However, as long as there is a slightly stronger collision, it will still explode. However, this is also in line with Amamiya Kenichi's requirements. This is what cluster bombs want, to bomb an area extensively. This was originally the strategic goal for which cluster bombs were invented. Deidara, have you made a flying clay bomb now? Amamiya Kenichi looked at Deidara curiously and asked. If there is, it will save trouble. If not, you have to take a hot air balloon or an airship will do. Amamiya Senpai's words, my trusty Deidara, have you used your clever little mind to make a flying clay bomb? Oh my ninja god, how stupid I am, I never thought I could use this to make flying clay bombs, this must be the sincere teachings given to me by the wise Amamiya Senpai. So I replied to the reliable Amamiya Senpai like this. Amamiya Senpai, I'm very sorry, I haven't thought of doing this yet, but don't worry, I will definitely try it. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Deidara, who was writing furiously and couldn't help but rub his face. He felt inexplicably tired. Why, I have to say that although Deidara is his little fanboy, he is already close to being a bastard. It's so scary, the fandom has invaded the ninja world. Actually, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Amamiya Kenichi stretched out his hand, but Deidara was still writing furiously. Amamiya Kenichi didn't know what this unlucky boy was writing down. It was obvious that what he said was not very long. However, he thought that if he needed to test this thing, he would need to find a suitable place. After all, he also needed to test whether the Deidara version of the cluster bomb could cause enough damage to ninjas. But it didn't seem good to just test it like this, so after taking a look at Deidara, who was still busy writing, Amamiya Kenichi touched the ring on his hand and sent out his own thoughts. Soon, a familiar feeling of fluctuation came from the ring, and the next second, Amamiya Kenichi came to the lantern body space where Nagato was. "Chief, I would like to ask what mission the organization has recently?" "It is to launch an attack somewhere, and leave no one alive." Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his hands with a smile. "The Kingdom of Bears is located southeast of the Kingdom of Fire and south of the Kingdom of Waves. The bounty for this mission is quite large, but the mission person said that they need to ensure his safety first." Nagato spoke in a slightly nicer tone. "This ability is really useful. The Samsara Eye is simply an enhanced version of video calls." Amamiya Kenichi was a little excited. "The only pity is that this ability requires the Samsara Eye to be used, and it is not very convenient." Amamiya Kenichi suspected that it was because the mission was given a large bounty. "How can you be regarded as a demon if you don't fly in the sky?" Amamiya Kenichi finished the inspection and clapped his hands. "Except for some dust, the other problems with this airship were basically not big. Just clean it up." "Deidara, speaking of which, why did you leave Iwagakure village?" Amamiya Kenichi looked at Deidara beside him and asked. However, he still answered Deidara's questions patiently. During this period of time, without Amamiya Kenichi's interference, the meetings organized by Akatsuki became normal, which made Nagato very satisfied. Only then did Deidara realize what the purpose of this thing was, but when he thought that such a huge thing could fly, Deidara felt a little incredible, and when Amamiya Kenichi took him in, and then when he controlled the airship to take off, Deidara believed that he was really flying. "Of course I know. Amamiya-senpai is a demon." Deidara's pupils were about to turn into stars. After he heard this nickname, he was so envious. He also wanted a nickname as powerful as his senior. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, Amamiya Kenichi saw Deidara taking out clay and starting to make it on the spot. Amamiya Kenichi quickly stopped him. "Does this unlucky kid know what he is doing? He didn't want to fly in the sky and be blown down." "But airships are different. Airships rely on the buoyancy of hot air. Amamiya-senpai, I want to ask." Soon, Deidara followed in. Like a curious baby, he asked questions here and there, which made Amamiya Kenichi dumbfounded. "Tama, what's the matter?" Nagato's voice did not contain any emotion. To be honest, he didn't really want to talk to Amamiya Kenichi. "You can try it again when you get to the open space." Amamiya Kenichi was a little helpless. Deidara was good at everything, but there were some situations where he had to start on-site production regardless of the occasion, which was a headache. Nagato raised his eyebrows. "What happened to this guy? Are you actually thinking about doing a mission?" This really made him feel a little uncomfortable. After all, Amamiya Kenichi had been doing research since he carried out several missions. After all, after coming to this world, Amamiya Kenichi discovered that there were names of some small countries in the ninja world. He had never heard of them, but this star ninja village Amamiya Kenichi felt a little familiar. After finding an open space, Amamiya Kenichi slapped his hands on the ground and used his psychic technique to directly channel his airship. Amamiya Kenichi looked a little funny. "I just don't know if there is a suitable mission." Amamiya Kenichi intends to test the power of cluster bombs, so in theory it is best to have a mission to attack a stronghold. If it is not possible, attacking a village will do. "Okay, I understand. Although I find it strange, these things have nothing to do with Amamiya Kenichi. Amamiya Kenichi intends to do his own thing, and he doesn't care about the rest." Deidara scratched his head nonchalantly, and then sat down next to Amamiya Kenichi, but he very smartly chose to sit half a body behind Amamiya Kenichi. Otherwise, there is no need to invent mobile phones and telephones. You can just use the magic lantern technique. You can also see the other party's body shape. The only problem is that you can't see the face. In this way, video calls are better. Amamiya-senpai. Looking at Deidara next to him, Amamiya Kenichi smiled. Now is the time to go to the bear country. Although he said he wanted to cross the fire country, this time I plan to find another way to get there. Amamiya-senpai, what is this thing? Deidara looked at the behemoth in front of him curiously. He had never seen this thing before, and it felt very strange. Nagato nodded, and the next second Amamiya Kenichi exited that strange space. Amamiya Kenichi licked his lips. But when he thought of the villagers in Urin village who were so happy because they planted special rice, he gave up the idea. If it weren't for the fact that the rice seeds handed over by Amamiya Kenichi had indeed increased production by %, Nagato would have been thinking about expelling Amamiya Kenichi directly from the Akatsuki organization. Who? Kenichi Amamiya asked casually. Now that he knew the specific location, it was time to go to the Star Ninja village and carry out the mission. Let's go Deidara, I found a place to test the power of this weapon. Amamiya Kenichi patted Deidara on the shoulder, and Deidara followed Amamiya Kenichi's steps with excitement on his face. Although Kenichi Amamiya gave him a headache, he was still useful to a certain extent. The ninja world needed people like this, people who could change the world. Originally, when Kenichi Amamiya saw Deidara, he thought that if Deidara could make a clay version of the bomber, would the ninja world be able to see the power of the bomber in advance. Although it is said to be a cockpit, it is actually a separate room. There are some glass windows in it, which can be opened at any time and used to use ninjutsu to control the direction of the airship. But the problem was that he soon realized that the bomber's flight did not rely on chakra, and what Deidara's clay relied on to fly also needed to be studied. The name of the bear country is the mission he issued. Nagato's eyes looked at Amamiya Kenichi. Amamiya Kenichi was stunned for a moment. The leader of the bear country issued a mission to massacre the Star Ninja village. This is really strange. Otherwise, if something goes wrong in heaven, there will be some minor troubles. Senior, do you think that if I make a similar airship out of clay, can my airship fly? Deidara's question made Amamiya Kenichi look at him. If you create a bomber but it cannot take off at all, then there is no point in creating the bomber. Let me see. Nagato said this and fell silent. Amamiya Kenichi also knew that Nagato was going to check the mission. You can give it a try. Amamiya Kenichi wasn't very sure. After all, Deidara's ability to fly with clay was more a result of bionics. It was made of bionic birds and relied more on flapping its wings to drive airflow. Get up. Looking at the rapidly climbing airship, Amamiya Kenichi retracted his hand and walked to the cockpit of the airship. Do you know my nickname? Amamiya Kenichi began to clean the dusty airship, and then began to check the airtightness of the airship. Although both can fly, they rely on different powers. One of them is to investigate the Star Ninja village of the bear country, then destroy the Star Ninja village and kill the Sandame Hoshi cage. Nagato quickly gave a task. The country of bears? What kind of country is this? Kenichi Amamiya was stunned for a moment. The country of bears, what kind of strange country is this? He felt as if he had heard of it before, but he didn't seem to have heard of it. Even if there are hundreds of thousands of words to write about the relationship between the daimyo of the bear country and the Hoshi ninja village, it has nothing to do with him. Amamiya Kenichi is just a ruthless task executor. The Sandame Tsuchikage's regard for Deidara can be seen even by an outsider. It can be said that as long as Deidara listens to the Sandame's words, there is a high possibility that Deidara will become the fourth Tsuchikage in the future. Senior, I left because the village couldn't accommodate me. Deidara's expression became a little uglier when he mentioned Uegakure village, but he still answered Amamiya Kenichi's question. Amamiya Kenichi glanced at Deidara. Deidara curled his legs together, then hugged his legs, his eyes a little sad. Although it felt a little unkind to say this, Amamiya Kenichi looked at Deidara and felt that it was not surprising that Deidara could not be accepted by the village. After all, Deidara's blood inheritance limit was explosion escape, a kind of a very special power. This is destined that after Deidara awakens his blood inheritance limit, Deidara will be able to cause a lot of damage and threats, and according to Deidara's character, it is not strange to blow up his village to a mess at any time. Things Amamiya Kenichi can still understand. If he hadn't stopped it quickly enough, Deidara might have started experimenting and blew up his airship. Then he would have been a little angry, not to mention that he was not related to Deidara, a resident of Iwagakure village. If anyone were to have their home bombed by someone else, they would definitely hate the person who bombed their home, so Deidara would definitely be ostracized by the villagers. If we add another prerequisite, for example, this family has just paid off its 30-year mortgage. Hiss, it's a miracle that Deidara wasn't beaten to death on the spot. Your blood succession limit is a talent, Deidara, it's not your fault. Amamiya Kenichi comforted Deidara. Breaking through the blood succession limit is already very troublesome, and with the addition of Deidara's character. But is this Deidara's problem? Just like Naruto, 9 Lama was gifted to him by his father. He originally expected his son to receive some good treatment, but it ended up being self-defeating and his son had a miserable childhood. Deidara's blood inheritance limit is not what he wants. He is born with this power, but the powerful power of explosive escape is in the hands of a child of Deidara's age. It is destined to cause trouble. No small trouble. Of course, there may also be some problems with the education of the Sandamate Tsuchikage. For the sake of the village, the Sandamate Tsuchikage let Deidara live outside the village. It seems that the conflict between the village and Deidara has been resolved, but people of Deidara's age are very sensitive. Deidara can feel this kind of differential treatment, so it becomes more and more extreme. Tsuchikage? You're not worthy of a dog. What's the point of doing that kind of job? It may seem like a lot of glory, but you're so busy every day. Amamiya Kenichi laughed at the Tsuchikage, which made Deidara stunned for a moment. After all, there are many people say they want to be a Tsuchikage. Amamiya Kenichi rolled his eyes. He knew that if Naruto's story was told, anyone with some common sense would find it incredible. His childhood playmates said they wanted to be a Tsuchikage, his uncles and aunts also said they envied Lord Tsuchikage, and his teacher told him that he would become the next Tsuchikage, which filled Deidara with resistance. Ah! I'm sorry, Amamiya-senpai, because my teacher often teaches me to say less is no and more is okay, so Deidara scratched his head in embarrassment. So he took another approach. Don't you feel miserable, so if I take out someone who is worse than you, how should you respond? Amamiya Kenichi told Naruto's story, and after hearing Amamiya Kenichi's story, Deidara was a little confused at first, but soon he became shocked. Why am I joking with you? That kid is in Konoha. Sometimes I will take you to see him, and you will know. Amamiya Kenichi said angrily. He was not sitting idle with nothing to do. God is joking with others. Adolescent children are like this. The more adults tell them, the less they want to do it and the more resistant they are. Amamiya Kenichi took out the calendar and looked at it. He counted the days. After completing the mission of the Star Ninja Village, he could go to the Land of Fire to get his own supplies, and then the experiment could be carried out. I hate them. Deidara's eyes were gloomy and his fists were clenched tightly. People always like to be with kind and good people, but if they are with bad people, they have very strict requirements. Although Amamiya Kenichi is neutral in doing things, he doesn't mind being a good person in order to achieve his own goals. If Shisui hadn't revealed his Manjiki Sharingan, Amamiya Kenichi would have wondered whether Naruto's mind had been changed by Uchiha Shisui using a kaleidoscope since he was a child when he was in the village. Become optimistic and cheerful, and dream of becoming a Hokage. Although Amamiya Kenichi considered whether to take someone from Shisui, considering that Shisui was useful to him, Amamiya Kenichi thought it would be better to let Danzo be the bad guy. As for Amamiya Kenichi himself, it's better to be a good person. Of course there is, why do you think there isn't? Amamiya Kenichi shrugged, and then glanced out the window. There was a small town below. I was isolated, and the villagers smashed rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves. Later, I was even treated as transparent by everyone. I didn't have a single friend, and my daily life was still very difficult. I didn't have any teachers, and I didn't have any family. Amamiya-senpai, are you kidding? Even Deidara, who admired Amamiya Kenichi very much, couldn't help but asked. He felt that Amamiya-senpai was telling a story. After all, this encounter was too tragic. Deidara suffered this kind of treatment, and his heart collapsed. If Naruto's experience were placed on Deidara, Deidara would probably turn himself into a bomb and play the last game in the center of Iwagakure village. Of art. Amamiya Kenichi glanced at Deidara, who was doubting his life, and he suddenly realized that Deidara seemed to have a mouth habit. Amamiya-senpai, everyone hates me, and my friends in the village don't play with me. And my master keeps telling me how to be a powerful Tsuchikage, but I don't want to be a Tsuchikage. Deidara said a little more. Anyway, in the southeast direction of Fire Country, there is no need to pass above Konoha. Amamiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. Sandamate Tsuchikage, Sandamate Tsuchikage, your ability to teach students is simply unmatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen. At least the Konoha Sunins don't have any weird language habits. It's almost like a fairy tale. Actually, it's okay for you to be like this. I've met a child whose life is compared to yours. Amamiya Kenichi did not comfort Deidara, nor did he talk about the truth. He knew that it was useless to talk about the truth, even though he was Deidara. Darla idolizes him, but it's not good to say too much. Deidara, I noticed that when you are talking, you especially like to add ha at the end of sentences. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Deidara. This habit of speaking was nothing, but it felt a little strange. The fourth generation Tsuchikage, who had a good future, was suddenly raised crooked. Being a good person also has its benefits. Amamiya Kenichi raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Deidara's experience was really tragic, but to a certain extent, Konoha really needed to kneel down and worship Uncle Iruka and Six Paths Sage. He doubted that if he brought Naruto out, would Nagato directly start executing his plan? But probably not. This guy Nagato has very strict requirements for his plan. He will not do it if it does not meet the standards. Although Kenichi Amamiya doesn't know what Nagato's standards are, Nagato started to carry out the task anyway. This will also happen after Naruto grows up. Amamiya-senpai, let me tell you. Deidara immediately started complaining mode and complained about his experience. Amamiya Kenichi also learned more about Deidara. Amamiya Kenichi avoided Konoha this time. After all, he didn't know if Konoha had developed any anti-air ninjutsu. It would be troublesome if he observed them, so he might as well avoid Konoha directly. It was fine before, but when talking about Iwagakure village, I would always add at the end of my words. As a result, the Sandamate Tsuchikage didn't know yet, which made Kenichi Amamiya sigh that educating children is really a very important thing. This is a normal person. Amamiya Kenichi sighed. Deidara had these experiences and became what he is now. In Amamiya Kenichi's opinion, this is normal. How much is Naruto like that? Something is not normal. Amamiya-senpai, that person is a normal person, right? Deidara couldn't help but ask again. I don't know where. Even now it may not be certain that the nine-tailed Jinchuriki is Naruto. Before awakening the explosive escape blood succession limit, Deidara was still an ordinary person with companions and friendships. However, after awakening the explosive escape, Deidara's life changed instantly. Don't worry, he is a normal person in the absolute sense, but he also has some secrets that cannot be known to others. Amamiya-ken nodded. Is there such a person in Konoha? Deidara blinked, still feeling a little incredible. After all, in that kind of encounter, according to the teacher, he could still walk around the village happily every day. Go. Do you even want to be Hokage? Being ignored by his companions, rolled his eyes by other villagers, shunned, and isolated. If the Sandamate Tsuchikage hadn't accepted him as his disciple, Deidara's life might have been even more miserable. Therefore, it is truly a psychological miracle that Naruto, who grew up in Konoha's environment, could not turn black. I have to say that Deidara's childhood life is somewhat similar to Naruto's, but not completely. Then after Deidara was moved out of the village by the Sandamate Tsuchikage, Deidara's mentality completely changed. Uncomfortable, disgusting, hateful, dissatisfied, and wronged, these are the words Deidara used most when talking about this period of his life. This habit can be changed. I think it is normal to refuse something that is impossible. Amamiya Kenichi patted Deidara on the shoulder. In fact, people in the ninja world cannot be calculated according to normal age. After all, people here are relatively precocious. When they are 1 year old, it is fine. After that, when they are 3 years old, they are actually equivalent to 5 or 6 years old, and 6 or 7 years old are even teenagers. Mental state. Okay, senior, I will change my attitude. Deidara rubbed his eyes and said loudly. The Bear Country is a small country close to the Fire Country. At the beginning, Amamiya Kenichi was still a little curious about the meaning of the existence of the Bear Country. After all, in the world of Naruto, it can be said that the purpose of the existence of most small countries is to serve as a strategic buffer for the 5 major countries to prevent the 5 major countries from burning the flames of war into their lands at the first time. But the Bear Country is a country with Fire Country on one side and the sea on the other side. There seems to be no need for its existence. It wasn't until Amamiya Kenichi looked at the map that he discovered that the Bear Country should serve as the strategy of the Fire Country and the Water Country. Buffer ground. This is the law of survival for most small countries in the world. If one day the 5 major countries unite, then these small countries will all be waiting to be divided up. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the forest and the endless trees below. Towns in the distance. At this moment, he had already flown to the border of the Fire Country and the Bear Country, and he hadn't even used it for a day. It could be said that he was going very fast. But this is also the current situation of the ninja world. The map of the ninja world is too small. Kenichi Amamiya's flying method saves countless time, so this is probably the reason why Kishimoto did not add an air force to the ninja world. After all, if the air force exists, then the war and development of the ninja world will go to the other extreme, which will be very troublesome. The Kong Ninja Village can only exist in the theatrical version. Amamiya-senpai, are we here? Deidara asked while looking at the town below. Amamiya-ken nodded. This must be the time. You can tell the difference at a glance. There are dense forests on the Fire Country side, and there is also a town, which is much larger than the town in the distance. This economic gap is very directly reflected. We will find a place to land later, and then first go to the capital of the Bear Country to talk to the daimyo. Kenichi Amamiya narrowed his eyes. The mission sent by the daimyo of the Bear Kingdom was very interesting. He asked for the annihilation of all star ninjas. Village ninja. Immediately afterwards, the fog began to fill, and at the same time, a bolt of thunder instantly pierced the clouds and mist, directly penetrating Amamiya Kenichi's body. However, it was naturally impossible to really penetrate Amamiya Kenichi. Amamiya Kenichi would have left the place long ago. Originally, Deidara had some resistance to wearing masks, but after seeing Amamiya Kenichi wearing them, he immediately put them on happily. Amamiya-ken glanced at the surrounding streets. This small town in the Bear Country did not have a large population, but at this moment he could see several figures following them in the dark. It can even be said that if in a previous life, someone wearing the clothes of the Akatsuki organization would have attracted many people's attention while walking on the road. Only in some specific places, such as the Cos exhibition, will this kind of attention be lessened. It seems that those idiots in the Star Ninja Village offended the daimyo of the Bear Country, which made the daimyo of this small country spend a lot of money to seek help from the Akatsuki organization. This idiot would always ask for seasonings every time he went out to perform a mission with him. He even asked him for toilet paper before. It was so ridiculous. But even though he was familiar with it, Orochimaru still hated Kakuzu. This guy always looked at him from time to time. Although the malice in his eyes was very shallow, Orochimaru could feel it. What a pity! Amamiya-ken instantly reached the side of the unlucky guy, put out his arms around the unlucky guy who was about to fall, and then pressed his head with one hand, and the Yang attribute chakra began to operate according to his wishes. Then remember, we will call each other by our code names later. Amamiya Kenichi reminded him. He didn't know if Deidara had performed any tasks. Anyway, it was best to remind him and it would save trouble. Amamiya Kenichi also planned to take the opportunity to understand the views of these Ninja Village daimyo on Ninja Village and discuss the price. Is this your friend? Amamiya Kenichi looked towards the thick fog. The three Megatama were turning in his eyes. He had already seen the blurry figure of the attacker. This was unusual, but any ninja knew that he might have been targeted. Who knows? There are a lot of idiots among bounty ninjas, and they always think that they are superior. Kakuzu looked at the roasted rabbit that was already smelling good, and licked his lips. So Amamiya Kenichi and Deidara quickly left the village. They had already inquired about the location of the capital of the Bear Country, and now they just needed to rush there. Okay, you senpai. Deidara was very obedient, which saved Amamiya Kenichi a lot of effort. He hated disobedient partners the most, which would be very troublesome. After all, as we all know, godlike enemies often appears in the form of pig teammates. By the way, Sora, lend me the seasoning. Kakuzu stretched out his hand, and Orochimaru naturally took out a bottle of chili powder and threw it to Kakuzu. But soon, he felt the ground beneath his feet begin to surge. He glanced down subconsciously, and then a bone-white hand stretched out from the soil and held his ankle. What a great place! Zhu, are you okay with fighting? Kenichi Amamiya asked in a relaxed tone, and Deidara nodded. What the hell is this? The ninja was a little frightened. He wanted to break free from the bone-white hand holding his ankle, but then there was a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his head with difficulty, a sword pierced his body. Kakuzu couldn't bear to spend money to buy military food pills. Although he also had some in his pocket, he had to save as much as he could. The more money, the better. Deidara's current strength is not very good, but he will grow up to be a good fighter in the future, and there is no problem with the ring given to Zhu. He is a demon of the Akatsuki organization and an S-class rebel ninja of Konoha. If these two identities are linked together, it will be more troublesome. Amamiya Kenichi hates trouble. And that unlucky guy was already scorched. After walking a little further, Amamiya Kenichi saw a barbecue restaurant, which made him a little tempted, but considering the persistent little tails next to him, he gave up the idea of going in for a meal. Amamiya-ken glanced at it, and then withdrew his attention. There were only two attackers on Deidara's side. Although they were a little tired of dealing with them, they could barely cope with them. Kakuzu curled his lips. 4,000 million ryo was not much, but coupled with Amamiya Kenichi's status as a demon, Amamiya Kenichi's head was very valuable, and Kakuzu expressed that he was somewhat moved. Ken Amamiya turned around, threw the body in his hand, and then also sprayed out a stream of flames, but it was even hotter, and instantly sprayed the opponent's flames back. I'm curious, who are you guys? How dare you attack me? Amamiya Kenichi was a little confused. He just saw the ninja's forehead protector with a scratch on it, which proved that the other party was actually a traitor. This is also a task that Nagato did not tell him, but Amamiya Kenichi did it on his own initiative. After all, the more money the daimyo gives, the higher Amamiya Kenichi's contribution will be, so he can start as soon as possible. Researched. If it weren't for the leader's order prohibiting members from fighting each other, Kakuzu might actually give it a try. What is the purpose of the traitorous ninja attacking him? But Kenichi Amamiya soon understood that he had stayed in the laboratory for so long that he had forgotten that there was a bounty on his head. Looking at the ninja who fell to the ground helplessly after being penetrated by his own lightning flash, Amamiya Kenichi yawned. Amamiya-senpai, my ring is Zhu. Deidara held out his hand. There was a ring on his hand with Zhu engraved on it. Amamiya Kenichi raised his eyebrows. It seems that Nagato really valued Deidara. It's not impossible to attack Star Ninja Village, but the price must be paid well, otherwise wouldn't it be a big loss? But Amamiya Kenichi didn't say anything. As long as these idiots didn't come out to cause trouble, he didn't care. But if these idiots dared to show up, he wouldn't be stingy about letting the other party see his methods. Amamiya Kenichi had a cold face. He was not in a very good mood at the moment. Deidara, what is your code name in the organization? Amamiya Kenichi looked at Deidara and asked. He was a little curious. After all, because of his appearance, some of the ring code names of the Akatsuki organization were not certain. But not long after they left this small village, Amamiya Kenichi stopped and they were already surrounded. Amamiya Kenichi smiled when he saw this, and then he felt that the mud under his feet became muddy, as if his legs were about to sink into it. Senior Jade, it seems a bit. Deidara followed Amamiya Kenichi. He was looking around at the moment. He always felt as if he was being watched by others since he entered this town. These guys are just too annoying. Something's wrong, right? Kenichi Amamiya smiled. He was now wearing his iconic mask and the clothes of the Akatsuki organization. Deidara was also dressed in the same way. Huangchuan Marsh? Amamiya Kenichi raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the sneak attacker was pretty good this time. Careful! The attacker exclaimed, but then, piercing thunder resounded through the forest. He is obviously a good ninja, but his character is just too stingy. What is this guy doing? At this moment, the ninja hiding in the thick fog and using ninjutsu to sneak attack Amamiya Kenichi looked at Amamiya Kenichi's movements in confusion. But then, 4 layers of iron nets fell from the sky and covered him. At the same time, 4 ninjas stabbed Amamiya Kenichi in the heart with long swords from all sides. Water escape. Water dragon bullet. At this moment, a fierce battle came from the other side, and Deidara also encountered the attacker. Amamiya Kenichi looked around. It was a sunny day today with no clouds. However, they also arrived at the cemetery of this village and town, surrounded by tombstones. Sora, do you know? Konoha has offered a reward of 4,000 million taels to your disciple Amamiya Kenichi. At this moment, in a dense forest, Kakuzu leaned against the tree trunk with his hands folded, and then looked at his partner. Evil, he asked with a smile. This is what he just hit. The fog was thick and no one around answered Amamiya Kenichi's words, but the offensive continued completely. He was in a bad mood, so he planned to teach these people who made him feel bad a lesson. After finding a hidden location to place the airship, Amamiya Kenichi left a shadow clone behind and then left directly, running towards the capital of the Bear Country. You devil! A ninja next to him had red eyes, and when he opened his mouth, he threw extremely high flames at Amamiya Kenichi. Amamiya Kenichi kicked his feet hard and instantly dodged the attack. SHH, don't disturb the sleep of the deceased. He heard a gentle and low voice behind him, and a mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth. Everything in front of him became dim, and he lowered his head feebly. Ah, I'm so sorry. Then look, can he still go to the wedding like this? Kenichi Amamiya smiled, and then threw the unlucky guy to the other party. You devil, Koji, is getting married next week. The other party couldn't help but cursed. Ha, it's a boring reward. Let's wait until someone can get my disciple's head. Orochimaru sneered. He had already changed back to his previous appearance. Our clothes are too ostentatious. Kenichi Amamiya shrugged, but apart from the masks on their faces, the Akatsuki clothes they wore were really special, and it was normal for them to attract attention. "Hey, I heard that Cloud Hidden Village is planning to increase the reward for your disciples." Kakuzu saw Orochimaru's cold reaction and some boredom. He squatted down and took out a rabbit and started grilling it. Amamiya Kenichi shook his head. It was really boring. These bounty ninjas really didn't know what to say. They had such a high bounty on them. Do they think they were really doing it for free, or did he dig the grave of the Yandame Reikichi's father? Forget it, let's try that ninjutsu and see if it has any effect. Amamiya Kenichi quickly mobilized chakra, then formed a seal with both hands, put the seal aside and patted the ground directly. "Hey? There are so many people." Amamiya Kenichi did not move, allowing 4 long swords to pierce his chest at the same time. At the same time, his body suddenly collapsed and turned into countless thunderbolts venting in all directions. Orochimaru looked at his partner indifferently. After spending time together on missions, he and Kakuzu had become somewhat familiar with each other. Immediately afterwards, he felt the heat wave coming from behind. Magnificent chakra poured into the ground. "It's a stupid act. It will only make you famous." Orochimaru shook his head. "What's the use of increasing the reward? Tell those idiot bounty hunters, but no one can hand over this task. Doesn't it further prove the majesty of his disciple?" The other party dodged instantly, but the feared explosion did not happen. "Do you think I'm going to stick a detonating charm? Please, I'm not that low." Amamiya Kenichi's voice sounded far and near, but soon, a few unlucky guys were thrown at the feet of that person. There were 7 unlucky guys in total, 1 less than the others. Except for him, all his companions died. "This bastard, no, I can't beat him." Takanaka Naoto looked at the dead bodies around him sadly and angrily. He knew 2 of them and were friends with him, and the others planned to come over and share the pie together after discovering each other. Unexpectedly, except for him, everyone else is now dead. Even his younger brother died, which made Naoto Takanaka clench his hands. His younger brother was about to get married, but he didn't expect to lose his life here. "It's all my fault, it's all my fault, I deserve to die." Naoto Takanaka's eyes were red, but he did not dare to make a sound. Now that his friends and other bounty ninjas he met are dead, he must live with the hope of his companions. "Do you want to escape?" The demon's voice sounded again. Naoto Takanaka did not speak, but madly used the Kirigakuer technique again, trying to block the opponent's sight. This was the only way to escape from this demon. Naoto Takanaka didn't dare to stay in this place any longer. He would really die. The opponent was so powerful that he was simply a monster. But then he heard a strange clicking sound in the thick fog. What is this sound? Naoto Takanaka was a little confused, but he didn't care about it anymore. He turned around and wanted to run away, but then he felt his legs being hugged by someone else. Turning his head subconsciously, he was horrified to find that his friend who had died suddenly came back to life. Takanaka Naoto remembered the face of his friend. Like him, he could not accept the blood mist policy in the village, so he fled the village and became a rebel ninja, relying on bounty missions to make a living. "To adults, for this reward, I want the Hoshi ninja village to disappear from this world." The daimyo poured a glass of wine for Amamiya Kenichi and said with a smile on his face. Feeling a sharp pain in his leg, Naoto Takanaka was horrified to find that his friend had bitten off a piece of meat from his calf in one bite. Although the lethality of this ninjutsu is not very good, the mental attack effect is almost full. Then he just tried again to include the coverage of the ninjutsu on the few ninjas who had just died. Amamiya Ken glanced at the villagers peeking in the distance, ignored them, turned around and left with Deidara. "You really don't want to give up?" Amamiya Kenichi casually threw the ninja's body to the ground, and then searched the other party's belongings. Unfortunately, there were only some very scattered things. "Who is it?" "Ahem. Who are you?" The name of the bear country was far more timid than Amamiya Kenichi thought. Hearing his voice, he fell down from his chair with a look of panic on his face. Amamiya Kenichi sat on the guardrail watching this scene with great interest. He was curious about what choice this guy would make when facing his former friend, and the dead person walking towards him seemed to he also has some relationship with the other party. There is no way to perform ninjutsu, so the effects these resurrected ninjas can have are very limited. But maybe some plague toxins can be attached to the corpse, a dual physical and mental attack. Amamiya Ken nodded, he thought this idea was good. Isn't it a bounty mission issued by you to our organization? Kenichi Amamiya asked, and upon hearing this, the daimyo's face became slightly better. And here, Amamiya Kenichi also met the daimyo of the Bear Country. It's just that the actual combat effect of the ninjutsu developed was not very strong, so Amamiya Kenichi gave up for a while, but just now he suddenly had a novel idea. The current ninjutsu can only serve as a shock. If the opponent is cold-blooded, then this ninjutsu can be said to be useless. After all, the dead resurrected by him only have basic mobility. Amamiya Kenichi curled his lips, then jumped down with Deidara and stood in front of the daimyo of the Bear Country. He naturally heard what the deceased said just now. It must be said that this made Amamiya Kenichi feel that there seemed to be some improvements that could be made to the ninjutsu he had developed. It was hard to say that there might be some unexpected gains by then. Looking at the opponent's flying figure, Amamiya Kenichi did not hesitate. His left hand condensed the sharp bird song. With the roar of thousands of birds, Amamiya Kenichi quickly caught up with the escaping ninja. But Amamiya Kenichi didn't say anything. The world is like this. Do you expect other daimyo to live the same life as ordinary people? How is this possible? The world is inherently unfair. Run! The younger brother tried his best to open his mouth, but the sticky skin made it difficult for him to speak clearly, but Naoto Takanaka still heard it. But just now he was sure that his friend was dead, but now the other party was holding his legs and looking up at him. The hollow eyes and strange smile on the corner of his mouth made Naoto Takanaka's hair stand on end. He subconsciously kicked it but did not shake it off. Are you the daimyo of the country of bears? Amamiya Kenichi asked as he stood on the eaves and looked down at the fat man lying on a chair, letting a maid in cool clothes feed him fruit. As a result, those ninjas also got up, but some ninjas completely lost their sense of autonomy and turned into zombies controlled by him, while others seemed to still have some sense of autonomy. The total wealth of everyone is about 1,000 million taels. Deidara next to him looked at Amamiya Kenichi with awe. Now he could suddenly understand why Amamiya-senpai had the title of devil. After all, the scene in front of him was indeed. Senior Jade, is this a ninjutsu you developed? Deidara asked softly. He had just seen pieces of white bones crawling out of the grave, and now those bones were still hanging around in the cemetery behind. It's just that it's difficult for general toxins to take effect immediately, so how to do this still needs to be considered in the long term. Amamiya Kenichi looked around. The decoration here was very luxurious, not inferior to the wealthy businessmen in the Land of Fire. It was quite different from the relatively ordinary streets outside. These bounty ninjas can only be regarded as a small episode, and I hope there will be fewer idiots in the future. However, Amamiya Kenichi did not expect to encounter these bounty ninjas in this place, which really surprised him. Of course, before leaving, Amamiya Kenichi also lifted his own technique, and the bones fell to the ground instantly, otherwise it would be bad to scare people. You were fooled. The opponent's figure turned into a cloud of smoke after being hit, and then a wooden stake fell to the ground. At the same time, a ninja emerged from behind Amamiya Kenichi and stabbed Amamiya Kenichi with a sword. That's right, a ninjutsu developed based on a forbidden technique. Ken Amamiya nodded. He had previously considered developing a ninjutsu similar to the resurrection of the dead, and then successfully developed it in combination with the reincarnation of the dead. You are so poor, no wonder you want to become a bounty ninja. Ahem, guest, follow me. The daimyo looked around, and then led Amamiya Kenichi and Deidara to a relatively private room. He kicked hard again, and there was a sound of bone cracking, and his foot instantly kicked into something strange, leaving a bit of body heat wrapped around him with a slimy touch. Naoto Takanaka gritted his teeth and pulled out the leg, but even so, the other party still held his leg tightly, opened his mouth and bit it down. "Burn them!" Amamiya Kenichi told Deidara, and Deidara did it very simply and without any discomfort on his face. It seemed that he did similar things frequently. "Okay, but the price you gave before is not enough." Amamiya Kenichi said simply. Deidara sat beside him and said nothing. He came here to act as a backdrop this time. After solving these blind bounty ninjas, Amamiya Kenichi took Deidara quickly to the capital of the Bear Country, a city that looked almost as prosperous as the hot spring town of the Fire Country. At this time, Naoto Takanaka couldn't bear it anymore. He formed a seal with his hands and used a wind blade to cut open his friend's head and arms. This finally solved his friend's entanglement. But his sword also pierced a wooden stake, and at the same time, the sharp bird song sounded again. Before Takanaka could turn around, he felt a sharp pain hit him, and then he lost consciousness. Amamiya Kenichi curled his lips. As he thought, the practical effect of this ninjutsu was very low, unless he could continue to improve this ninjutsu and make it achieve an effect similar to the reincarnation of the Dirty Land. Brother, but just when Naoto Takanaka was about to use Earth Escape ninjutsu to send away his companions, he was shocked to find that his brother actually spoke. "Forgive me." Naoto Takanaka looked at his brother's face that was so charred that it was almost indistinguishable, with a look of pain on his face, but in order to survive, he had to take action. But then, he found 6 figures slowly getting up around him, and his brother who had been pierced through the abdomen also slowly got up and blocked him behind him. Just when Kenichi Amamiya was busy having fun, the surrounded ninja seemed to have figured it out. He directly used the water wave to destroy the resuscitators who surrounded him, and quickly rushed outside. He held the weapon in his hand tremblingly and looked at his brother, who was walking towards him with a sword dangling, saying to run quickly as he walked, his face full of pain. The daimyo paused for a moment. "This ninja-sama, I really have." The daimyo wiped the sweat from his face and looked at Amamiya Kenichi with a troubled expression. It all depends on whether the daimyo thinks the Hoshi ninja village is a thorn in the side or a minor problem. Kenichi Amamiya looked at the daimyo with a smile. He hated the Hoshi ninja village so much that he was willing to pay more. "Still quite big. But I am really." The daimyo looked embarrassed, and Amamiya Kenichi sneered. He didn't believe this guy's words at all. Just by looking at the other person's expression of enjoyment before, Amamiya Kenichi knew that this guy must be enjoying himself very much. For such a person, how could he not have other savings? Although the country of bears is not very big, at least it is not like the country of waves. It is a poor and backward country that can only rely on fishing for a living. The capital of the country of bears is much more luxurious than that of the country of waves. This great name, do you have any private property of your own? Hey, then we will only kill part of them. Amamiya Kenichi shrugged, with a regretful tone. When Amamiya Kenichi said this, the daimyo also became entangled. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the other party and knew that he needed to add some chips to make the daimyo agree to his conditions. However, he did not collect information this time, so how should he add chips? This question is not difficult. The name of the Bear Kingdom is very dissatisfied with the Star Ninja village in his country, and even this dissatisfaction went to the extent of asking ninjas from outside to help him eliminate the Star Ninja village. So what does this mean? You must know that not every small country can afford to raise a ninja village. For example, the country of Tien-no where Amamiya Kenichi's laboratory is located. The ninja village of Tien-no country is said to be a ninja village, but it is better to be a slightly stronger one. Regional arms. It was not until the teacher passed that the daimyo of Tianakuni successfully established an Oto ninja village with the help of the teacher. But the existence of a ninja village also has some benefits for the country, because some small tasks do not need to be divided out and can be digested within the country, and the existence of the ninja village can also play a certain protective role to a certain extent. As we all know, there is a lot of water in the human body. The water content in a normal human body ranges from 60.00% to -%, but this shows how much water is in the human body. After all, if the rule is not threatened, then it is not impossible for the daimyo to endure it, but if the rule is threatened, then no daimyo can endure it. During the chat just now, Amamiya Kenichi also confirmed that what this daimyo wants is for the Star Ninja Village to disappear completely. If this is the case, then a little planning is needed. Therefore, Amamiya Kenichi had no intention of speaking. Anyway, it was not like he had no other solutions. So after taking a look at Deidara, Amamiya Kenichi casually grabbed a rabbit and held it in his hand. Then the daimyo Dano just prepare the money and wait to receive the good news. Amamiya Kenichi stood up. Since the negotiation was settled, it is time to get down to business. Kenichi Amamiya had some ideas about explosions, but then he thought of another very unique method. But nothing happened after it was performed. Amamiya Kenichi sighed. Changing the chakra attribute can perform a completely different ninjutsu. This is not feasible for the reincarnation of the earth, and Naruto's raised nan is more convenient. Me? I should choose to just make the biggest bomb and drop it. Deidara thought for a moment, and then gave a very real answer. Amamiya Kenichi was a little dumbfounded. It should be said that Deidara is worthy of Deidara. Dara? Everything is just about exploding. Change the chakra attributes and it's a brand new raised nan. Okay, I will prepare the money. The smile on the daimyo's face became more real. Amamiya Kenichi did not show off when he saw this, he chatted with the other party politely, and then left. What is the use of ninjutsu? Chakra is mobilized, and then the chakra is transformed into majestic power inside or outside the body. For example, some water escape Jinkriki can use very large-scale water escape ninjutsu in places where there is no water. Deidara, if it were you, what method would you use to deal with a ninja village? Walking in the deep forest, Amamiya Kenichi looked at Deidara and asked. Of course, this kind of protection does not mean that it can resist the attacks of other countries. After all, it is too difficult for a small ninja village to resist the attacks of the 5 major countries. Currently, only the Kingdom of Rain can do this. Amamiya Kenichi felt that if he could develop a ninjutsu that could instantly drain all the water from the enemy's body within the target range, then it would definitely be a big killer. But the problem is that this ninjutsu. There are some difficulties. Amamiya Kenichi doesn't even know how to develop it. After all, there is a lot of water in the human body, but it is difficult to drain this water instantly. An extra 2,000 million taels was considered a good income, although it was a bit more difficult. To wipe out a ninja village, and depending on what the daimyo meant, it had to be the kind that would not leave anyone alive. Hey? The chakra attributes needed for the reincarnation of the dirty earth. What will happen if I change to the yin attribute chakra for the reincarnation of the dirty earth? Amamiya Kenichi became interested, and he found the cemetery in the capital of the bear country and tried it. For a moment. It's not too much trouble. Thus, the water in other people's bodies can be used as the power of water release, thereby directly extracting all the water in the other person's body. But the question is this feasible? No, I'm developing ninjutsu. Amamiya Kenichi shook his head, and then looked at the rabbit in his hand intently. After all, he still had to calculate the cost of the thermobaric bomb. But Amamiya Kenichi soon gave up this idea. This idea is not impossible, but the problem is that the cost of producing thermobaric bombs is here. If it is used, the money will be much less. Amamiya Kenichi raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he had guessed correctly. The reason why this daimyo had such profound opinions about a ninja village was probably because the existence of this ninja village had threatened his rule. However, a small ninja village in a small country can still be used to defend against domestic bandits and bandits. But it doesn't matter. A small ninja village probably doesn't even have a protective barrier. If he takes out the god-killing bombs he planned to send to Obito, then it should be enough. When the time comes, Zhu, you will go up in my airship, and then drop the cluster bombs. Forget it, I will take you, and then go down after dropping them. Amamiya Kenichi originally planned to let Deidara come. But Deidara has not yet performed a high-altitude bombing mission, and may not be able to control the distance very well. If something goes wrong, then he will be in trouble. But in this case, the daimyo of the Kingdom of Bears still wants to destroy the Hoji ninja village in his own country, so it can only be said that the existence of this ninja village has become unbearable for the daimyo. Senior Jade, is it okay for the two of us to face a ninja village? Deidara asked hesitantly. He was not very sure about this question. After all, it was a ninja village. Perhaps we can use the hypertonic method to allow the body fluids in the other person's body to drain away automatically, but it will be difficult. Amamiya Kenichi scratched his head. He also thought of a way to use water escape to sense the moisture in other people's bodies. Amamiya-senpai, do you want to have dinner? Deidara touched his arm. He had always felt uncomfortable all over his body just now, as if someone was looking at him with malicious eyes. He wanted to see what Deidara thought. So to a certain extent, Amamiya Kenichi feels that using chakra to perform ninjutsu can be regarded as an alternative exchange of equal value, but the quality of chakra is higher, so the energy exchanged is naturally higher, so this can explain why chakra can even perform ninjutsu that creates lake levels. I can add more at most, 100 million taels. The daimyo patted the table, and the fat on his neck swayed. So it would be easier for him to go up there, and then jump down directly after throwing the cluster bombs, and just use a wind escape buffer when he is about to land. Amamiya Kenichi didn't know, but he decided to give it a try. It didn't matter if he tried it anyway, but naturally it was impossible to try it with people, and there was Deidara beside him. It still relies on the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain, but if the current Akatsuki organization faces a joint attack from the 5 major ninja villages, it is estimated that there will be some suspense. If the cost of the thermobaric bomb is taken into account, then some oil will have to be scraped from the daimyo's body. But looking at the opponent's appearance, Amamiya Kenichi knew that it would be very difficult to scrape some oil from the opponent's body. And now I don't necessarily have enough time to try it myself. But one thing to note here is that there are some conditions for the use of water release ninjutsu, that is, there is enough external water source, otherwise no one would be amazed that water release jinkriki can use large-scale water in places where there is no water. Escape from ninjutsu. But the problem is that if Amamiya Kenichi feels that his ninjutsu is a bit monotonous, he may try to develop new ninjutsu to defeat his enemies, but what ninjutsu should he develop? The majestic daimyo of the bear country. If he can't even control his own country, wouldn't it be too frustrating for him to be a daimyo? Amamiya Kenichi said in a nonchalant manner, and when he said this, the other person's face was filled with emotion. The tangled look became even stronger. 120 million taels. Amamiya Kenichi continued to speak loudly, and the daimyo's face became ugly again, but after struggling for a while, he still nodded with difficulty. It's a pity, it's a sunny day now. Although using fire release can create a weather environment suitable for Thunder Dragon. Amamiya Kenichi glanced at the sky above his head. With Thunder Dragon, combined with Deidara's cluster bomb, it should be able to wipe out the big monsters. Part of the Star Ninja. Since it is known that the use of water escape will also have certain requirements for external moisture, although it is not always the case, the strength is enough to even overcome this obstacle. But since we can mobilize external water, can we also mobilize water within living organisms? In my personal imagination, external conditions are needed to perform water release because in the original manga, someone lamented that Kisame Nidame was able to perform large-scale water release ninjutsu in a waterless environment. Therefore, it can be judged that if the ninjutsu is performed in a favorable environment, there are bonuses under the terrain. Amamiya Kenichi wrapped the rabbit in his hand with chakra, and he tried to mobilize the water from here to perform a very common ninjutsu like a water bomb. There are many ninjutsu in the ninja world, but some of them are the type that are publicly taught in ninja schools. The reason is that this kind of ninjutsu has no technical content and has no lethality. For example, Amamiya Kenichi is planning to use it now. This ninjutsu. Water bombs, the same names as wind bombs, fire bombs, and earth bombs are ninjutsu that change the nature of chakra. The biggest feature of these ninjutsu is that it is easy to learn and the difficulty is very low, but the practicality is also very low, almost non-existent. For example, this water bomb has the effect of condensing a ball of water, which can then be thrown out. It is essentially for new ninjas to learn and practice. In terms of power, it is about the same as throwing a bucket of water on someone's face. It's fine for washing your face or using it for cooking, but otherwise it's not very effective. Well, there is an obscure feeling, but if chakra is seeped into it. Amamiya Kenichi gave it a try, and then he took out a lump of fishy and strange smell from the rabbit in his hand. Red ball. Slowly spinning in his hand, the rabbit in front of him completely turned into a mummy, and even its eyeballs shriveled up. Deidara blinked. He had naturally watched this scene just now. After all, he was curious about what kind of powerful ninjutsu his idol would develop, but he didn't expect that he would directly turn a rabbit into a mummy. Amamiya Kenichi frowned and threw the ball aside, which exuded a strange smell. It had no power. If I had to say it, the smell was probably very repellent. It smelled a bit like blood, but it was with some indescribable flavor. It still doesn't work. The use of this ninjutsu requires instilling chakra into the opponent's body to achieve the effect I want, but this is really too slow. Amamiya Kenichi shook his head. In actual combat, would someone give you the opportunity to wrap his whole body with chakra? If you have this time, you can just kill him. Why bother? Moreover, the cancer-creating ninjutsu has a different effect than this one. That ninjutsu was used by Amamiya Kenichi for assassination. Wait until evening before taking action. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the sky above his head. Although it was already afternoon, it was still early in the sky. It would be more troublesome if he started taking action now. Amamiya Kenichi slowly opened his hands, and the electric current pulsed in his palms, slowly condensing into a thunder ball. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the thick fog in front of him, and threw away the thunder ball in his hand without hesitation. As soon as I got out, thunder and lightning rushed through the fog area in front of me. Just like Naruto and Sasuke. Not to mention how much preparation time it takes to cover a village with high osmotic liquid, the amount of chakra spent alone is not worth it. It is better to just use other ninjutsu. You will see fog forming when you wait, then let the landing point of this thing be in the middle and let it fall. After about 500 meters, the shell will disintegrate, and you don't need to control the rest. Amamiya Kenichi made an estimate, and then spoke to Deidara beside him. Deidara nodded immediately, and then he began to prepare to drop the bomb. Looking at Deidara's excited face, Amamiya Kenichi shook his head. Deidara, really there is an indescribable concern about explosions. Ah, it seems that there are no survivors at all. Kenichi Amamiya raised his eyebrows. How could anyone survive under such a level of ninjutsu attack? Amamiya-kan dug out the bone, and then took it to a place where there was no light at all and looked at it. The glowing phenomenon became even more obvious. This humerus really glowed in the middle of the night, and it was still that kind of blue-green. But then, a strange creature suddenly appeared in the air among the dilapidated ruins. It looked a bit like a snake, but it was not a real creature. Through it, you could even see the burning flames behind it. It seems that this won't work, unless there is a more efficient effect, such as using chakra to create a super high concentration of water. The effect is not very good. Amamiya Kenichi shook his head. This method is not very effective. Then, use a combination of ninjutsu. Ken Amamiya thought of what happened before and nodded. Although there were certain risks, it didn't matter, and it could also provide Deidara with cover. If it were Konoha, Amamiya Kenichi wouldn't be surprised at all, and would even worry about whether Akai would open the door to death and give him a Yekai kick. Oh no, Akai shouldn't be that strong now. Today's wind direction is... Kenichi Amamiya stretched out his hand and felt the wind speed and direction. Then he weighed the cluster bomb made by Deidara and estimated its approximate weight. At this moment, the Star Ninja village is still the same as before. The guard ninjas patrolling in 2s and 3s have no idea that there are enemies nearby. Measure the lead time, so that the effect achieved by using this later will be better. Amamiya Kenichi briefly explained, but after taking a look at Deidara next to him, Amamiya Kenichi fell into deep thought. What is that? Deidara in the sky looked curiously at the thick fog below. He just saw a light flashing in the thick fog, and then the light exploded directly at the center of the thick fog. Enemy attack! Be careful! The Star Ninja village instantly panicked. It has to be said that although this Star Ninja village is a small village, it still has some knowledge, but even if it has knowledge, it is of little use. The ninja village in the ninja world, except for some weird black technology, is actually similar to an ordinary small village. However, Amamiya Kenichi still felt a little curious when he looked at the Star Ninja village in front of him. After glancing at the sky, Amamiya Kenichi walked over first. Deidara hadn't come down yet and was probably still learning how to let the airship fall. I hoped that guy would be more careful, otherwise he would have to redo his airship. But walking into this messy Hoshi Ninja village, Amamiya Kenichi had some strange feelings. This feeling was very subtle, but he couldn't put it into words. Anyway, he just felt an inexplicable feeling of discomfort all over his body. For a moment, the night seemed to turn into day. After the ball of light exploded, countless silver-white lines instantly covered the world below, engraved in Deidara's eyes and in Deidara's heart. Hey! Amamiya Kenichi originally planned to go directly to see what that strange thing was, but as he was walking, he stopped, then took out a kunao and looked at the corpse next to him. Lost in thought. This is an explosion. Drink. Deidara threw the cluster bomb down excitedly, but he always kept in mind what Amamiya Kenichi said. When it was almost falling, he controlled the clay outside to automatically disintegrate. He remembered, it seemed like Deidara could control his own creations. After asking, Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his face in confusion. It was almost as he thought. Deidara could indeed control his explosive clay creations. Although it was not very accurate, facing the bottom the Star Ninja village does not need to be so precise. A ninja village of this level, if launched an air attack, can destroy this place almost instantly. Amamiya Kenichi touched his chin. The ninja village in front of him can be said to be completely unprotected. He always felt like he had heard of the name Star Ninja village before, or had seen it. If you have watched it yourself, then it proves that this Star Ninja village should have some plot in the world of Naruto. The fire, the ninja who fell to the ground, and the entire Hoshi Ninja village became dilapidated under the joint attack of Amamiya Kenichi and Deidara. Normal airships need to control direction, etc., so later airships added engines and jets to change direction, so that they can be easily detected. Of course, Amamiya Kenichi does not think that annihilating the Star Ninja village is troublesome, but he feels that it still requires some planning to destroy the Star Ninja village. Deidara's cluster bomb attack may still allow some people to survive. Running around is troublesome. But the problem is that Amamiya Kenichi really can't remember what's special about this Hoshi Ninja village. As he thought, there was nothing special about this small Star Ninja village. It didn't even have a protective barrier. It could be called a completely undefended small village. However, this was also the current situation of most small ninja villages. Mist is conductive, unless the mist is pure water, but even if it is pure water mist without any impurities, it just requires a stronger voltage. Immortal technique. Water release. Mist hidden technique. Amamiya Kenichi shouted, and then the majestic mist centered on him and quickly spread towards the location of the Star Ninja Village. It enveloped the entire Star Ninja Village. Normal people can't shine, right? Amamiya Kenichi thought thoughtfully. There was no movement from the shadow clones guarding the surroundings. Ken Amamiya nodded. It seemed that the guys in the Star Ninja Village had not yet realized what had happened. No one escaped. I have to say that airships, especially the airship made by Kenichi Amamiya, are very easy to use to a certain extent. This is mainly reflected in the mute sound. But Amamiya Kenichi uses chakra to drive it, so naturally there are no such problems. He only needs to use wind attribute chakra to control the direction of the airship. After all, when others get cancer, they won't think that they were plotted by others, they will only feel that they are too unlucky. But if chakra is instilled into other people's bodies, it will be different. Because after using the Kirigakuer technique, Amamiya Kenichi left the dense fog area in front of him directly, and then the thunder attribute chakra condensed in his hand. But what confused Amamiya Kenichi was that the bones of this corpse glowing. The burning building next to it reflected the corpse in front of him with its firelight, but even so, Amamiya Kenichi could find that the opponent's humerus was glowing in places not illuminated by the fire. And now thick fog has covered the entire Star Ninja Village, and the fog formed by Senjutsu Chakra is not so easy to dispel. But now he has to do his own business. Deidara licked his lips. The white lines below appeared quickly, but disappeared quickly. In an instant, the lower part became what it was before. But when the bomb fell, streaks of fire shot up into the sky instantly. Rise! Amamiya Kenichi opened the cabin door, feeling the howling wind in the sky, then wiped his face, and then jumped directly. The ground quickly approached, and when he was about to touch it, Amamiya Kenichi used the wind escape after successfully breaking through. There was a backlash, which slowed down the speed of his landing. Although Amamiya Kenichi can also use shadow clones to deal with the escaping ninjas, in general it will be easier to deal with them all at once and save a lot of effort. While rushing with all their strength, Amamiya Kenichi and Deidara quickly arrived at the location of the Hoji Ninja Village. Not every ninja village can afford to maintain a barrier class, and the performance of ninjutsu such as defensive barriers is the secret of a ninja village. Even in Konoha, the confidentiality level of the barrier class is very high. Thinking of the previous LK99, although the farce has subsided, some friends may not know it yet. The only defense is probably the few ninjas patrolling outside. In terms of strength, Kenichi Amamiya can't tell. After all, ninjas in the ninja world don't have clear clothing distinctions. What's more, what if the opponent is a genin? Who knows if this genin will become a savior-level figure? What happened? Amamiya-senpai, shall we take action now? Deidara rubbed his hands excitedly, and Amamiya Kenichi looked at the Hoji Ninja Village in front of him. The roar of the explosion instantly tore through the silence of the night. Kenichi Amamiya squinted his eyes. The shock wave caused by the explosion and the scattering of thunder and lightning finally made the thick fog in front of him dissipate. When night came, Amamiya Kenichi also used psychic skills to channel the airship, and then asked Deidara to get into the airship. Then Amamiya Kenichi followed him in, started the airship and flew up. Amamiya-senpai, what are you doing? Deidara was very curious, but curiosity was something everyone had, and it was normal for Deidara to be more curious at his age. It can only be said that the deterrent significance of this ninjutsu is greater than its use value. Anyway, Amamiya Kenichi himself cannot think of any specific use of this ninjutsu. It can even be said that this ninjutsu is basically useless. Under the influence of gravity, the small bombs quickly dispersed. But Deidara soon realized that the one below should be the opportunity Amamiya-senpai mentioned, so he quickly pushed the cluster bomb out. It's not surprising that there are corpses. After all, Amamiya Kenichi performed a combination of ninjutsu in the first place, and Deidara came in behind to cremate a dragon. It's strange that a person is not dead. It is basically confirmed that LK99 is not a room temperature superconductor, but a material with strong anti-magnetic properties that must meet certain conditions. A certain country has also retracted their paper. So it's basically a farce. But of course it is difficult to say whether a certain country is hiding something. First of all, one thing that can be made clear is that although people in the ninja world are a bit unique, and although they are jokingly called vegetative, their bones will not shine. Kenichi Amamiya knows this very well. So there is obviously something wrong with the guy in front of me. You will feel some burning sensation when you hold it in your hand, although it is very weak. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the bones in his hand thoughtfully, but soon, he thought of something he had complained about before. That is, in the early days when radium was discovered, people used radium as a beauty product. After that, those who used radium had a magical scene of glowing bones. Ken Amamiya threw the bone out of his hand unconsciously. This thing may have something to do with radiation. And after the bone was thrown out, it was like a firefly in the dark, twinkling with light, making people's scalp numb. Is it an exception or something else? Amamiya Kenichi rinsed his hands with water. Although he felt no discomfort in his body, he still felt some scalp numbness as he was well aware of the dangers of radiation. Thinking of this, Amamiya Kenichi summoned a shadow clone. "You're so stubborn about your main body," the shadow clone complained. Amamiya Kenichi smiled. "It's good to be a little stubborn." Amamiya Kenichi didn't want to get some lifelong VIP privileged user skin. However, the shadow clones naturally know the risks involved. It is very dangerous to go to the original body, but it doesn't matter to shadow clones like them. No matter how strong the radiation is, so what, when the time comes, just disband yourself and pass the memory to the main body. Seeing the shadow clone walking to the still burning star ninja village, Amamiya Kenichi took another look at the glowing femur next to him and couldn't help but lick his lips. He really didn't expect a little star ninja to come. The village can still have such a harvest. "What's your name?" Amamiya Kenichi raised the woman's chin with one hand, and then the three Megatama began to spin in his eyes, and the illusion was directly implanted in the other person's mind. Deidara blinked. He had been learning from the old man for so long, but he didn't know the secret of peacocking. Rather, it is said that the rise of this ninja village is the same as its name, because of a star, and this star is a meteorite. This meteorite seems to have some magical power, allowing people to practice chakra and become ninjas. Hoji Ninja Village, stars, these things were connected together. Amamiya Kenichi's sense of déjà vu became stronger and stronger. He suddenly thought of something. Hoji Ninja Village seemed to be a ninja village that was smashed out by a meteorite. "Let's go, Deidara, but be careful. Let's not go in for now." Amamiya Kenichi shook his head. It's not the time to go in yet. He plans to interrogate the living person first. The other party must know a lot of secrets. Radioactive materials cannot be taken casually. Many people of the older generation will even tell their children and grandchildren not to pick up things on the street casually, because you don't know whether the things you pick up are carrying something. Terrifying radiation. Radiation, an accidental contact cannot cause such a situation, so in other words, what kind of radiation source has this guy been exposed to for a long time? Amamiya Kenichi found a safe seat and sat down. "Senior, is this what you have planned?" Deidara rubbed his hands, looked at Amamiya Kenichi mysteriously, and his smile became a little strange. "I plan to take her back as a test subject." Amamiya Kenichi wiped his hands. This guy named Natsui Hoji is of great research value. He used Yang attribute chakra to feel it when he was just being treated. The bones are all glowing. Some people's bones have this glowing property, but some people are normal. Not everyone has it, but in addition, there are some unexpected gains. Amamiya-senpai. The explosion just now was so shocking. Deidara said excitedly. Amamiya Kenichi smiled after hearing it. The explosion of the cluster bomb had a dense beauty. In the room where the stars are stored. Xia Xing still said what she knew. Amamiya Ken nodded. The secret scroll should be the peacock magic, but what is that star? After all, just before leaving, my test subject still. Okay, senior. Deidara followed Kenichi Amamiya's footsteps excitedly, and soon he saw a woman tied to a tree, with her head lowered and blood stains on the corners of her mouth. So how do you practice the peacock magic? Is there a scroll? Amamiya Kenichi was even more curious. It seems that this time the task was done correctly. On the one hand, you can make money, and on the other hand, you can also get some new gadgets. Even if you don't die at the hands of the enemy, you will die from physical injuries. For example, the teacher must not know this peacock magic trick. When the time comes, take it out and teach it to the teacher, and the teacher will definitely be very interested. Looking at the airship falling from the sky, Amamiya Kenichi quickly climbed up along the rope under the airship. He didn't climb up before because the rope couldn't reach this high, but now he can. We have to practice around the star before we can scroll the secret scroll. Xia Xing looked even more confused. But what made Deidara most curious was the other person's arm. This woman's arm was glowing. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the other party and squinted his eyes. Sure enough, this woman's bones could also glow, which was very interesting. Based on the other party's identity, Amamiya Kenichi had a guess. After all, it is not easy to find a consumable that has been exposed to radiation for a long time these days. Amamiya Kenichi planned to see what this woman would become. When the peacock magic technique was mentioned here, the opponent's eyes struggled a little, but he quickly gave up and told the ninjutsu he had performed. Peacock's magic trick, why does it sound a little strange? There is a feeling of disconnection and being out of tune with the ninja world. But now it seems that the meteorite is not a good thing, but something that may carry deadly radioactivity. Sure enough, it is this village, the village that was hit by the meteorite. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the thing in the shadow clone's hand and nodded. It was almost what he thought. This so-called star was a meteorite. After asking about the location of the room, Amamiya Kenichi asked the shadow clone to go over and take a look, while Amamiya Kenichi stretched out his hand to treat Xia Xing, which alleviated her injuries a lot. The opponent's strength can only be said to be very eye-catching, but that special ninjutsu looks quite handsome. The thing Amamiya Kenichi just saw in the dilapidated ruins was the ninjutsu performed by the opponent. Although holding the shadow clone was fine, Amamiya Kenichi felt uncomfortable all over. This thing is most likely the root cause of these guys' bones glowing, and even caused cancer in these ninjas. This thing is a large radioactive substance. Regarding the secret of radiation, Amamiya Kenichi wanted to know what kind of secrets there were in this village. Amamiya Kenichi is not interested in playing any interrogation games, so direct control with illusions is the best way. Summer Star? What ninjutsu did you just perform? Amamiya Kenichi raised his eyebrows. He was a little curious. He seemed to have heard of this name, but then he let go of his doubts. The most important thing now is the secret of this village. And soon, Amamiya Kenichi saw his shadow clone coming over. At the same time, the other shadow clones did not make any movement. It seemed that there were indeed no survivors in this Hoji ninja village. Of course, it doesn't mean that a meteorite fell and turned into a star ninja village. The guys in the star ninja village would definitely not be such weaklings. This kind of painful lesson was learned in the past, and it brought a lifetime of pain to the person who picked it up. There may be a secret in the star ninja village, and this secret is related to radiation. It can even be said that those guys with glowing bones may be ninjas. You actually caught a living person? Could it be that guy just now? Kenichi Amamiya raised his eyebrows. He really didn't expect that his shadow clone actually caught a living person and tied it to a tree. Just wait for yourself to pass. This woman had cancer in many parts of her body. However, the cancer cells developed very slowly, but the normal cells were also damaged. It could be said that there was no way for this woman to die well. Although Deidara was very curious, he still sat very honestly next to Kenichi Amamiya. Anyway, everything Amamiya-senpai said must make sense. After a while, Amamiya Kenichi felt dizzy, and then some new memories merged into Amamiya Kenichi's thinking. Don't rush in, let's wait. As soon as Amamiya-ken parked the airship, he stopped Deidara, who was about to go in to clean up the battlefield. His shadow clone had not been disbanded yet, so he couldn't go in for the time being. Amamiya Kenichi needs to figure out what's going on here. If in the world of Journey to the West, a Taoist priest, demon monk, or something like that jumped out and said that he had mastered a wonderful method called peacock magic, then it wouldn't be so inconsistent, but when the Xiaxia seeing in front of him said it, there would be a strange feeling. My name is Summer Star. The woman answered Kenichi Amamiya's question blankly. You have to make a lead box. Amamiya Kenichi had a headache. If he wanted to isolate radioactive materials, he needed to use some special materials. There is no need to consider alloys, he doesn't know how to make them, but other things are still possible, such as lead boxes, which are very suitable for isolating radioactive materials. However, lead boxes are probably not easy to find in the ninja world, but Amamiya Kenichi, I also know a very special metal material. If that thing is used to isolate radiation, the effect is quite good, and that thing shouldn't be particularly difficult to find in the ninja world. So I'm curious, why does this meteorite release chakra?